Welcome back. We're back in the Honkai stuffs. I can't. My words. What do they even mean? All right. So I have been very excited about this patch because this is the one that like. How do I even explain that? Let me pause Spotify. So a Post-Honkai Odyssey is a very interesting mode because there's been a lot of discussion about this mode. There's been a lot of discussion about whether or not it was canon, about whether or not it was even good. There's been a lot of back and forth about a Post-Honkai Odyssey. So let me preface this a bit because we have some context for it. We give you a little bit of like how people were thinking about it when this came out and like how and why I'm very excited about it now. So when this was announced, everyone was kind of like confused. It was like, well, what the fuck do you mean a Post-Honkai Odyssey? We don't know anything about this. We were seeing the combat stuff being showcased, and it was like, yeah, okay, so this is like adding a Z-axis. We get to jump now, which was a wild change combat-wise. And then what they told us was that this was set, 8 years after the Great Eruption. So we were expecting this to be, okay, so this is like after the Harsher finality, but we don't know what that looks like yet. Everyone was like really curious to see like, okay, what does the world look like after the Harsher finality? We don't know anything, which was neat in concept. And then the mode comes out, and when we were playing through it, there was a lot of discussion and a lot of back and forth about whether or not this mode was even canon. There were people saying like, okay, is it like a bubble universe where we're just exploring like a different story? We had just done a bunch of that already. We had seen, through Sealy's story and stuff, we'd gone through bubble universes of like alternate timelines and stuff. So like maybe this was one of those situations of this being an alternate timeline. And we weren't really sure, even after finishing this mode, no one really knew for sure where a Post-Honkai Odyssey really sat. Now, with that being said, we have confirmed, since this has been coming out, that a Post-Honkai Odyssey is canon. A lot of people are happy about that. If you were to look at like the base story of Honkai Impact 3rd is like very Ava inspired. I think that my initial impressions were that like a Post-Honkai Odyssey is more like Gurren Lagann in a lot of ways. That might not be the most accurate thing to say anymore. I haven't played this in a long time, but it's very different. And what I find most interesting about looking at this now is like, because it is extremely divisive in the actual Impact 3rd community, I want to see, does it like hold up in any way? Does it still like actually good? I remember like talking to people on Twitter who were saying that the models in this mode were bad. I think what they were meaning was that the models don't quite match the art, which I mean, this is a Hoyo game, get fucking used to it. But we wanted to like take a look at the models themselves, see if the character models were like any good. And also, because we have the context for part 2 now, which this patch specifically, like not the patch that this came out of, but the patch we're currently in with version 9, is like the finale to part 2. Well, we haven't played through that yet. That's supposed to take place like sometime just before Post-Honkai Odyssey starts. So we have a lot of the context for what was happening on Mars and with the Mars systems now that we did not have when this came out. So it'd be very interesting to play through this like with that knowledge of, this came out like what, 2020 or something? Like this was a really long time ago now. And having all the knowledge we do now, like how does that change this? How many things in this have been like retconned? How many things did this like build into? How much of this has been like recontextualized? There's a lot of like really interesting things, I think, in revisiting this and a Post-Honkai Odyssey 2 whenever we get to that. So I'm really looking forward to this because I think it's going to be super neat. And with that, let's jump right into it. And look at May's new design. Look at her new outfit. I love her like, teacher outfit. This is good. You stood on the vantage point and looked at the giant floating mass in the distance. What on earth is it? The setting sun stained the sky red. The dusky glow flickered around the strange floating mass. You suddenly felt that it was pulsing with life. The red light seemed like blood flowing in its veins. Thinking about the mission, a familiar voice came from behind. Yes, I am. We'll talk about this later. I need you to take care of something simple right now. So here's something interesting that this mode does that I'm I say it's interesting, but I'm also glad they didn't do it again, which is that Adam as a character, that's who we're playing as in this mode, is kind of a self-insert, and this is prior to Genshin releasing. So this was them like testing the waters with like a self-insert. And I will say I don't find Adam that compelling in this specific mode. I think in a Post-Honkai Odyssey 2, when we introduce like Lyle and Timido, I think we get a little bit more of his personality shining through, which is better. But like that was kind of interesting that they tried to do that here. I don't think it was a good choice, but they tried. And I think that like self-insert vibe is why he looks kind of like, you know, just Honkai Kirito. He's not super interesting. The other thing that I find interesting is they have like sort of like an affection like rating system. So your choices matter in the sense of like raising your like, you know, camaraderie with your like teammates, which is an interesting mechanic of like they're not the only thing they've ever done. It's like fucking Neptunia does that, but like I do like that in this context of like, you know, the more you use your teammates, the more like information you get about them and stuff like that. It's sort of like an iteration off of the basic affection system that exists in the base game already, right? It's kind of a neat thing. And I kind of like that for this. And there's missions you can take on that can like raise those stats as you do like your. But this is an open world mode. This is like I guess this is like our third open world because we had Schicksal HQ, which we have not streamed any of. And then we have this, which takes the place of like your weekly adventure tasks and stuff. So you can do those to raise affection. And there's like also side missions, which we may or not be able to stream all of them, but we'll see how far we get. I don't actually know how much we can access at one time, which is why I'm very curious how this kind of stream is going to go. Here, you'll write the mission report this time. Sign here and give yourself a code name. Oh yeah, we're supposed to give him a name. Well, I'm going to call him his actual name and do your name or code name. I don't remember where the name Adam came from, but this is what the community calls him, so this is what we're going to stick with. Adam, are you sure about this? It's my real name. Fine. Don't come looking for me if the overseer doesn't like your choice. Teddy will be fine. She'll get over it. Also, this other fun thing. At this time, we didn't know that Teddy was the overseer yet. Like, this mode reveals that Teddy becomes the Schicksal overseer. But at this point in time, like when she says overseer, they kept it intentionally vague because in the main story, Otto is still the overseer, which is so neat that they're like, yeah, like Otto leaves, but like there's a lot of questions about that. Like this mode sets up so much like stuff that's to come later, like Otto's eventual death, Teddy taking over, Kiana being sealed on the moon. Like there's a lot of like little things that this mode sets up that I think is super neat. But you know, we'll keep getting to it. Miss Ryden chuckled and looked at the strange thing floating in the sky. What is that thing? It never showed up in our satellite photos. An unidentified flying object. A pointless, yet absolutely correct answer. Maybe that's why you're top of your cohort in St. Freya. Yeah, Adam's like our only male Valkyrie, by the way. I know they run Squad 4 by the book, but I wouldn't mind if you get imaginative. So here's another thing that, like, even right now we haven't fully answered, is, like, who are the different squads? So Squad 3, which is what we're currently in, is May leads Squad 3, and that is Carole and Adam under her purview. Squad 2 is led by Veliona, and she has Timido and Lyle under her direction. But when it comes to Squad 1 and Squad 4, we don't quite know. May has a bit of discussion about the squads. Squad 4 being run by the book does raise some questions about that. It could be like, I'm of the opinion that Squad 1 is Dudendal's squad because of how they talk about it. Like, May doesn't that she really knows her that well, which, given that she's only like fought with Dudendal a couple of times, like maybe that would be correct. I don't remember exactly what she says about Squad 4. I'd have to go like check some things, but I'm very curious about it. Wait, I have 2 pings. Why do I have 2 pings? Go away, pings. Actually, you know what? I do know how to find information from. Okay, let's just see. I bet I can just search it. I have a Honkai server for my Armada. Okay, so let's see. Squad 4. Okay, so May doesn't know Squad 1's leader very well because they only fought together for a few days. She describes the leader of Squad 2, who we know is Veliona, as dangerous but also adorable, which I think is fair. Adam was supposed to be in Squad 2, but Teddy felt the team leader might have a bad impression because she's a bit dangerous and transferred him to Squad 3. Yeah. Squad 4 is run by the book, and they've been out of contact for some reason. May described their leader as incredibly strong and very reliable. That might be Dudendal then, actually. Yeah, so Squad 4 has to be Dudendal's squad. I think I had that incorrect. In which case, it's kind of funny imagining Adam like working under Dudendal. Let's see. Squad 1 and 2 were en route after the events of a Post-Honkai 1, but Squad 2 arrives first. May used to run Squad 1 but took over Squad 3. Explains that there used to be only 2 squads, but they split them up to give the graduates in Freya more field experience. Okay. So we know I think like later on they specify that Senti doesn't run a team, so there's no reason why Senti should be in charge of a squad. So it could be You know what? It could be Sushong. Sushong likes to wander around quite a bit, and I don't think May's met her very much. Like Sushong running her own squad would be interesting, and that could also mean that like I don't think Susanna's supposed to be in like a specific squad per se because she runs like the media stuff for Schicksal, so she's like their YouTube channel and stuff. She may not be in a squad per se, but she could be in Squad 1. Because, like, Sushong and Susanna are pretty close together. That might make a lot of sense. And if Squad 4 is Dudendal's squad, then Rita's almost certainly in that squad as well. Unless Rita doesn't head up a squad at all and she's just a teacher. In which case, I can't imagine who's underneath her other than, like, maybe Helia and Coralie. Which, yeah, because we know Sealy doesn't run a squad. Sealy's, like, the medical officer. So, Sealy doesn't run a squad. We know that Helia and Coralie are supposed to be on a squad. They could be Squad 4 under Dudendal. And given that in Part 2 they do work directly with her quite a lot, that would actually make a lot of sense. Kiana's not part of any squad because she's sealed on the moon. That's her own thing. See, I think I'm convinced. I think convinced myself. I think Squad 4 is supposed to be Dudendal, Helia, and Coralie. Potentially. And Squad 1... I don't know, because like May saying that Squad 1's leader is somebody that she doesn't know very well because they haven't fought together for a few days. It does raise some questions of who the fuck that could possibly be. Like what Valkyrie does May not know very well? Because if Squad 2 is Veliona, Squad 3 is her, Squad 4 is Dudendal, I feel like it has to be Sushong. Like that would make the most sense to me. I would guess, but Sushong also wanders too much, but she is, strictly speaking, an actual Valkyrie under Schicksal's purview, so it could be Sushong. My intuition tells me that thing in the sky is connected to Mr. Welt's disappearance. Oh yeah, I forgot, Welt's missing. So I guess for other timeline stuff, they released the Alien Space manga, which talks a bit about Himiko's background and her dad's death and disappearance, whatever, for her perspective, his disappearance, but in reality, his death. It introduces the Sky People as an antagonist thing there. They're also a big thing here. And also, it leads was supposed to lead directly into Star Rail and why Welt is stuck in space. So, who knows? There could be some interesting things to learn from this. Let's head indoors. We'll talk there. 1332, April 27th, New Moor, St. Fountain. If I'm not mistaken, this is supposed to be... Is this 2026? Is that when this takes place? Is that what the timeline said officially? I think this is 2026. I think this is officially 2026. All right, let's go through what we know so far. Oh, look, Welt got a new design. Hi, Carole. 14 days ago, on April 13th, Mr. Welt left ET Studio for an official visit to St. Fountain. He arrived at the Cairo airport on April 15th and then took a maglev train to St. Fountain. Which, speaking of, that is a wild thing to do. St. Fountain is in, like, South Africa, right? He landed in Cairo and took a maglev from Cairo to St. Fountain. What the fuck do you mean? That's the entire goddamn continent. Like, why? Why is there a train that runs from Cairo to St. Fountain? Like, excuse me? That is a huge distance to travel. You couldn't have landed somewhere closer? You just decided to take a leisurely stroll through the entirety of Africa on the fucking maglev. Sure, man. Our satellites last saw him alighting at Sod Station, then we lost track of him and he went silent. Our mission is to find him and escort him safely back to Schicksal HQ. Yeah, he left Bronya to go work on Arahato on her own. She's got no support right now. Just finished your Himiko the Undying run in Currency Wars and popped it. Yeah. I saw you posted about that in the media channel. It was very fun. Any questions? I want to know more. All right, go ahead and ask me. Know anything about St. Fountain? A next-colonial city with over 600 years of history. It gained independence in the middle of the last century. Yeah, what's interesting about this is, like, there's a lot of, like, stuff that a Post-Honkai Part 2 gives us about St. Fountain's history. Them, like basically the overturning of apartheid and things like that. There's a lot of, like, bloodied history with this actual city and things like that. What is also interesting is that in the years after the Great Eruption, St. Fountain was, like, one of many cities that was sort of, like, under Schicksal's guidance, and they were like, hey, we're going to provide support and whatever. And eventually they were one of the first cities, I think, to, like, leave and no longer accept support from Schicksal after the Great Eruption. Which is kind of interesting. It doesn't matter much, but it's just one of those, like, yeah, like, they were the first ones to be like, you know what, we're going to do stuff our own way. Also, about a year before this, if I remember correctly in my timeline, Rosa and Lilia were here doing a performance as the Vodka Girls, which was really funny. I cannot imagine that went well, but Post-Honkai 2 does suggest that about a year before this happens, Rosa and Lilia were here causing problems. Cash crops is the city's main source of income, but the tourism sector provides much more. May, that sentence doesn't quite make sense. If cash crops are their main source of income, tourism can't provide much more in terms of income. Doesn't quite make sense, May. The colonial history left the city with a rich multicultural heritage and urban landscape. Yada running a 12-win streak in Phase 3 of rank 41. Crazy numbers. Unkillable Himiko doing over 111 billion damage, and Welt making in some around never ends till she wins. That's funny. Though affected by the Great Eruption, it was one of the first African cities to leave Schicksal aid. All right, who is Welt Yang? Yeah, you know, actually, I guess by this point, the main story hasn't shown us too much of Welt. Also known as the Joaquim. Oh God, I'm not gonna pronounce this fucking name, guys. I'm really sorry. Nokia Virtanen, that's what we're going to roll with, as written in the report, the Joachim Nokia Virtanen, second Hersher of Reason and the former sovereign of Anti-Entropy, currently the director of ET Studio. Yeah, he's just the potential man. Yeah. I haven't seen Mr. Welt for years, but the professors speak of him very often. Yeah, I mean, I guess May wouldn't have seen Welt because, like, he doesn't really do anything with Jigsaw anymore. Like, even in the context of what's happening in Mars, like, Welt doesn't do a whole lot. I think, like, when Corley was killed, he and Seeley got on a transport to the moon. But, like, even whenever they got there, he didn't do much. And I don't think he actually showed up in the story at all. So it was just Seeley. So I think, like, yeah, this sentence does make sense. She hasn't talked to him in a while. I have no more questions. May nodded, but her smile slowly faded. I felt this was a simple search mission when I first read the briefing. Mr. Welt often went missing, but he always came back and fought the most dangerous battles during the Honkai War. I mean, kinda. I guess that is a correct statement. Like, Welt personally went toe-to-toe with Sidon. And I guess by this point in time, the second Eruption manga had been released already. So, like, he did fight Sidon, which was exceedingly dangerous. And then he was trying to fight Kevin off in the Sea of Quanta prior to Bronia's arc. So, I guess I do see what she means. I don't think he does a whole lot in the final Eruption, though. To be fair, I don't remember any point at all where May has much to do at all with Welt personally. I mean, when Anti-Entropy kidnapped her for a little bit, you could make this she might have met him then, but, like, I think he was... No, never mind. That's a lie, because he's stuck in the Sea of Quanta at the time, so she wouldn't have met him then. She would have only had experiences with Cocolia. I think, like, I genuinely think that she's only really met him occasionally. And, like, not very... Like, she doesn't do much with Welt at all. Like, Bronya does. Like, Bronya works under him. So, like, of course, Bronya and him are going to talk a lot, but, like, yeah, May doesn't really have anything to do with him. Though he may be a Hersher, he's also a most reliable friend and companion. Though he may be a Hersher. You say as if you're not also a Hersher, May. Come on. He has a habit of throwing himself into life-or-death situations, getting bodied, saying, haha, psych, I win, and wandering off again. Yeah, he really is like the nod win person, isn't he? That is what Welt is like. But after arriving at this place, I found that the mission is not as simple as it seems. Something is wrong, and it's not just that huge floating structure in the sky. What do you think? Okay, well, we got a few things here. So, satellite feed looks normal, but the city is deserted. Invisible barriers are blocking our exit. Digital comm signals have been jammed. Let's start with this. Very observant, Adam. I noticed the same things. Schicksal satellites scanned every inch of St. Fountain, but they found nothing. Welt really is the enemy protagonist they wish Adam was. Yeah, I mean, I said this earlier, but, like, Adam, especially in this, like, a Post-Honkai Part 1, he doesn't really get to be a character. He's very much a self-insert. I do think that through Lyle, we get a lot more information about Adam's personality specifically, but, like, that's not in this mode. We have to wait till Post-Honkai Part 2. So, like, we don't get a whole lot to do with Adam right now. Like, he's just kind of a basic bitch. But it's fine. It's whatever. The images showed us a typical city, but that's obviously not the case. I don't see any resident or living thing. It's nothing but a facade. Honkai Kirito, I literally said the same thing earlier. Invisible barriers, jam signals. Someone is trying to hide this city from the rest of the world. That they are. There is someone who wields powers capable of fooling the entire world. Oh, yes. It would be... Senti can do that. You know Senti. She wouldn't do this, though. Miss Raiden thought hard. The anomalies are bad enough, but I see an even bigger problem. I'm very amused at her first thought is she's like, there is somebody who can do that. It's Senti. And I'm like, girl, Senti's just wandering around with Fuhua. She's not doing anything. Don't blame Senti for this. Senti didn't do nothing. My girl's fine. Which, you know, actually, looking in the context of that statement now, I guess that does eliminate Senti as a possible squad leader. If she's still wandering with Fuhua around, I guess that would mean that Senti couldn't possibly be a squad leader. And May does actually know her better than others, so... God, I really can't figure out who Squad 1's leader supposed to be. Like, who is it that May fought with, but only for a couple of days? Like, who could that possibly be? Because Squad 2 is Veliona, Squad 3 is hers, Squad 4 is almost certainly Dundal. So, like, who the fuck is Squad 1's leader? Is it... It must be Sushang, right? Like, it has to be. Because Sushang is, like, barely ever around, and they probably only met during the Great Eruption a couple of times, and then she went back to wandering a while. So, like, is Squad 1 Sushang? It has to be, right? Wonder when all these companies realize that self-insert characters are antithetical to letting the character have any amount of real character depth. Trinity did both doesn't really work. Yeah, like, this is a thing that I think Hoyo has realized since. Where this came out before Genshin. And we didn't have any real context for what Genshin was going to be like. Genshin ended up being kind of a self-insert. But even with that, Genshin and Star Rail both moved away from their characters being bland self-inserts and actually started writing them with personality. Having played through the beta for Nexus Anima, they also let them kind of have a personality, and your choices do seem to affect things quite a bit in Nexus Anima's like presentation. So like there is that. And I feel like a self-insert character works when your character when their personality doesn't necessarily matter. Right? So take things like a Dark Souls game or Elden Ring, right? You could argue that's a self-insert because they don't fucking do anything. You just kind of like whatever your choices are can affect the ending of the game, and like that's kind of it. But you have a lot of customization. You do whatever the fuck you want. Games that have a high amount of like customization for their character, where you can personalize your experience quite a bit, or things like an RPG. Like in that instance, yeah, a self-insert character kind of makes a bit more sense. But with something like this, I see absolutely no reason why you should have a self-insert at all. I don't really get the point of it. Because like Impact 3rd, up until this point, the only real like self-insert character we had was Captain and the Captainverse stuff. And even Captain gets a bit of characterization later on. He's like more of like your sort of like generic like nerd guy. But they've also like not really done much with it. And at the time that this came out, Captainverse stuff wasn't strictly canon per se. They're always just kind of like a little side narrative thing. They are in the multiverse. We've confirmed that now. But like they don't really do much with Captainverse as much. I know that's a bad timing to say this because we literally have a Captainverse event happening right now in the main game. But whatever. Self-insert works when the focus is gameplay and what you do. It doesn't work when the narrative is the focus. Yeah, I would agree with that. It's not impossible to do a self-insert, but like with Impact 3rd being what it is a bafflingly strange choice. And with Genshin, it was also an equally strange choice because like Lumion and Aether didn't get a chance to actually be a person. And then when you get to Star Rail, like, yeah, you can choose their name, but Stella and Kalis actually have personality. And I think Zenless did it the fucking best because you have Bell and Wise who are actual fucking characters, legitimately, and they're great. We like Bell and Wise. It's fun. It harkens back to like how Honkai Impact 3rd used to be. So definitely a misstep on Hoya's part, and this was sort of the beginning of that. But they learned their lesson eventually. Let's see. Mr. Welt's visit to this place. Indeed. If someone's trying to hide the truth in this city, why would they attract Mr. Welt's attention? Mr. Welt hardly wields any power. He's practically useless. Truer words have never been fucking said. Stated. Oh god, my fucking accent's coming through. He's practically useless unless that is I feel like I need that saved as a screenshot. That's so fucking funny. Hold on. I gotta save that. God, that's hilarious. May, you don't realize how true that fucking statement is. The abductors are interested in his past identity. Our surveillance failed to reveal the truth of this city. We lack clues of what transpired in this place. Yeah, this is true. He's practically useless unless, yes, May, unless the fucking plot demands it. We know. So, actually, I do wonder about this a little bit. So, Void Archives is, like, working with the Sky People during this, and he's attracted Welt here on purpose. But, like, why would he care about Welt's previous identity as the Hersher of Reason? Because Welt doesn't really, like, he has some of that, like, vestiges of that power, but he doesn't really, like, wield any, like, actual authority anymore, because the cores have all disappeared. So, like, why would his identity as the Hersher of Reason matter at all? Like, even in, like, the context of this when it originally released, we know that Bronya is the Hersher of Reason now. So, I feel like May's logic here is a little bit off, purely on the grounds of, like, if they cared about the Hersher of Reason, then they would also theoretically care about Bronya, but they don't at all. It's specifically targeting Welt, which means either it means his identity as the Sovereign of Anti-Entropy, which is potentially the case, or it's just because it's Welt specifically, not because it's anything else. And I would argue it's probably more so the latter there, that, like, Void Archives has inherited a lot of stuff from Otto, so naturally he's probably going to hate Welt in the same kind of way. So I feel like that's what that is. It has nothing really to do with, like, him being the Hersher of Reason, I don't think. Because I don't see how, like, his vestiges of power would really matter to the Sky People at all. And Void Archives is just there because he hates him. So, unless there's something I'm forgetting, which, I mean, is very possible. I haven't played this in a while. Adam, we'll set up our base here. We'll split our forces and collect more intel. Report back here in the evening. This Honkai-powered comm equipment can do so much more, but it is our only way to maintain contact. Story Mission 1, Road to the Fountain. Welt is the type that anyone with an ego would seethe over. Yeah, this is true. I would agree with that. Alright, tab back to return to the main screen. Are they going to make me actually go do the stuff? They are. Look at this basic bitch. Look at how fucking basic he looks. Like, I don't hate the, like, outfit necessarily, but God, because they have come up with a more boring looking protagonist. I don't hate the outfit, but, like, God, look at him. Why does he look like that? I hope now that, like, part 2 is ending this patch, that, like, when we get into what's building into a Post-Honkai, that we get to see more of Adam, and they actually just write him as a proper fucking character. Like, please write him as an actual person. I beg of you. Alright, well, let's go play through a little bit and see how the combat's changed. Head to the train station and search for the maps you need. So this was so interesting when it came out because of, like, you can do that. You can jump now. Was that an explosion? Oh yeah, we can't do anything with this yet. I don't hate his sword either. I think we unlock it whenever we get through this mode. Alright, leap over obstacles. Oh yeah, we have the dodge button, which is fun. Icarus landing device can provide a 25-meter buff distance. Let's see. That's a chest. Yeah, give me the stuff. I need a bunch of it. Also, I don't know if I've talked about this much, but I really do like the music in a Post-Honkai Odyssey. It is such a different vibe from everything else that like Impact 3's done up to this point. And I really like it a lot. It's got a nice ominous vibe to it. It's like a lot of just, I don't know, there's like a feeling to it that I'm like really, really into. The red stuff is weird. Something's moving. I do like Sage Fountain as a location too. This is pretty cool. Oh, hey look, it's the Sky People. Alright. Hold. Yes, I know how tutorials work. Oh, right. Yeah, we have to throw them up in the air and then do stuff. Not like Honkai Detector gives off no signal. So these are not Honkai creatures. I need to report this to Miss Raiden. Yeah, May will definitely be interested in this shit. Bonk, 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 bonk. Alright, now don't yeet me out. I want to do more exploring. Hi, May. You okay, Adam? Your Honkai energy level is low. I blew up too much of it. Had an encounter. Wait. You ran into enemies? Honkai beasts? Some creatures I never saw before. Alien creatures. And hostile. No shortage of surprises in this mission. So, the Sky People are such a weird mystery. Because, like, at this point, we have no idea what they are. We know that the Alien Space manga says that, like, they're sort of the ancient enemies of the Sugars. Which we do meet in the main story later on, like, way later. But when the Sugars talk about that, what they really mean is Vita. Vita is their enemy. Vita and Saw are, like, the one that's been chasing them through the ends of the earth. And the Sky People, they're just weird. Because, like, when Vita and Saw, like, destroy a bubble universe, right? They have, like, their armies that look like the Sky People, which are based off of Griseo's own, like, paintings and stuff, which we'll get to that, like, when we get to that. So, like, Vita and Saw kidnapped Griseo, and they used her and her ability to, like, create things through her, like, mantis powers to create the Sky People in some way. There's some debate about, like, how long they've been able to do that, if some of these were their own thing and then they influenced Griseo. Like, this is up to, but we do know that, like, a lot of the enemies that we see here in the Post-Honkai Odyssey will show up later on as Griseo's paintings. So there's that. But why would Vita and, I guess, well, Saw's dead, but, like, why would Vita attack Earth at this point is kind of the question. Like, if the Sky People, which are a different coloration from the versions we see later on, if these are truly under Vita's direction, why now? Like, why would she attack Earth at this point? Because, like, just before these events happen, right, we have all this that's happening with Mars. So Vita's been, like, somewhat of antagonist, sometimes a friend. But for the most of Mars' situation, she's been semi-helpful. But we do know that she's been trying to, like, prevent Schicksal from learning information that, like, for whatever reason is, like, relevant to her specifically. It could be that she and Saw have had ties with Mars before. That Saw talked to Senna when Senna was still her god form, things like that. So, like, there's something about what's happening with Mars that does have ties to Vita. But, like, Vita knows damn well not to attack Earth because Kiana could kill her ass. So, if the Sky People in a Post-Honkai Odyssey are under Vita's direction, why? And so far as we've seen, it doesn't really, like, make sense why this would be anything. Because, like, okay, consider this even further. We know that Vord Archives talks to the Sky People. The Sky People talk in a different language that has nothing to do with Earth at all. It could be they're speaking, like, in Venusian, because remember, if it's from Vita specifically, Vita was from Venus originally. So, like, that could be maybe the case. But, like, the fact that their colors change and that they seem to be kind of like rogue agents at this point in time, maybe to me suggests that they don't actually have anything to do with Vita at all. That maybe Vita also has no control over them anymore. Maybe it's like Saw's return, because I mean, this whole thing, but, like, I don't know. Good point. If Kiana's still up there, how do the Sky People get here and not just immediately get spanked? Yeah, like, a Post-Honkai Odyssey implies that Kiana's still in a kind of coma. We are currently, like, right now, this patch is the finale to Part 2. We have not got that story yet. We won't for a couple of weeks. So my opinions about this might change when we finish Part 2's story. But, like, if Kiana wakes up at the end of part 2 stuff and this has been retconned, Vita has no reason to attack Earth. There's zero reason why she would feel emboldened to do that, because even at her most powerful, Vita is no chance against Kiana at all. Now, if Kiana's in a coma, that's its own thing, but like, again, why would Vita, who's already been defeated by regular Valkyries like Seele, feel emboldened to create an army and invade Earth specifically, just to pull Honkai energy out of the planet, kind of? That doesn't make any sense. So, what I feel like is maybe the case instead, and this has been my pet theory for a while, is that like, the version of the Sky People we're fighting here are not under Vita's direction. They might resemble the stuff that Vita and Saw used to create. They might be resembling what Griseo used to do, but they're not tied to either of them per se. It could be Vita has a heel turn. That is in her character. It could also not be. Part 2 introduces a lot of Eonic stuff, but I don't think this has anything to do with Eons either. What I think is actually the case is that Vita had a, I guess, co-worker who's Mara. Mara is... her actual human form, I think, is dead, but they created a digital copy of her that, like, Vita forced into a cat body, and Mara was pretty pissed about it. In part 1.5, Mara swears vengeance on Vita and Saw at some point in time. And I feel like if there was anybody who would, like, go outside the solar system, get connections to, like, the paths and the eons and stuff, and then want to come back to fuck shit up, Mara would be kind of the one who would do that. And if Vita is currently in a tenuous alliance with Earth and Schicksal, Mara would have reason to attack Earth. Like, that would make sense. And she's kind of there just to fuck with Earth and to, you know, kill Vita off, potentially. Maybe something happened that makes it so Kiana can't intervene. Again, like, this mode implies that Kiana's still in a coma. We'll get to some of that later on, but, like, it implies that Kiana's still in a coma, even after the events of part 2. That may or may not have been retconned, we don't know. But, like, I want to believe this is, like, Mara. Because if it is Mara, it would also explain why the Sky People don't speak English anymore. Or Japanese, or whatever the characters are actually speaking. Right? Because Mara was from Venus. The last person she talked to was from Venus. There's no reason why she should understand Earth's language at all. So, if she's creating her own versions of the Sky People that she stole from Vita or whatever, it would make sense that the languages that they speak have nothing, like, no one can understand them but for the archives. Like, that would make sense to me. So, like, that's my current leading theory, but, like, maybe we'll learn a bit more about this that I've forgotten, because remember, I haven't played this since it came out, and that's been, like, what, 6 years now? So, there's a lot of, like, mysteries about this. I'm hoping that, like, when part 2 wraps up, we'll get a little bit more answers, and then maybe in, you know, part 2.5 or part 3, whatever they're going to call the stuff that happens after part 2, that we'll get a little bit more information about what the fuck led to this. Because there's so many questions about this mode. Just so much weird shit. The road here has collapsed. I need to make a detour. Gonna take some time to meet you. If only Carole was here. Think about it. There can't have been anything just happen to Kiana because May would know. There's no way she wouldn't. So maybe something subtle or something she's not allowed to mention. Well, there's definitely a few instances of that, right? Because, like, Adam and Carole and, you know, the other, like, squad members, they're not necessarily privy to what's happening with Mars and everything. So they're not gonna fucking know. May talks to Teddy later on in this, but I remember where they do talk about Kiana, and again, the implication is that Kiana's still in a coma. But it could be that, like, that's a cover story. That, like, there's still something else happening. That there's still something going on that we don't know about. Maybe Kiana, like, isn't even in the solar system anymore. Like, imagine that for a second. Right? Imagine, like, after part 2 happens, and we start having Kiana be, like, say, kidnapped by the Memo Keepers or something, and she's taken out of solar system. I think that this mode implies that they're trying to get in contact with the Sugars, which the Sugars have ways of, like, moving around through the Sequanta and stuff in easier ways, and, like, being able to, like, create stargates and things. So it could be that, like, May and them are trying to find a way to chase after Kiana outside the solar system, but they can only leave through the Honkai Tidal Zone through a stargate. So it could be that Kiana's not even there, and they don't want to tell all of Earth that, by the way, your goddess who swore to protect you isn't even here. That she's missing, and we don't know what happened to her. So, like, that could be the case, too. My wife was in a coma on the moon, and now she went off to play auto chess in some other dimension. That's rough, buddy. I will say, because some people can say this, the Nexus Anima Kiana We don't see much about her, but she doesn't necessarily seem to be the same Kiana. I don't think, anyway. Nothing that I saw of her in the beta seemed to imply that she was the same. A lot of Nexus Anima seems like it's going to be a lot of like variants of things. And if Nexus Anima's Kiana is supposed to be the same Kiana, that's weird because, like, why can't she just leave? She should be able to go anywhere she wants. So that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me that, like, Nexus Anima's Kiana would be the same one. I've always been of the mind that she's a variant. There might have been some information in the beta that I missed, but I didn't see anything personal that seemed to suggest that they're the same. Are you alright, Adam? Those lame monsters can't hurt me. Ha, thought so. Guess I'm worrying too much. Be careful. Thanks, May. Next Anima does look like a direct reference to the other games too, and not to strikes it's a strange one. So, here is my experience with Nexus Anima. There is nothing that I saw in Nexus Anima at all, in any way whatsoever, that suggests that any characters or anything that happens in Nexus Anima directly connects it to any other title that they have. You do see the like Astral Express, but it's like a replica in front of a museum, which could mean anything. You do see the Homus. You see Senti's Fat Bird. You do see just like the regular POs. Like, you do see references and stuff to other Honkai games. That does exist. But as far as like the actual lore and what connects to things, nothing in Nexus Anima that I saw connected it concretely to anything we've seen in Star Rail or in Impact 3rd or Honkai Gakuen. It's maybe like a history of Hallyu Museum. It does kind of have that vibe a bit. It's just little references to other things. And it could be that like maybe when the game officially releases, there'll be more information about how it connects to things. But I saw very, very little connective tissue with Nexus Anima to anything else. I would even go as far as to say that it was like Honkai in name only, because there wasn't anything Honkai related in it at all. It just had some of the characters in it. Even characters like Blade, like people think that Blade in Nexus Anima is the same one. No, he's not. He has like 200 something years of history in that world, and even when you like pulled his like character, he was the only one that had a notice that said that like that design is not final and is subject to change. Which is to say that, like, Blade's design that we've seen so far is not even Blade's final design when the game releases. So, yeah, like, that's not the same Blade. It's not the same Kafka. It's probably not the same Kiana. It's just variants in some other world that has its own history and stuff that doesn't seem to connect to anything meaningful in any other Honkai game so far. They do have a history of the beta story being wildly different from the actual release story. This is also true. When Nexus Anima releases officially, maybe it will be different, but all I can say from what I have seen is that no, Nexus Anima has no ties at all. The Star Rail beta had a plot where Chloro was a murderer or something. I don't remember. I played a lot of the betas in Star Rail. I even streamed some of the betas of Star Rail. I don't recall that being a thing at all. From what I played, because I played the betas of Genshin, I played the betas of Star Rail, I played Nexus Anima's beta. From my experience with them, the betas aren't too dramatically different. There's missing content usually, or the presentation of some stuff is different, but the story is largely the same. And then the things that change is some slight translation differences here or there, or like they might flesh some stuff out more or whatever else. That's been my experience with the betas so far. I didn't play all of Star Rail's betas, but I played most of them. I think I was in like 3 of the betas. I think there was like what, 4 betas for Star Rail? I think I played like 3 of them. So the stories don't change too dramatically. They're usually pretty close. They give you a good idea of it. So again, nothing I've seen in Nexus Anima says that like it has anything to do with these other games as of yet. That may change, but I saw a lot of people saying like, look, it's confirmed. This is the thing. I'm like, no, it's not. It was definitely not confirmed. It was very, very ambiguous. And Kiana herself, at least, didn't get to do a whole lot in the beta. She shows up like once, and you talk to her, and she says she's like a traveler. And then I think she had some of the ones that I forgot, but like there was a little bit about that was like, yeah, she doesn't really seem to have like a whole lot to do with anything else. So, as of right now, no, not the same. That could change, though. Characters could also lie, which is fine. Oh, right, yeah, those blow up. I forgot about that. Let's see. That's how we jump back up there. All right, we'll leave the explosive shit. The hell? The hell was that? Oh, yeah. Okay. Dark Crystal emits weak Honkai energy. Yes. The Sky People are pulling Honkai through it. It can be a Honkai Cube. Can take some back for analysis. Yeah, boy. I can't wait to break those things. We can't until we get Carole, I think. Nah, let me over to the other parts of the level. I know there's more stuff over there. Oh, hey, look! It's Rosa and Lilia up there. That's fun. That must be vestiges from their concert from before. And there's young Bronya? Or maybe Prometheus, if they wanted to say that's Prometheus. Interesting, interesting. Alright, cool. I didn't realize that there was like environmental details that confirm what I suspected before. Let's see. We can't get up there yet. That's for later. I want to make sure we look at other stuff. Yes, I know how this works. Code 6, the lovers. These showed up in the manga. Bonk, 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 bonk. God, the music in this is just so good. Was there a chest down here? I don't remember. And yeah, St. Valen's seeming a little worse for wear. Oh, yeah, I remember how this works, clunky as it may be. Bonk, bonk, bonk. All right, who is next? Oh, right, yeah, we have a this system. Yeah, I remember this now. I much prefer Part 2's combat over this, though. Adam, I ran into them too. You're right. Not Honkai beasts. They felt more like... Oh! So, another interesting factoid here. May should recognize these things because she went to the Elysian Realm and fought Griseo's stuff in the Elysian Realm, which resembles these things, right? So she's seen these things before. At least variations of them. So she should be, like, very, very confused here. She's like, wait a minute. This is, like, something I've seen before. So May should be very confused here. They felt more like zombies or mechas. Yeah. Their bodies look like ours. They also look like other stuff you've seen, May. Did you forget what happened in the Elysian Realm? But I feel something is amiss. They're not nature's children, nor from science. I mean, to be fair, May, when you guys invaded, like, Heliopolis, we saw, like, mechs that did resemble, like, beta versions of these things, so... More like something emerged in a child's nightmare, put together with fragments from 1,000 different monsters. It's the AI-generated monsters! I'm sending the data back to HQ. The Overseer and the Doctor, who should be Tesla or Einstein, should be interested. Adam, where are you at? Near Sod Station. Oh, right. You want to check out the map. Come back when your investigation is done. Let's rendezvous in the evening. Yep, sure thing, May. I got some exploration to do, though. This is a cool area. Now, if I remember right, there's some very tough enemies in this room. Will they spawn them in now, though, is the question. Ah, there's a chest. Thank you. What's so fascinating about this mode to me now is, like, this really was, like, their sort of beta test for a lot of stuff, because a lot of open world areas, they do emulate a lot of what this mode starts setting up, which is kind of fun. It's really strange how early Post-Honkai came out in comparison to the rest of the story. I wonder if they'll eventually write it off entirely. Like, we tried it and it just doesn't line up or make sense anymore, so let's take it to the top. I see the answer is a pretty hard no. I know that a lot of people want a Post-Honkai to be like retconned out of existence, but I think they've released an official timeline that does confirm that it is part of the timeline. They've also added a lot of stuff through part 1.5 and part 2 that is directly connected to this. Like, at the end of part 1, for example, we run into Lyle, who's, a character in Post-Honkai part 2, and he's like a kid. In part 1.5, events and stuff, we run into Timido's dad. Timido's shown up in some of the trailers and stuff whenever, like, Sealy was added last patch. Like, they have directly referenced a Post-Honkai more than once. They are setting things up. I think there's going to be details of this that get retconned or recontextualized, but I see no reason to expect that they're going to pretend like this doesn't exist. Because they've done everything they can so far to connect it anyway. Ah, damn it. Asshole. Stop that. Yeah, stop that, please and thank you. Yeah, come here there, you. Well, that's a problem. Alright, the Emperor. I can fight this thing. Ow. Rude. Why? I thought I could damage boost through that. Damn. Alright, I need you to stop. Damn. Alright, I gotta focus on doing this, because Adam is very weak right now. Yeah, I don't even have an ult. I just have to, like power through this. Shit, I'm bad at timing that. Oh, yeah, he is good at this. Okay, we got him. Okay, so let me read everything it says. It's just that as someone who has seen a lot but not finished it, I admit it seems very messy and disjointed. Either way, the combat for supposedly is completely replaced if they return to it. Well, you see, here's the thing with this. A Post-Honkai Odyssey is very interesting to me because it does lay the groundwork for all the very positive changes that we see in Impact 3 later. A lot of the jumping around and moving this stuff, like, it's very rough looking at it now because it's aged, not the best. It's very clunky compared to the newer stuff, but it did set the groundwork for everything that came later. When we get to Post-Honkai Odyssey 2, the combat also gets much better, and it improves quite a bit. When they eventually get around to Post-Honkai Odyssey 3, there is quite a lot of stuff there too that I think could be done that could be very interesting. It could be another one of those like experimental things to push us forward into new stuff, or it could be just an iteration of what we already have. Hard to say. As far as like the plot is concerned, I don't really feel like it's nearly as disjointed as people think it is. It's pretty direct. We wander around here, we fight some shit, And then we go fight this other stuff. May gets injured. And then at the very end of like this, we go into part 2 where we go to a different section of St. Fountain. We're continuing to investigate. We fight the Sky people off. And it's pretty direct. It has like Gurren Lagann fights, but it's not very disjointed. The combat's just rough because it was very experimental at the time it came out. Now, whether or not you like the story is kind of another matter entirely. But I never felt that it was like really like that disjointed or that messy. It was just clunky. But a lot of early Impact there was clunky. So, like, if anything, I will say that my personal impressions of this when I played through this originally was like, this was a vast improvement over what we had already seen combat-wise. I remember one of my first thoughts of playing this was that, like, wow, May can be fun. May's a fun character to play now. Like, I remember that being a very, very good change. And a lot of what a Post-Honkai introduces does get better. A Post-Honkai 2, for example, has like a... I forget what it's called. It's like a moon bracelet or something, which basically becomes the Astral Op system. It functions essentially the same way. Just different animations, whatever, but it works like how the Astral Op system is, which a lot of people hate the Astral Op system, but not for the reasons of mechanics, but for the reasons of it being characters that you can't actually play. But like, a Post-Honkai has always been a thing that introduces new concepts in their rough forms to beta test it, get an idea of how people feel about it, and then in the main game, they would always iterate off of it and make it improved and better. I've always felt that was the case. And even looking back on it now, yeah, I still feel that that's correct. That does still track for me. It's a good stepping stone for a better system. It would be... Returning to this combat in part 2 would be unacceptable. Well, yeah, of course it would be unacceptable. But I don't think they would do that. Because remember that with part 1, this is very rough for what it is. But, like, this was their first attempt at it. And at the context of when this came out, this was an improvement. Part 2, when we get to that in however long it takes us to get to that, was also a big improvement from this. Part 2 made it a lot more fluid, made it a lot more interesting. It was a lot better. It's much closer to how Part 1.5 and Part 2's combat actually plays. It feels a lot like that. It's still slightly clunky in some ways, but it does get much better in Post-Honkai Part 2. And my impressions would be that when Part 3 maybe comes out, if they just make it part of the main story or whatever, that it would be the same thing again, that it would be a vast improvement over the last 2 versions of it. I would make the case that like, you could argue that anything in the old stuff like this would be unacceptable to release now. Like, go look at Sakura Samsara. Like, look at how the world's constructed, how like simplistic it is, how simplistic the combat was. That would be unacceptable to release now, obviously, because it's old as shit. This came out in 2020, like exactly in 20. This is like pandemic shit, right? That's when this came out. So like, they wouldn't release this now, not in 2026, because this is 6 years old. This is ancient now. As far as, like, everything else with it, we'll evaluate it as we get through it again, but like, I don't recall the story of this being, like, too complex or convoluted. I just remember some people didn't quite resonate with it, which is where there's, like, a lot of back and forth about it. Again, there's a not small portion of people who really hate a Post-Honkai Odyssey, and there's different complaints here and there. Like, the one I mentioned before was that people really didn't like the fact that the models don't quite match the art. So when you look at like May's model specifically, she's a little bit bug-eyed compared to her art. And they have yet to really like tweak the model to be better in regards to that. But like, I would also make the case of like, wow, a Hoyo game where the character models don't quite match the art? Shocker. Because every fucking Hoyo game basically has that exact problem, right? Every Hoyo game does this. I don't know how valuable that is as a complaint or not. Do with that what you will. But as far as like the actual story, it's fine. I expect that there will probably be retcons at some point. But I haven't seen this in a while. So maybe I will feel differently. But we'll see. It is very rough though. Like a lot of this combat stuff is very, very rough compared to what we are used to now. We're very spoiled now. Signs of inactivity were forged. Yeah, we knew about that. Who would do that and why? Oh, it just kicked me out. Okay. Interesting. Return to the fourth mission. Suppose I just don't see the sense in writing a story connected to the main story set years in the future, but directly connected to the story you haven't written yet. Feels strange. I mean, it was odd. Like, I don't think anybody's going to argue that this wasn't an odd choice. But Hoyo also has a habit of doing stuff like that, of like writing themselves like into like a bit of a corner. I figured they thought this was going to be a little bit easier to do than when it was. It was like a fun, because I think like what they had maybe originally planned was that Impact was probably going to wrap up when the Herschel finale stuff was done. So this was going to be like a fun side story. And recall also that when this released, no one knew if this was canon or not. There was big debates about whether or not it was going to be in a bubble universe or something else. It is confirmed unambiguously to be actually canon, whether you like it or not. It is canon. Is it a strange choice to do that? Sure. But like, looking at it now, I do find that like playing through this in 2026 is fascinating. Both because I have the historical context of having played this when it released, but also like now with all the additional information we have of having finished part 1.5 and will be finishing part 2 whenever they release the story for it. I do find this to be very interesting now. I've never been a big hater of the story like some people on Twitter and stuff, but like, it's fine. It's okay. Is it like the best story that Honkai has? No, it's just different. And it was an odd choice, to be sure, but I don't think it like really affected too much of how they were going to write things. Because remember that like the other context of this I think is very interesting, is that this was meant to go directly into Star Rail. Star Rail, I think, went through a lot of different ideas. I think originally Star Rail was supposed to have a lot of direct one-to-one connections to Impact Third. Remember in the original like pilot thing for it, like the Reburn 2 animation, I think is what it is. Reburn 2 was showcased at the concert, or like one of the concerts they had, as a Star Rail trailer. Having Welt and Carole hopping on the second divine key and going into space. So like, this was also supposed to be in some ways a prologue to Star Rail, which is also very, very interesting. They're setting this idea of like aliens outside the solar system, of stargates and things. There's like threats outside the solar system, and that's what this is supposed to be doing. It's just since gotten slightly messier because of the new information we've been introduced to since then, which is arguably both good and bad, depending on how you want to look at it. But that is like, I think what the intent of this was supposed to be, was like kind of setting the stage for a broader, solar system wide story in Star Rail that they since retconned and made not the case. Which is why whenever Star Rail released, they had the Alien Space manga recommended as a prologue to the game to tell you about what happened to Welt and Board Archives. That was like on their website and stuff, right? Like that was a really important thing at that time. Now, I don't know. I don't know how relevant like this is to that, other than we know it still connects, but how it connects is anyone's guess. Which is partly why I'm glad we're revisiting this, because we have years, it's like 6 years of shit that's released since this came out that we can talk about. All right, tap the bubble to report your findings. Okay, Matt, let's talk. You're back, Adam. We've collected a great deal of intel. Some might even shock you. Okay. I've used laser beams to ascertain the shape of this barrier. It's not a cylinder, it's a sphere. Significant laser beam deflection was found at the top and peripheries of the city. So it's a dome. From my calculations, the center of the spherical barrier should be at the strange island in the sky. That's right. That floating structure may be connected to the anomalies we're seeing in Sane Fountain. And probably those unidentified creatures as well. I've sent the collected data back to our HQ. Do you think that Schicksal is still using the, like, floating island base? I know Adam mentioned it earlier, so, like, I presume they're still using it. I'm gonna pour myself some iced coffee here. I feel like they must be, right? I mean, you have, like, a big floating fortress thing. Surely Schicksal's still using it. I do wonder about that. Dr. Einstein will give us an answer, hopefully. It's just me here. Does the simple term laser beams feel really funny when used in Honkai? They're always thrown around crazier terms than just laser beams. It does feel a little awkward. You could have just said lasers. Like, I think It wouldn't be nearly as odd if she just said, I use lasers to do this, though. She said laser beams specifically. I think the beams makes it feel sillier than it is. All right. Have you found anything? Yes. Good. Tell me. You told Miss Ryden what you saw today. I see. I'm glad that the map still works. It would make things easier for us. The red crystals are worth looking into. I'll send the data back to HQ for further research. Mm-hmm. You know, honestly, like, I'm looking at May's outfit here. I don't hate this model. I know there was, like, a lot of hate about this model, but, like, I don't think it's that bad. I think it might need a little bit of tweaks to, like, maybe some of her facial structure, but I don't think this is a bad model. I mentioned this whenever I got into, like, a bit of a back and forth, as was maybe ill-advised to do on Twitter, with somebody who was saying that the models were poorly constructed. But as somebody who's, like, dabbled in 3D modeling a bit and knows at least some basic shit about it, these are not poorly constructed models. There's an instance, like, I remember looking at this very closely. There's a part in May's outfit, you can't see it from this angle, but there is a tear where the mesh doesn't connect. And there is that issue, but, like, it's not a bad model overall. Like, it's just, like, a quick thing you could do in Blender and you could fix it, no problem, right? And I've fixed issues like that with previous models of mine. So, like, a couple of instances where there's tearing in the model, but, like, the overall construction of the model is not bad at all. It's fine. I don't really get where that complaint necessarily comes from, other than just bitching because it doesn't look like the actual, like, character art. We've learned quite a lot today. However, we still have nothing on Mr. Welt's whereabouts. Model designs are fine. I like her outfit too. Yeah, I think this is a really good outfit. Actually, I do want to, like, let me see if I can. Oh, I didn't tweet my announcement on Blue Sky. Hold on. I wanted to pull up her most recent model because we have, like, the Sentinel May, whatever it is. Let's see if I can find this, because this also was one that, like, people didn't, like, quite like as much. Let's see if I can find a good, like, render of her model here. We can, like, run the comparison, because that should be, like, May in part 2 already looks like this. So let's see, open image in new tab. That's a low quality image. Okay, let's find a better one. Do we have a better image of her actual model here? Okay, this is from HoloLab. Okay, we've got one. If HoloLab will open. Come on. Yep, I see the art. All right, open image in new tab. All right, let's take a look. So May currently has this outfit. This is, like, her New Year's anniversary thing, but we do know that, like, oh god, that did not do what I wanted it to. What the fuck? Hold on, can I scroll sideways, please? Yeah, let me do this. I want to compare the two of these. This is also, like, not necessarily a fair comparison just because, like, this is a newer one. So, like, this is May's, like, one of her current things. I do like this model quite a bit, but, like, when you look at, like, it's not, like, that far off. I think that, like, her hair definition is much better. I think her eye textures are much better. But, like, this is not an outfit that May wears consistently anyway. Like, in most of the story like stuff when she shows up, she's dressed in her Post-Honkai Odyssey outfit. She's dressed like this. So, like, May can activate this power, and she can look like this. So I feel like if they were to make May playable as her Post-Honkai Odyssey form, like what they did with Carole, I feel like they might tweak it a bit, but I think she would probably still style her this. I think they just might tweak it. But you can see, like, how the facial structure is, like, slightly different, but not hugely different. I think she's, like, maybe, like, a little rounder in her newer model, and maybe her eyes are slightly closer to the center of her face, just a bit. But I don't think it's, like, that far off, really. So, is this, like, a bad representation of May's models that we've seen? I don't think so. It is kind of funny looking at, like, this old model from 2020 to one that came out in 2026. Like, that's a 6-year difference in model design. So clearly they are going to get better in their, like, construction. But I don't know. I don't think that her Post-Honkai stuff is really, like, badly constructed or, like, a bad representation of what May's supposed to look like. I think it's fine. Kind of want to see this May in her older pink Valkyrie outfit. You know, actually, I saw a video the other day on like TikTok where someone was showcasing some of the early footage of Impact 3rd. I forgot that like early like Crimson Impulse May, she has like a mesh netting down the center of her outfit in the game currently, but that was a censorship thing. She had like just like a huge boob window originally. Like it was massive boob window. And they patched that out, which I forgot about. I remember there being discussions about that when the game was still new, that there was like a lot of censorship when they went internationally because they had to. But like, it is funny seeing occasional instances of like, oh yeah, that stuff, that legacy stuff still exists somewhere. Just a bit. We learned quite a lot today, however, we still have nothing on Mr. Welt's whereabouts. I'll come up with a plan based on what we have so far. I can use your help, Adam. Okay. Got it. Intel boosted from level 1 to 2. New mission assignment for you. Tap the bubble again. Official art of grown-up May and Kiana wearing their old B-rank Valkyrie outfits would be hot as fuck. I would almost guarantee you that does exist. Somebody's already done it. AHU gave us answers out, and the overseer wishes to have a word with you. Yeah, let's talk to Teddy. We're ordered to find a flat, elevated location and assemble an array of Honkai detectors. You know what's also very interesting about this mode is we're going to see how Schicksal operates post-Final Eruption, right? We're going to see how they investigate. Like, there's actually... we won't be able to play it again because they didn't put it in, like, the permanent events. But there's an event with, like, Sushong and Susanna where, like, Sushong... like helps with Susanna like setting up these like detectors and things because it's part of their like response stuff to kind of keep people safe from like Honkai beasts that are still like vestiges after the eruption. And Susanna's really good at like, you know, fixing things because she's kind of like an engineer and geologist person. Official art of grown-up man Kiana wearing. Yeah, I agree. I picked a spot. It's not far from Assad Station. I'll fill you in on the way. Alright. New character, Raiden May. A fast, agile melee battlesuit. Wields a blade. Has high attack speed and is good at unleashing combo hits and staying midair in combat. Yeah. Look, I'll maybe go back over here now. Yeah, no, hold on, May. There's other stuff I wanted to do. Hold the fucking phone for a second. Damn. Oh, yeah, we can't do anything with May. Shame. We can't get Carole yet. I like Carole, though. She's fun. Let's go back to the base, actually. We got some stuff in the album of all things we've seen. Some new files. We have a files to see. We could read some of these. I don't know if I'm actually going to or not, but we could read some of these things. And then all that's the old stuff. Oh, yeah, you could replay a bunch of these things. I forgot about that. Let me figure this out. Have you read the mission brief? What do you think about those questions I've raised? Yes, I've read it. All right, let's organize our findings. All right, after the Great Eruption, Mr. Welt retired from Anti-Entropy and started working at ET Studio. After the Anti-Entropy Schicksal merger, ET Studio became an independent producer of mecha anime, comics, and games. St. Fountain invited Mr. Welt for a business trip last month. He arrived 2 weeks ago and then went missing. Dr. Tesla was the first one to notice. She and Dr. Einstein asked the Overseer to investigate this at once. Oh, yeah. This is going to be the moment we could talk about Welt and Tesla's relationship. Because a lot of people, like, they're very split about Welt and Tesla. Where, like, Tesla is, at least on paper, Welt's, like, functional wife / she's, like, the mom of Joey. But, like, kind of. We don't know the full context of, like, why Joey exists at all. Because Joey is like a clone of the original Welt, right? Not Joaquin. So Tesla like works as like Joey's mom, kind of, but she's kind of a shit mom. And then Welt is the default dad for this. So they do have a parental role together when it comes to raising Joey. And Einstein does not have that role with them. Einstein is like Coralie's mom, which is its own thing. But like Carole, I think later on mentions that like it is like she like was under the assumption that Tesla and Welt were like officially married. But I think that like there's still some debate about that. And a lot of people think that Tesla has more of like a mother role to Welt because of how old she is. I would challenge those people to read the Second Eruption manga. Because no the fuck she is not just a mom. Tesla at the very least is head over heels for Welt. This is a pretty, I think, well-established fact. And it isn't odd that like she would be the first to notice that he's gone missing. Like that does kind of like, in my mind, that leans into this idea of like, they're both co-parenting a clone. And also she's had, you know, a decade or plus more time to like be in love with him. She would notice he's missing. So yeah, I view it as that personally, but other people have differing opinions. Adam, any questions? They invited Mr. Welt here. Yes. It means the Saint Fountain has been watching Mr. Welt for a while. Yes. They must be interested in his other roles as the former AE Sovereign or the Hersher of Reason. It's probably not to do with Hersher of Reason stuff. Because, like, if it were the Hersher of Reason stuff specifically, the question would be, like, why? Because all Welt can do... Oh, you know what, actually... I did think about something that would make Welt's powers as Hersher of Reason interesting to some extent. Is Welt can still wield some of the power, not much, and he can craft certain things. It could be that they would want his ability to create stuff to assist in assembling a Stargate or something else, right? That could be possible. But then the question really gets raised of, if that is the only reason why they would want Welt to assemble like a Stargate or help them building things, why would they not target Bronya as well, who can also do that? And arguably is the better candidate for it because Bronya resonated more directly with the core of reason and became the Hersher of Truth later on. So, like, why would they not target Bronya at all? Like, that does strike me as, like, extremely odd. That, like, if that's what they want, like, if it's Hersher of Reason, it's just... The fact that they don't focus Bronya is weird to me. And AE Sovereign, potentially, sure. If it's Void Archives, it's a vendetta thing, right? But I also don't think it's, like, strictly speaking, his role actually as the AE Sovereign, per se. Let Kawaii Tesla-chan find happiness too, damn it. We need Tesla-chan to incur the curse of heterosexuality in the Hoyoverse. Yeah, this is true. You know, something else I considered is, like, the Alien Space manga also has it where Welt had interactions with the Sky People before in 2005 or 6, whenever Himiko was in college. So it could be that also the Sky People at that time had issues with him, potentially, assuming that they're not tied to Vita. Because Vita would not have dared attack Earth in 2006. Like, there's no fucking way. Because, like, Saw was still alive, and Vita would have not come here at all. But there was an attempted invasion in the early aughts anyway. So if it's Mara, she doesn't fucking know any better. Yeah, that would make some sense. In which case, the Sky People would remember Welt as somebody who helped thwart their invasion the first time. In which case, yeah, they would be targeting him specifically for that. And May would not know this. She would not be privy to that. Tesla and Einstein would know. Like, Tesla, I do think that, like, we'll have to make sure we, like, pay attention to their dialogue later on. Because they should recognize these things. Because they've seen them before. Admittedly over, 20 years prior, but they have definitely seen the Sky People before. So we'll need to make sure we pay attention to what they say and see how that operates. We cannot let Tesla hook up with Einstein and Welt can be her mistress. I like the idea that Welt is the mistress. I like that. I find that very amusing. May, okay, she has nothing to say. Okay. All right, let's add May to the party. Let's go. Dr. Anson came up with an idea, and the overseer talked about it with me. We think it might actually work. The doctor said we could locate Mr. Yang through Honkai energy readings. Yeah, that would make some sense. By pairing our detectors up into an array, we can extend the radius to 80 kilometers or 1/12 of the urban area. That's a pretty big urban area. Waiting for Carole. Yeah, join her device to the array to cover the entirety of St. Fountain. But that's not the point. We might find too many signals. Yeah, the Overseer had the same concern. After Honkai ended, 99% of Honkai energy is sealed in the moon. But still. You know, I wonder what that means specifically. Right? Because, like, Kiana has to stay on the moon because if she descends on Earth, it can wreak havoc on the planet, right? Like, that was kind of the point of why she stays on the moon. She can't really, like, leave necessarily. But, like, I wouldn't strictly describe Kiana's current state as sealed. Or Honkai as sealed per se. Like, it's up there. Like, the Cocoon of Finality is there. But sealed is an interesting choice of words, because I'm not sure exactly what that entails here. But still, there is some left and scattered around the globe. It's no threat, but it's out there. If we activate the detectors, we'll get a Honkai energy map of St. Fountain. So, we need to improve the detector's accuracy. No. We're not looking for Honkai energy only. We're looking for our Hersher's energy. This way. Okay, May. We'll go take a look. I guess, like, if Kiana, like, draws Honkai back to the moon, and it stays with her and the Cocoon of Finality at the moon base, I suppose you could classify that as sealed, in a manner of speaking. Yeah, I suppose. It depends on how strict you want to be with that. Also, was there not a chest up here? Also, I have May in my party. Why can't I swap to May right now? Did I forget? I did not forget to add her in. I thought I added her in. Adam, do you remember the aerial combat in the game Icarus? Alright, let's go! I can unleash Flash to follow up enemies that have kinetic energy. Look at that! May gets to zip around. It's great. I love playing as May here. Oh yeah, she's better at dealing with the shields. Yeah, that was fun. Walk from along the river till you see the famous False Bay. I do remember being very pleased with May's overall combat here. Okay, so let's take a look at her model up close now. See if I can find the visual tearing I remember seeing. Oh yeah, there it is. So if you look right here, right there in that section, you will see that there's a tearing in the mesh where you can see through her model. You can see the other sides of it a bit. That is the only actual error I have ever noticed with her model at all. See if we can get a better look at it. Yeah, you can see it there a little bit. That's the only ever like major issue I have ever seen with her model at all. Again, does she look like maybe slightly bug-eyed? Potentially. But I don't think it's like bad. I think if they moved her eyes in like very slightly, this might fix a lot of people's complaints with the model. But only like very, very slightly. It'd be like a very, very subtle change. And let's get our chest. Thank you. We need a lot of this shit. For all that was very deliberately designed, why would they add that plume that clips through her hair with her shoulder? Oh yeah, I guess that is an odd one. Let's take a look at it. Well, it doesn't always clip, mind you. Remember that, like... I think I would say this. Clipping on models is not nearly as big of a problem as people make it out to be. There's a lot of clipping that happens all the time. It's a matter of how well you hide it. In this instance, it's not necessarily the best, but I also don't think it's like that bad. It depends on how stiff it is. If it's like her usual outfits, like with her Short Thunder stuff, where she has like a pauldron type thing, then yeah, it clipping through her hair is just like, it's her hair. It's not like solid structures. Like, it should be able to go through the hair. Would it be annoying? Yeah, absolutely. But like, it's not necessarily a bad thing in and of itself. I don't really have too much of an issue with that personally. Like, you could even make the case that there's a seam in her hair there that's specifically because that's where it clips through. I don't think it's that bad. I think it's a very minor thing. Okay, were there any other chests over here? I think I remember there being some. Nope. Camera, stop it. They have chests sitting around in places that I kind of forget about. All right, this thing. Bonk, bonk, bonk. God, that's so fun. Mesa like current battle suits don't have that like snappiness to it, do they? I wouldn't mind having that like back as a thing for zipping around. If her outfit has clipping through her hair like that, why would they not design it in a way that acknowledges it? I mean, I don't want to frame it this way, but I'm going to say it anyway. As someone who has dabbled in 3D modeling, there's only so much you can do about it. You care a lot more about the actual like presentation and silhouette of the model more than anything else. There is always going to be some amounts of clipping. Like, there's clipping of her sword through her hair. There's clipping of some parts of it. But every model has clipping in some way. There's always going to be some little bit of it. It depends on, again, how well it's like hidden or not. And you kind of have to like pick your battles with that of like, is this an issue that I care about that much when you're creating something? And the answer might be the silhouette's more important than this minor clipping issue. If it came a few months later, we might get to see the wonder of many... Right, well, I didn't get to read that. Sick of executing have to finish the mission. Yeah. I would argue that, like, if you're making a 3D model, that doesn't really matter that much. The visual silhouette, the, like, shape language of the model itself is infinitely more important than whether or not it clips through her hair. Like... I think that's where I would be at, and I'm pretty sure that the people who worked on this would be inclined to agree. I don't like the... I've done 3D modeling, so that's the thing. I don't like necessarily using that as like a thing, because I'm not a 3D modeler. I've not done a whole lot of it. I've only very, very like minutely worked in that. But I have done a lot of character design. And in character design stuff especially, that is the case too. Like, you care more about like how... the actual model looks overall, or how the design looks overall. And you're not necessarily worried too much about whether or not it makes sense. Like, think about, like, Star Wars character designs, right? Like, do you know how little their models actually, or their, like, designs make any fucking sense? Like, how do some of these, like, shirts and stuff stay up, right? Like, they look weird because they didn't think about how well it makes sense. Some games and developers and studios will put more effort into making these things make sense. To making, like, a lot of, like, specific details into making it, you know, flow and make more natural sense. Hoyo, I don't think is one of those developers. I don't think they think about it really at all. I would have to just not have that flare at all. I think she'd look a lot more slim and cute without those things on the shoulders. I mean, you could, but I don't think it's that big of a deal. Like, everyone has their preferences, sure, but I think they had an idea of, like, what they wanted it to be. I think what I would maybe... Oh, let me deal with this first, and we'll continue this conversation in a second. Of where I think maybe my concerns would be. No, we'll use Adam for this. Bonk. Okay, they're gone. So here's where I think I would be maybe confused about why they decided to do this. May has many like visual motifs that they kind of use consistently with her quite a lot. Usually it's like a samurai type thing. That's what they do a lot with May's like overall designs after Crimson Impulse. The question I have looking at this design is she's got like the very like prominent feather and stuff. We have these like feather-like things on her overall outfit. And the question I end up asking myself is, okay, why feathers? Why this like sort of wing type motif with May's design here? May has not traditionally had any real connection to birds of any kind necessarily. That's not really a thing. That's more of a fupa type thing. So why use that here? And I'm not sure that I have an answer as to why they chose to do that here. Let's see. Do you like their season? Maybe there's more points of interest in the base series if that's it. Yeah. That is the strongest broken overpass known to man over your head. I mean, yes. It did just break, though. I mean, it broke the bridge earlier. We did see it collapse. It should have collapsed more, but don't worry about that. Where are the supports? Yeah. Actually, where are there's a support? Okay, so the one on the far side there is probably okay. There's supports down there. Where's the supports for this one? There's one here at least. Did I have any others closer by? We'll have to go wander around and see if we can find others. See, there's another overpass there. There's another support that way. The side closer to you is defying fucking physics. I mean, yeah. I don't worry too much about that kind of stuff either. Again, like, my thinking is mostly... I hate to say it this way. I hate framing things this way. Sometimes it's not that deep. You don't need to look at things too closely, as long as it's like you can nitpick anything the more like deeply you analyze it. And I don't want to do the it's not that deep kind of thing, because I don't really like that framing. But in some instances, like, yeah, they're doing it for a vibe. Okay, you're getting on my fucking nerves. Come here, you. Yeah, bitch, fuck you. It's just funny when you say, yeah. Like, this is coming from somebody who, like, genuinely loves to nitpick the fuck out of things. I will do that, but, like, I always have, like, a sort of, like, way that I think about these things, which is, how valuable is this nitpick? How useful is this? And if I don't think it's very useful, it's just like me personally would criticize it, but it's like, in the grand scheme of things, doesn't matter. I always try to like head off that opinion with that like qualifying statement, because I'm like, I don't think this matters that much. It's funny to like see it and notice it, but does it like break my immersion to see the bridge broken? Not really. They built this entire thing as a side project to the main game. It has a lot of love and detail put into it. I don't mind if you want to oversight. It's just funny. Yeah, I agree. I mean, like, criticisms aside from the people who've been complaining about this for years since it came out, this is a really, really good set piece. Like, think about, like, the context of this, right? The most we've had as a city like this was, like, Arc City, but the levels were decidedly more scaled back than this. This is an expansive, massive area with a lot of detail, a lot of stuff going on here, like an actual weaving world. This feels more like a city than anything we've seen before. Can you imagine if, like, when we got to Arc City, they had a section like this, like an actual big open world area to wander around Arc City? That would have been wild, but they didn't. They had this instead, and they used this as like a template later on to make big open world areas moving forward. So when we get to the Coldstone arc, they have that. The Elysian Realm, like actual main story stuff, is kind of a semi-open world thing. They have like the moon-based stuff, and Part 2 also kept doing a lot of that stuff. Part 1.5 did this thing quite well. This became kind of the standard for their level design moving forward. They didn't do the small, tiny, like, mobile game levels anymore. They really expanded everything after this. This was the thing that started that. And I think that's really important to recognize. These are cool enemy designs too, by the way. These are super fucking rad. Alright, let's use Adam. Yep, let's swap back over to May. Alright, let's go back over to Adam. Where is it? Damn, okay. Give me your... Nope, let's not do that. Shit. Bastard. Yeah, bitch, come here. Okay, yeah, we gotta get on top of this stuff. Some kind of caustic fluid is coming out of the ground. Quick, jump on the platform to avoid the fluid. Yep, I'm working on it. Now, where is it? Bonk, 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 bonk. This is like one that's built for May, isn't it? Just so we can stay in the air. Oh, hello. Thank you for the follow. Or something. All right, this bullshit. Okay. Come here, you. No, stop it. Coward. Give me the face too. Another new monster. This one looks like a human. Correct. So it looks more artificial and fragmentary. Mm-hmm. I have a theory. Adam, are you thinking what I'm thinking? They were made based on humans. Yes. And that's why their appearance has so many similarities to that of a human. This is something I think absolutely will get retconned. Hold on a sec. You'll never guess what I'm watching you from right now. Check me when you get a chance. Okay. Let's go over to media and go take a look. You have me in VR chat? That's wild. Okay. Hi to VR chat, I guess. May, you know damn well that this is based off Griseo's paintings. It's FF14. That's even wilder. Simulators are put together in such an unnatural way. May, that's rude of Griseo's paintings. You shouldn't say that. It feels like their creator knows nothing about human civilization and was just mixing whatever he or she saw. Interesting way of putting that. Things are getting weirder and weirder. Let's take a short break here. I'll speak to the Overseer. She and the doctor should be interested in what we found. Yeah, let's talk to Teddy. Comment rating raised. Okay. All right, there is a supply thing. What does this give me? Oh, yeah, we can get Adam's weapon. I forgot that's how you get this. And I got one fucking thing. Useless. Okay, May, let's talk. Good job, Adam. I have faith in the professor's solutions, but the radius of detection is too small. Well, you said it was like a 1/12 of the city, so yeah, I'd imagine it's pretty fucking tiny. If nothing shows up, should we wait for Carole, or should we reposition and try again? Carole needs to get her ass over here. We'll discuss about this later. Carole needs to get her ass back here. What is she even doing right now? She needs to be back here. We're going to go find her and bully her a bit. May frowned. It was obvious she was troubled by something. Adam, HQ is interested in St. Fountain's creatures. The professors want us to gather more intel. It was supposed to be Carole's mission, but there are only 2 of us right now. I forgot what Carole was doing right now. What was she up to? Was she just like running late to the mission because she got sidetracked by other shit? Or did she run away and not tell Lewis? I think she ran away and didn't tell Lewis. That's what it was. Which, by the way, if you didn't know Carole's backstory, Carole is the daughter of Lewis Pepper. Or at least it's like her married name, I guess. Lewis was a B-rank Valkyrie who shows up in the Second Eruption manga. She helped fight against Sidon and is one of the survivors of that war. She's a very, very minor character. We don't see her too often. We see her in this. We see Sasana is a big fan of her as well. And she's also one of the few characters in Hoyo Properties who's actually fucking built. Like, Lewis is big. She's a very beefy woman. It's impressive. Like, she is built like a truck. And it's great. Carole actually has a bit of a complex about it because she doesn't want to look like that. She wants to be a petite, cute girl and not a muscle-bound person like her mom. I'm like, come on, Carole, your mom's great. What do you mean? Don't be like that. Something happened to the kid? Well, I'm afraid something did happen to the kid. Well, she ran away from home. She's gone AWOL. Of course she did. Ran away from home. Yeah, don't worry. We just received a message this morning. We got her. Of course. She didn't want to come to St. Fountain and ran away while her parents slept. Oh, yeah. I remember her reasoning for this was so stupid, too. She's pretty good at covering her tracks. We couldn't find her until she ran out of money and turned herself in. Carole, you dingus. Sounds like Carole, all right. Achu told me she's heading our way. We have to straighten her up a bit when she arrives. She did go AWOL on us. Not that serious of an offense, but we must maintain discipline. Yep, we get to bully her. Oh, thanks for the follow again. Or sub? Follow. I think it's follow. Let's see. Trouble always has a way with Carole. She's a good girl, but she can lose her temper and do some really crazy stuff. Yeah. I would say that actually is pretty accurate for Carole. I used to know someone just like her. What do you mean used to? Kiana's still on the moon, May. Don't be so moody. She gazed into the distance and briefly lost herself in thought. She quickly recovered and smiled. Back to the mission. The professors need to know the types, forms, behaviors, and tactics of the creatures. You know, I guess Kiana being stuck on the moon and can't come back to Earth. I suppose May isn't necessarily being like moody, she's just being like nostalgic. I think she's just like kind of lost in nostalgia of her student days, not necessarily like, woe is me, my wife is sealed on the moon. I guess. I have to see like how they were trying to write May at this time, because what happened to Kiana was always going to be kind of a mystery at this point. Because I think like the general consensus that I had at the time that this came out was that Kiana was going to get like she was going to sacrifice at the end, like she was going to be sealed on the moon permanently to stop Honkai forever. I think that was like the understanding, because most of us didn't have any real like actual like information about this. All we could really base it on was Honkai Gakuen, where at least in one timeline, Kiana becomes a Harsha finality and fucking kills everyone. And Honkai Gakuen is decidedly a lot more brutal than this game is. And yeah, I think that was the idea, that Kiana was going to become the Harsha finality, and then she was going to seal herself on the moon to stop Honkai from like ravaging the planet. And I think that was maybe their intention at this time, but that was, you know, that's changed. It's retconned a bit. But it's funny thinking about this now in the context of all the information we've had since this came out 6 years ago. If we could trace their origins, we might be able to identify the mastermind and their reasons for doing all this. That's it for now. Keep it up, Adam. All right. Side mission received. Got anything to say, May? How's your weapon? Are you getting used to it? Pretty useful. Good to hear. Our R&D division forged this sword according to your specifications. We wanted a male as powerful as a Valkyrie, so we fitted something special within the blade. This is something else that's like, they will almost certainly go into this later. But remember that, like, male Valkyries almost never exist. They don't really happen, right? Because Honkai doesn't mesh well with men, which is very funny in and of itself. But men have, like, just by default, very, very bad Honkai adaptability. So it's very, very rare for a man to become a Valkyrie at all. And Adam is one of the few instances where we've seen a man actually succeed in becoming a Valkyrie. But he's also, like, kind of still at a disadvantage compared to everyone else. He's not dissimilar from Himiko in that way, because Himiko had bad Honkai adaptability too. But it's just like, I think they've like had to give him like special equipment to sort of account for the fact that he is never going to be as powerful as the female Valkyries of his age. A similar issue in a manga you love called Claymore. Okay. I've never heard of that. It absorbs and stores ambient Honkai energy and releases it on command. Think of it as a weaponized Honkai pet. Is this fucking God Eater? Did she give us a God Arc? We have a God Arc as a weapon, but it's a Honkai Arc, I guess. Here comes the caveat. It's the first prototype we built, and we're unsure if there's any potential danger. I objected to the weapon. No one should be risking their lives to test a potentially dangerous device. But the R&D division told me that you gave them your informed consent. I guess it's too late to say anything. You had the chance to refuse them. Though you can absorb Honkai at a faster rate, your body is also more vulnerable to Honkai overdose. Yep. He is constantly at risk of becoming a zombie. Sucks to suck. Males can do it, but they're more susceptible to fits of rage and violence and lose their humanity too quickly. Yeah, like that's kind of exactly what this is here. Like Adam, by being a male Valkyrie, means that he can almost certainly become a zombie and like be susceptible to Honkai Cascade than anyone else, just by nature of like what he is. Schickal's anti-zombification agent is not without limits. Honkai corruption is irreversible. Unless you become a Hersher and you heal from it, yeah, ain't gonna fucking happen. I have very high hopes for you, Adam. I'm honored to have you in my squad. You know, May did say earlier that Adam was on DeRailed squad originally. I wonder why they prompted to like move him to May's squad. Was DeRailed like too intense for him? Is that what it was? We know how she is. We know how she is supposed to be. I wonder if like DeRailed was just like a little bit too intense. And like, we need to put you somewhere else. We can't put you with Veliona because she's also scary and she might not mesh well with you personally. But, you know, considering that like Lyle is on Veliona's team, I'm not necessarily surprised that they considered putting him on there because Lyle and Adam have history. So like, I guess that makes sense. It's like, yeah, Veliona might not leave the best impression for you. So we'll put you on May's team with Carole. It's fine. Promise that you keep yourself safe. You have a strong sense of duty, but do not exceed your limits. That's all I have to say. Thanks, May. We're glad that you're looking out for us. Okay, she's got nothing to say here. Now it's time to enhance your characters. Yeah, we do need to do that. Let's see. Yeah, we level everybody. Let's start with this skill. Unlock. Yep, it's fine. Oh, yeah, I forgot. We have this whole, like, level tree. Let's go back. What does May have? Okay, they leveled May up at least a little bit. We can't do anything else with her, though. Yeah, get some extra stuff here. That's fine. I think you'd actually really like Claymore. Highly recommend the manga. Fun. You know, actually, this is a complete tangent. I just watched The Ribbon Hero on Netflix the other day, which was based off of Princess Knight, which was Osamu Tezuka's work that like kind of created or was influential to like the shoujo and like magical girl genres. I kind of want to read Princess Knight now because like Ribbon Hero is really good. I really liked it a lot. Very, very fun. Side things in there. Yep. Let's go to the side mission, please. Let's see. The anime is an amazing telling of the manga, being nearly 1-to-1 for every scene. The last episodes were rushed and had to make an anime original ending. Oh, it's like Full Metal Alchemist, huh? Or at least the original Full Metal Alchemist. Which I've also only ever seen bits and pieces of. Ultimate skill is ready. I didn't really want to use the ultimate on this. This thing is not worth using the ultimate on. Yeah, I can kill this thing. It's fine. The Fool is easy. Also, I don't think that, like, this specific Post-Honkai Odyssey specifies it, but I think part 2 does. The names I give all the Sky People monsters, Adam came up with. He decided to use it. They used tarot cards for it. Which is super fun. I love that it's a detail. Like, yeah, we called it this. Just cuz. I don't remember if this actually tells us that or if it's not until part 2, but, like, I do like that. Phenomenal series, though? Yeah. Let's see. Oh, yeah, they won't let me back down there yet. I think I have to unlock it first. Yeah, I won't step on the stuff. I'll walk around it. One of the flying monsters. Focus is so a lot to find out about them. Yeah, I'll deal with them, May. I'm not worried about it. No problem. For as clunky as this is compared to like the modern stuff, this is, I've said it before, this is a vast improvement over what Impact 3rd was up to this point. Hey, why don't you come right over here? Yep, see ya, nerd. Why are you not dead? You have, like, no health. Why are you still alive? Stop that. Alright, yep, come over here. Let me just smack that. There it is. Hey, what was May's again? Perform the leap counter. Yeah, I got this. No problem. We collected enough data? I think not. I think we're going to keep wandering around. How dare you? Kicking me out of the... I'm exploring shit. I'm doing stuff. May. Good job, Adam. You collected highly valuable intel. I'll send it back to Schicksal and have our scientists look into it. Mm-hmm. Acts of May completed. Yeah. Does opposing say ever explain why May is super nerfed by this time and not overpowered like she should be? Well, yeah, because all of the Honkai like Herrscher cores have dissolved. They're all gone. It's not just Welt that's powered down. Every Herrscher is powered down because all of Honkai was like basically like shrinking and dissolving over time because it's something Kiana does. So yeah, May doesn't have access to her full Herrscher power anymore. And even if she did, like, we haven't seen how long that process takes or if they've even recognized it. But as far as I remember, what it says is that, like, yeah, all the Herrscher cores have effectively dissolved, and people like May and Welt only have, like, small vestiges of their power left. It's not the same as what they were at their peak. Like, May is still an extremely competent sword fighter, but she's not going to be a weapon of mass destruction anymore. Which I think is important to remember that, like, yeah, she's nerfed because she's not a Herrscher anymore, strictly speaking. Well, it said no. What said no? To my how it kicked me out of the thing. Also, hi, Charlie. Spoken with HQ. The Overseer wants to inspect the city with her own eyes. I'm setting up a panoramic hologram to fill her in. Yeah, let me talk to Teddy. Let's begin the construction of an array. Yeah, I want to talk to Teddy already. They show like a little icon of her. I'm really curious to see how like different May's or like Teddy's design is at this point versus like what we know her like current Overseer design is supposed to be. I feel like even normal Valkyries aren't Herrschers. Feel like they'd be a bit more well off than they're shown here. Maybe I'm just not estimating the one up. I think you might be overestimating the power because normal Valkyries aren't necessarily all that strong. Didnall is not a good example of it. May, I think, can be more powerful. I think at this point she doesn't necessarily think that it's worth doing. She does get injured later on, but like, I also think that this mode does specify that they don't have access to their full power anymore, and most of your average Valkyries aren't like they're more powerful. They're not like Mantis soldiers, right? Like they're not super overpowered. They're just able to fight Honkai on a level that most people can't, because your average people are just like bodied immediately and dead. Whereas like Valkyries can take a couple of hits and then die. Yeah, we'll do exploration. It's fine. No task accepted. Oh, was I supposed to explore or go accept adventure tasks? You can go near enemies from behind, assessing the deal massive damage. Yeah. I remember how this works. Yep, continue. We should probably go get teleporters and stuff. Yes, I know how the teleporter stake works. We spend way too much time with walking through nuclear bombs that normal average Valkyrie level feels awkward. Yeah. Well, I mean, think about, like, we haven't got to it yet, but when we get to the Herrscher of Ice stuff, remember that, like, in the Herrscher of Ice stuff, a lot of normal Valkyries die immediately. Like, they don't survive very long. Is this your first time you can play as a guy in the game? It's the first and only time at that, Charlie. This is Adam. He's a basic bitch. And this is the only time that you have a dedicated character to play that is a guy. You have instances later on where we get to play as Kevin and instances where we get to play as Siegfried, but those are unique to those specific stages and we can't access them readily ever again. So we have Protag Kun. And he, especially in this mode, he is very much Protag Kun. He is not as interesting as I would have liked him to be. Yeah, he is a basic bitch, to be sure. Intel level too low. Bullshit. I do what I want. Adam's too dumb to open a chest, guys. I hate to break it to you. He's just a little dumb. But let's not do that. Bonk. Derp. Yeah, he's just a little dumb. Now, if I remember correctly... Okay, let's see. I know I can do that. Now let's go over here. Run to this thing. Bonk that. Let's swap to May. And it. No problem. Level 10. Okay, stop targeting that. See if I can remember where all this stuff is. I don't know if I fully remember where everything is. It has been a while since I played this. Though I do remember there is a very amusing clip of mine from when this first came out. We were playing it on stream on my account. There's a very, very funny clip of me somewhere on my channel from back then that I think you guys should go check out again. How hurt would you be if you got isekai'd and you tried to open treasure and the world said you're too stupid to open it? I think what would most hurt is my pride. I think my pride would hurt the most. I'm like, what do you mean I'm too dumb to open a treasure chest? This is bullshit. It's until level 2, number 5. I can't even open a level 5 one. Too stupid. I'd be so insulted. I would be too. I'm like, what do you mean I'm too stupid to open it? This is bullshit. Yeah, nope, let's not get with that. All right, and then we go over here, and let's say that. I remember the ways to assassinate shit without having to enter the combat scenes. Okay, I remember this one was kind of annoying. But I think I can blow it up. Does this kill it? I think this kills it. Hold on. Yeah, I can blow it up. Easy. Now let's do that. All right, well, let's go do some actual fighting. I think the fuck not, bitch. Get out of here. Dick. All right, fine. Adam can deal with you. Bam. A level 11 chest that we're too stupid to open. Fucking rude as hell. At least we have a couple we can open. You know, I think I remember like seeing something like, oh, you get isekai'd in the game you played last, whatever. And I thought about it. If I were isekai'd into like Honkai Impact 3rd, I'd be so fucking dead. I would be so dead. Like immediately, I would be dead. I would not survive this in the slightest. Watch out, it's the Guardian. Guardians are stronger than regular enemies, please be careful. Yeah, I'm aware of how this works. Alright, come over here. Alright, come here, nerds. Come over here. Wait, did they kill Adam immediately with one hit? What the fuck? That's all it took to kill his ass? That's it? Bro, he didn't last at all. He went down immediately. Damn. I didn't realize he was that weak right now. Holy shit. Poor Adam. He did not survive that shit. Hey, we finally have adventure tasks in this now. Let's see. I guess we'll get... Let's get... Do I have Did It All unlocked on Insane's account? I remember it. Let's get Did It All. We need to like actually prioritize leveling up characters on this. So that's Adam's. This is May's. Let's do that. We'll focus on May for now. Or at least 2 for May, 2 for Adam. That's what I used to do, is like 2 for each. Bam! Quickly leveling up. Some characters' attacks not only deal damage. Yeah, okay. They also debuff the target. Oh yeah, May does debuffs. I forgot. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a slog, I already know. Just because, like, I haven't been able to do adventure tasks because, you know, we were going to stream this. It may take us some time to, like, properly do all of the stuff in this. Wait, where else? What can I level up? Oh, like, there's nothing else here. May, why are you giving me this thing that you can level shit? You can't level shit up. What are you talking about? We can't level anything. What are you on about? Okay, let's go back over to the supply stuff. We'll do 60 drops. What do we got? Hey, money! And he needs this because his account is fucking broke. He has no fucking money, and it makes leveling shit a huge pain in the ass. Okay, so let's go back over to revival time. I'm not waiting for this. We're not waiting an hour. I'm not waiting an hour for that. All right, we have story stuff to do, which is Acts of May. Yeah, we'll keep doing the plot. I don't want to have to, like, keep leveling or, like, resurrecting people. We only have so much, like, secret in this time. Dude, Teddy sounds so tired. Hello, May. Glad to see you, Overseer. You look bad. Stayed up again? What do you think Teddy's been up to this whole time? Glad to see you, Overseer. Hi. Did we meet at St. Freya? Dude, Teddy's so fucking tired. The memory is still fresh. I'm honored. Oh, no, that's her Celestial Hymn outfit. Maybe it's because you were one of the few boys there. Boys with Honkai adaptability are a rare breed. Well, enough chit-chat. Now share with me what you're seeing, please. Panoramic hologram on. Okay. Yep, I see problems. Saint Fountain. A dead city. Nothing like the metropolis in the satellite images. How does it cover itself up under Schicksal's watchful eyes? A good question, Teddy. The surveillance system designed by Grandpa is no dummy. Still using Otto's tech, huh? Not sure, but we'll find out. But first things first, finding Welt is our top priority now. We all worry about him. Yeah, I would say so. Mr. Potential Man's got some potential trouble. Let's see. I should be able to assassinate this thing. Yes, I know how to do that. Thanks. And bonk. Let's keep wandering around. We should be able to access a few new places now that we've leveled Adam up a bit. Oh, yeah, we're not dumb enough to open this chest now. You had a crack theory the other night, by the way. Well, do tell. You know I'm here for crack theories. Even if they're wrong, I'm here for them anyway, because they're fun. Adam, we need to set up detectors at these locations. As long as the detector detects any energy waves caused by the Hersher charge, we can rule out regular Honkai energy and locate the Hersher. May, I've asked the doctor. Looks like we have no record of Mr. Yang's Honkai energy sample. I'm so sorry. What do you mean you guys have no, like, samples of Yang's, like... What? He was with you guys for years. You have no samples of that at all? It's okay. I happen to have what the detector needs. That'll be my own. The power of the third Hersher. Yeah, Teddy, you guys have Bronya with you too. You have another Hersher on hand. Also, is May being the third Hersher, is that not public knowledge? We get so used to being tied up in our own little squad that I forget what the general public actually knows. The way she talks about it seems like Adam wasn't necessarily aware that May was a Hersher of Thunder, which is weird because I feel like they should definitely know that. Bonk. Okay, yeah, no. I need to get behind you so I can bonk you. Alright, you. Bonk. In Star Rail, Terminus is known to be actively traversing time in reverse, returning to the start. At the end is Terminus's beginning, fully functions somewhat the same way, but differently. Okay. The same but different. Got it. Let's see. I think I remember checking these other places, so it's fine. How is it? Can it identify? I'm trying. It's analyzing my energy data now. In Graduation Trip, we see Kiana travel backwards through all of her travels together with everyone back to the beginning and finally to herself as a child. I mean, you do, but I don't think that was literally meant to be happening. Might take a while. Please wait. Sure. I remember May calls you Adam, right? Yes, Overseer. Come on, don't be so uptight. How does it feel working with May? Miss Riding is very nice to me. Good to hear. I've known May for a long time. She was always nice and sweet. It would be an oddly specific coincidence for two figures embodying finality. Yeah, you see, the problem with that Carole that I have is that Graduation Trip is meant to be a video that kind of goes through Kiana's entire story. It's supposed to be a thing of her recognizing her past and whatever's going on with it, right? I don't think that there's any point in time where any of that is supposed to be literally physically happening. Because if I remember correctly, God, it's been so long since I've seen it. Doesn't she also see Otto and other people in that too? In which case, she's not gonna be talking to literally past versions of these people. It's just a way to represent her thinking back on her entire journey that's led up to this very final moment for her story. I don't think it's supposed to be literally traveling back in time to go see her younger self. I don't think they've ever done anything like that in Impact Third Story. Not really. Oh, not that she isn't now. I mean, if anything, she's even more sweet and dependable now. Like me, she also lost someone important, but she's stronger than me. I bet it broke her heart, but she never showed. See, they talk about Kiana like she's dead. Why do they talk about Kiana like she's dead? I don't like that. But look at the symbolism. They walk right to left, travel sequentially in reverse, all the way back to the beginning of her journey. I mean, sure. But I think this is one of this is I don't know if that actually means much of anything. It could mean that, sure, but at the end of the day, here's what we do know. Let's preface this with this. The Hersher finality has control over time. We know that. That is part of what it actually literally does. The original Hersher finality from the previous era was resetting time like a 50,000 year cycle. It was kind of doing this whole thing. So we know that it controls time in some way. It isn't traveling through time. It literally controls it. So there's that to consider. But when it comes to what's happening in Graduation Trip, I just don't see anything really other than just it being transcending finality, just like her like discussing like, yeah, this is the end of my journey. I mean, even the title of itself is like, yeah, this is her graduating from that story onto the whatever comes next. That's like the whole point of it. She's not. We know that time is wonky as fuck. Part 2 goes into this a little bit because we see that like Senna experiences time weirdly because she like kind of drifts through time in specific points. So like Senna meets Entropy in like what we know is the present, but for her it's like the past. She also meets Kiana partially. She meets Saw originally. Like we know that like being like wrestling with the cocoon of finality can affect your perception of time in some ways, and you can directly affect things that happen in like a closed time loop kind of thing, or so it seems anyways. But I don't think Graduation Trip specifically is anything about that. And Senna may not be even the best person to reference for that because Senna never fully resonated with the cocoon of finality anyway. So she has no real control over what's going on. It just kind of like happens to her. And I feel like if Kiana had met an older version of herself, that would have been mentioned at some point in time. Symbolism which implies that maybe she has some effect on herself, influenced at the beginning from the end. I mean, maybe. But again, if that were to be the case, I think the narrative would have suggested something more concrete than just a vague possible implication in one video and never again. Such would be my interpretation of that anyway. Hello, Tingris. How goes Honkai? I think it's going pretty well. But anyways, why are they talking about Kiana like she's dead? When my life hit rock bottom, she stayed by my side and cheered me up. Oh yeah, Teddy does sound depressed in this entire like thing, doesn't she? May spoke about you to me. She said you have great potential and seemed very mature. They never said that about me before, but I'm hearing it now from time to time. Guess being mature means keeping silent all the time. Damn! Teddy! Girl, you don't need to trauma dump on Adam like this, girl. Did some of you always spell things out in black and white? I mean, sometimes they do. Like, Hoyo is like, they're subtle in some ways and not in others, right? Like my view of like Hoyo's writing, broadly speaking, is that like they set some things up, but when you go back and look at it, it's pretty fucking obvious. Like let's take Himiko's death, for example. They were like flagging Himiko's death from the very fucking beginning. There was very, very, very heavy-handed storytelling. It was like, yeah, this is meant to be interpreted this way. And it wasn't just like one specific instance or anything. It was over and over and over again. They were driving home. Himiko is dying. Himiko has death flags. That was continually happening. It was very, very blatant that that's what they were planning on doing. Did people pick up on this? Some did, some didn't. But like, it is what it is. I wouldn't say they've been like so subtle that it kind of blindsides the fuck out of everyone. Usually people have a generally good idea of what's happening for the most part until they like subvert some of our expectations. Like, for example, with the Herschel finale stuff that happened in part 1, they subverted expectations a bit because stuff like this was heavily suggesting that Kiana was going to die, that she was going to be like sealed away permanently with no way to like talk to people. And so having Kiana survive that was a way to subvert our expectations because they sort of semi-retconned it a bit. But like, they're not like sneakily like sitting in little things here or there and being super like, you know, one time maybe and then referencing it again. Like they don't really do that. They siege you in stuff and it's woven pretty consistently into the narrative. So if that was something they were planning on doing, I feel like there would have been more setup for something like that. And I think currently we just don't see that being a thing, at least not based off Graduation Trip. I will say, to give you at least some leeway on this, we know that Kiana hasn't fully reached her potential. We know that as a Herschel finality, she's supposed to be able to control time to some degree, but as far as like to how much she's supposed to control it and what that actually means for her specifically is really anyone's guess. And if their leaks are to be believed, and that is a big if, because remember, take these with a massive grain of salt. When we finish the part 2 story, the leaks suggested that Kiana gives up part of her authority to Senna, or to Entropy, I mean, which includes control of time, which means that even if this were to be the case, part 2 would have killed it on immediately. It would have been dead on arrival. If that leak is to be believed. I don't know, because that story hasn't come out yet. But if it is to be believed, then yeah, even then, Kiana's authority over time specifically might not even be hers anymore. Depending on what that actually means. We don't know, but maybe. They did the same thing with Star Rail Himiko too, only a heel turn at the end. Yeah, I don't think Star Rail is a great example of that, though. Star Rail's writing's kind of shit. I'm like, if we're thinking about like what it is like right now and how Hoyo has been all the way through part 1, I don't think there's anything that really suggests that's the case. And Star Rail has been very, very hesitant to actually reference anything with Impact Third at all. So while, yeah, like defaulting back to Star Rail's writing's kind of ass and they heel turn on like random things just because, like, sure, they might do that inevitably, but as of right now, based off of what they have in this game and how this game was handled, no, I don't think there's any evidence for that. You're saying over things. Oh, that's fun. Looking forward to that. Matter of fact, I'm quite talkative at times. Bullshit, you can be talkative, Adam. Adam, you don't talk for nothing. What the fuck do you mean? But, okay, hold on. I want to answer this like how I actually think Adam is characterized. Adam is friends with Lyle. Lyle is really talkative. And while Adam can be a bit quiet, I bet that like with the right people, Adam can be talkative at times. He's not in this mode, but I think Lyle's interaction with him in part 2, or in a Post-Honkai Odyssey chapter 2 or whatever, do suggest that he is actually talkative at times. Good. Knowing when to speak and when not to is an important skill. You got a badge on here for making a comment on the new version notes saying you just can't get set up for Star Rail updates anymore. Yeah. I don't really blame you for that. Like, Star Rail's... I have very mixed feelings about Star Rail. And I would need to see a lot of, like, growth from their writing team to really change that opinion. Personally. I don't like being too negative about it, but, like, compared to, like, Zenless or this, I feel like Star Rail and Genshin's writing has been kind of middling. It's not bad. It's just, And I do find it difficult to, like, defend a lot of the time. Anyway, Adam, please try to help May anywhere you can. Thanks. Okay, Teddy, I'll do my best. All right, what's her status? Probably don't need to wait for Carole now. Huh? Found it. Yes. 2 hits came up. One is me, and the other one is on the city outskirt. Very close. Great. Now we can be assured that I'm going quick. Huh? What's going on? Another signal coming in. But we use Honkai powered comm gear. Who else could be using it nowadays? You kind of the same with Genshin, except with gameplay. Well, I kind of did what, Charlie? I'm a little... What do you mean? I feel like I'm not quite putting together what I said because I forgot what I already said to what you're saying. Quick, Adam, take over the frequency with your comm gear. Mysterious whisper. Your attitude towards Star Rail. Yeah. Genshin's combat sucks. I'm just gonna be outright and say it right now. Genshin's combat sucks. It's general rotation of like your day-to-day stuff playing the game. It sucks. It's not very fun. It is very, very fucking boring. It reminds me of like Final Fantasy 14, and I didn't like Final Fantasy 14. So like, I don't have a good time with that. I used to play Genshin a lot more because I was interested in like seeing or confirming if like my bubble universe theory was right. But like, I just got so sick of the gameplay that I just couldn't get into it. Even with Fontaine's story being much better, I was like, I just can't keep fucking doing this. I really can't. You play for a while, keep seeing if you get better. I think you've given Sorrel some grace because of connection to Impact. Yeah, I think you're right. I have been like very patient with it. And I think like if you go back and watch my old streams, I think that like my response to Star Rail has been that like usually when the patch is done, I leave like pretty solid feelings. But then when I finish a patch, I tend to like ruminate on it a bit and I sit with it. And then the longer I sit with it, like the more little things begin to bug me here or there. And like, I would never say that it's bad. I do think that Plan Arcadia has been a massive improvement. It is greatly improved what we've seen so far. But I do think that like Star Rail has a tendency to sour over time. It isn't like Impact Third. I think Impact Third has like, I've actually like lessened on some things. I've been like very, I've been very positive about Impact Third, and my general vibes with it have like been mostly that it has gotten better over time. Lately, I've had some criticisms about how they've handled certain things, but I would say that generally speaking, Impact Third has improved over time. My general feeling is it's gotten positive. Like I felt better about it the more I played it. Genshin was not. Star Rail is not. Zenless has been a pretty great experience all the way through for me. Season 2 was a bit messier, I think, a little bit disjointed, and that's the same kind of like Star Rail problem. But like Zenless overall is like a lot more, it has enough charm to like kind of keep me invested in the gameplay. It's fun. It's a good mix of things that I really like. Star Rail, I think Shirley, you are right that like I do give it a bit of grace because I'm waiting to see how it connects to Impact Third. If they're going to make these connections more explicit, they're going to actually talk about this stuff. But I think the longer that it's gone on, I tend to be more like apprehensive. Like Star Rail has suggested Vita's existence, right? They have Vita around, but I no longer have the faith in their writing team to handle Vita properly as a character. They've suggested that maybe Kiana's showing up at some point in time, but I have no faith in them to write Kiana properly anymore. They've sort of lost that goodwill with me because of how they've handled variants in the past and like characters like Welt who are supposed to be direct characters and then they get nothing to fucking do. So it's like whatever goodwill I had with Star Rail going in, it's gone now. And now I'm like neutral-ish for the most part about it. I don't feel any positive or negative things about it. It's like, it's fine. It's very okay. And then there are things that just like Siren, I think, is one that I kind of, I liked it initially. And then the more I thought about it, I'm like, actually, I like this a lot less than I thought. As far as ECC, I think I need someone to help me fix my team so I can not suck in fights. I mean, I will just go like to Pridewin. I go to them all the time. I think my bigger issue with Zenless has been that, like with you, I have not traditionally had a lot of teams to use. I've had to like wait for reruns on things. I'm finally getting to a point where I have a lot of good teams. The problem is building them. The disk drive grind sucks, and I fucking hate it. I miss the Stigmata system. The Stigmata system was so much better. Like, if Zenless had the Stigmata system, I think it'd be perfect. I think it'd be the best thing. You know, like action combat in general, I hate it, actually. You see, I'm kind of the opposite. Is I find that the action combat is generally much better for me. It tends to be a lot more dynamic and fun. It's actually why I liked PSO2 more than FF14. FF14 was very slow. It's very much like how Genshin's combat was. It's kind of like boring to me. And then I went into PSO2 around the same time, and I was like, what the fuck? PSO2 is like dynamic and fun. This is a lot more actionable. Like I can actually do stuff. I can be more involved in the combat that's happening. And that was a lot more rewarding for me as a player than FF14. This is not to say that FF14's like combat is actually bad. I don't know that it is. I am decidedly not the target audience for it. And the action stuff for me is a lot more, I'm much more invested in that than I would be for FF14's or Genshin's. You played PS2 for many years. It started back when it was Japan-only servers in the early days. Yeah, I mean, like, Mari had me play PS2 with her. We had, like, a way to get into the Japanese servers and stuff to play the original version of it. I was very late to the game, though. We used to do a series on this channel, or on my Twitch channel, not necessarily on YouTube, where we were doing PSO Tuesdays. And we would play PSO2 every Tuesday. Like, me and Mari, Dippy, and occasionally Dapperly as well. We got Dapperly in on that. But, like, I remember liking PSO2 a lot more. I don't like the member swapping bullshit of let's gotcha action combat systems easy. Yeah, I mean, I can see why that's annoying too. I know I've seen a lot of people complain about that. I remember talking to Shad about this, where Shad's argument was that he would have rather have a single character have a lot more of the skills rather than a team of 3. And to some extent, I understand why that is. However, that's not really what these games are. And I think that the bigger drawback to like having a team of 3 is ultimately like you having to build your teams, and when you don't have the team people that you need, then you can't really like do effective damage. It's my problem with Insane's account right now. It's like I don't have the people to do damage to combat things like currently, because he just doesn't have anything, and that sucks. Building your like a single character has advantages, I think, and I think there are things that does work for. Gacha games being what they are, you're never going to find it there, but I could see that. I understand that complaint. I don't think it bothers me nearly as much, though, personally. And I think maybe the reason I would argue that, and this is not that this is a requirement for it, but having like the 3-person team and them introducing new characters and stuff, or at least in the Impact Third's case, having new battle suits and stuff, I like the way that works with Impact Third, because it's like the battle suits represent like different changes in their story and stuff. It's changes in like the gameplay that like improves the old stuff. Like if you have one character, for example, let's say the Impact Third started and all we had as a playable character was Kiana, and they gave Kiana the abilities of Mei and Esperania. You have 2 immediate problems with this. The first is that you run the risk of like having an overpowered protagonist. So you have like a Kirito issue, and that you don't really have any way to like make them feel satisfying to play, because they're either going to be overpowered or underpowered, and that's an issue. The second problem is like you're kind of locked in on that. And as the game grows and changes over time, especially these live service titles, you're kind of locked in. You can't really like change that too much without massive overhauls to systems that might cause problems later down the road. And we already see that there's already problems with like the way the 3-person team is as well. Like a lot of characters in Impact Third, for example, are kind of useless now because they just don't work with the new systems. But like, I think with a 1-person thing, unless it's like a one and done, like you've made the whole game and you sold it at $60 and that was it, you can't really do that as effectively in a live service game, because you run the risk of it being immediately outdated within a couple of years. Whereas multiple Valkyries or multiple battle suits makes things easier to do. And you can adapt a bit more readily with that. You don't hate Impact Third system for some reason, though. I felt like it's somehow fundamentally different somehow. It also could be that I have access to far more team comps easily. Yeah, I think what Impact Third does very, very well, that I really, really like about it, is that Impact Third is, for the most part, very free-to-play friendly. As much as I complain about having to use Insane's account instead of my own, because he's broke as fuck, in the, month or 2 that we've been doing this, I've already managed to unlock, 10 or 15 characters that he did not have before. And I'm already leveling them up. I'm getting access to new stuff that, can help his account actually be able to handle some of these, late-game stuff that he can't do currently. And that's not, I'm forbidden from spending money on his account. I can't spend any money on his account at all. He told me no. So, I'm getting access to new characters and new mechanics and stuff just by nature of playing the game. And as somebody who has a max level account in every Valkyrie in the game, I can tell you that, the game does reward longtime players. The more you play Impact Third, the more stuff you get to unlock other characters, to max other characters out, to get more access to their weapons and stuff. There is a lot of stuff involved in how Impact Third rewards veterans that I think is really, really good. It's way more user-friendly than any other video game, period. You don't have to spend money in the gacha necessarily to be able to get good characters. You can get them other ways. And if you wait long enough, they usually add a way to purchase those characters in-game with in-game currency that don't require you to spend money with your credit card. You just have to be patient enough. You may not be able to be, super involved in the ever-changing meta, but, that's usually for whales anyway. So, who cares? But Impact Third is extremely free-to-play friendly. But if we're setting that aside and we're talking about just the actual fundamentals of, a 3-person team, the actual mechanic of having 3-person teams is not necessarily the problem, as long as you can get those characters or substitutes for those characters readily. if the game either gives them to you or not. If it forces you into the gacha system, then it ends up being more of a complaint about the predatory nature of gacha as a whole, which is its own thing. And I think that that is a very valid complaint that would stand by it. But like, I don't think having a single character would necessarily resolve the overall fundamental issues of it being a gacha. Honestly, gacha's entire system is fucked, and it's terrible and bad, and it's basically gambling, and we all agree on this. No one's arguing that point. But if there's free-to-play options, I can tolerate it more. But if you're kind of required to roll for characters and spend money, yeah, I have a little bit less of a tolerance for it, personally. But the actual mechanic of the three-person teams doesn't bother me nearly as much. But as you said, I think with Impact being the most free-to-play friendly game Ho-Yo has, that is a big factor into that. I would absolutely agree. Fucking Void Archives. Hearing Otto's shit-eating voice again. Welcome, honorable sky people. Are you here for... I'm hearing something. May, can you hear us? No problem. Adam's receiver is off. Progress? I knew it. Don't worry. Everything's fine. You wouldn't understand that anyway. Listen to that shit-eating voice. The voice sounds familiar. Listen to that fucking voice. Let me teach you human language. You need to know your target to replace them. And all knowledge starts with language. Interesting that that's what he says is their goal, is to replace humanity. To take over the planet and replace them. Usually, like, the sky people are portrayed as, like, energy parasites. Why would they want to replace humanity on Earth? Odd. Definitely rings a bell. He is Overseer. Any idea? May, how do you not recognize Otto's voice immediately? You know what that motherfucker sounds like. I know it's been a while, but come on. I know you recognize his fucking voice. Teresa? Name. A suitable name. It's him. Overseer Teresa. Could it be? It's Grandpa. It's Grandpa. I'd never mistake his voice. I mean, it is. It is, but it isn't. So, it's his voice. His tone. Teddy, you sound way too excited for it to be Otto. It's Grandpa. You sound way too happy about that. Like, it's Otto. That's a fucking problem. I know you don't want to be Overseer necessarily, but that's a fucking problem, Teddy. Alright, man, what do you want? The Overseer is a little excited, but otherwise fine. She only needs to rest a little. She was too exhausted and occupied by the recent events. Hearing that voice. I guess in this instance, like now with what we know, she's referring to the Mars crisis. So, yeah, she's tired and too occupied by the Mars system shit. The man whom the Overseer addressed as Grandpa. You probably heard about it. That's the former Overseer of Schicksal, named Otto Apocalypse. Yep, that bastard. He ruled for 500 years. He did some good, but also committed much evil. He used to be our worst enemy as well. A fucking understatement. May. That is an understatement, girly. What a Saturday morning cartoon name. Isn't it, though? Auto Apocalypse. Like, yeah. But he shouldn't be alive. Not here. Not now. We saw him leave with our own eyes. Yeah, this is correct. You guys did in fact see his ass. Well, actually, May, hold on a second. May, you're full of shit right now. Because you didn't see this happen. You were with World Serpent. You didn't see shit. Dog Kiana saw this shit. You didn't see nothing. You helped Kiana a little bit during that time, but you didn't see a damn thing. You fucking lying. Amazing. I find this so funny now looking back at this stuff, because clearly they had planned for this. They had some vague ideas of where they were going to go. But it's so funny reading this now, knowing what we do know about the future story. It's so funny. She's fucking lying, though. Girl, you did not see him. You say we, but we does not include you. Perhaps he only sounded like Otto. It's not just the voice, but also that megalomaniac tone that treats the world as his toy. Mm-hmm. That shit-eating voice. It may be an imposter, but why would he appear right now in St. Fountain? Who is he talking to? Mm-hmm. Sorry, I got carried away. Although he is now history, I'm afraid Otto managed to surprise us. An understatement. Let's listen to that recording again and see if we have missed anything. A bit of an understatement there, May. Anytime we collected stuff, we can check it here if we need to. Yeah, there's the audio for that. Hi, Adam. We have good news and bad news. What do you want to listen to first? Let's do the bad news. It isn't as bad as we like to think. HQ studied our data and gave us 2 reports. The red crystals have traces of Honkai just under their surfaces. The professors believe they're unnatural. Yeah, I'd say so. In other words, the crystals are artificial. The creatures are artificial as well. The professor studied them and arrived at the same conclusion we have. Yes. These creatures seem more like constructs than products of natural evolution. Yeah, that is a question, though, because we know that Saw and Vita created similar things to these things, and we know that the Sky People used to refer to Saw and Vita and the things that they created. So you do have to wonder, how did they do that? It's not especially clear. We know that, the Paradise Wardens that look after Phosphorus on the outskirts of the solar system, which we will not get to for any time soon. That's a really long ways away. That's Saw's planet, right? And the Paradise Wardens look after it, and those are the Stardust type enemies that we do know in some regards have overlap with the Sky People or some of the Sky People's things, like the Empress and stuff. So you do have to wonder, did they repurpose the Paradise Wardens to create some of these things? If it's Mara and it's not Saw or Vita, how did they do that? God, this entire fucking mode is such a weird mystery that even current stuff has not fully explained. I'm hoping that now with part 2 ending this patch that maybe we'll get some more information about it, but I have so many questions about this, and I've had questions for years and we've just never gotten an answer. Because again, this was 2020 that this came out. This is not a recent thing, and this is still an ongoing problem. All right, and the good news. That'll be it. The good news is also the bad news. What do you mean the good news is also the bad news, May? I actually didn't really give me a choice. Well, it was a psychological test. She's just fucking with us. Your choice does mean something. Also, Charlie, I'll have you notice, May also has a slut glove. Just like Lyle. In half of the Honkai cast. The answer you gave reflects your personality, Adam. Anyway, these reports reveal that someone might be behind this, but we have no concrete answers. Have you explained it to chat? I don't know that I have. So, chat, to explain this a little bit, Charlie has a term. So that kind of glove that May is wearing, and you see it a lot in like anime characters where it's like a glove that covers the fingers and like goes like maybe halfway down the palm. It's referred to as like the slut glove. This is what we call this. Because usually these characters who have this, like usually the ones who are more flirtatious in the way that they talk to other people, tend to have one or two of these. Like Aventurine, I think, has one as a good example of this. Lyle in the Post-Honkai Part 2 is also another good example. And it's kind of like an archetype in a lot of like Hoyo's writing, but like not just with them, but like in a lot of anime stuff that like characters who are flirtatious also for whatever reason have this as like a design philosophy. It's very funny. So now anytime that I see those gloves at all, it's called slut gloves. Fun factoid, Coco also has slut gloves. Because I wrote that I drew that on purpose. It was very deliberate. So you can thank Charlie for that term. It's very, very amusing. And now that you know that, as you guys start watching anime and stuff, you'll notice it. And you're like, oh, God damn it. Fucking right. I hate it. Hate it here. It's absolutely how that's going to go. It always does. Despite our lack of intel, we must continue our mission. At least we're making progress. Yep, that's true. Anyway, we should stay focused on our mission. Grab your gear, Adam. We're rolling out. Since we know where Mr. Welt is, we should act at once. Alright, let's go do our story mission. We still don't have Carole. Damn it, Carole! I want you in my party already. You break shields. It's great. Target location been calculated. Follow the navigator pointer. Okay, I'll follow the nav pointer when I feel like it. Oh, interesting. So if you look over there at the edge of the map here, you'll notice there's like a little shimmery effect. That's the edge of the barrier. It's kind of interesting that like with St. Fountain being in like a dome that the Sky People have constructed, that like even the visuals outside of St. Fountain are like obstructed. That's like a simulated sky for the city itself. That's so interesting. I never noticed that before. Also, I know I complained a few streams ago about like how clunky some of this stuff is, but this is an improvement over like the base stuff up to this point. Item does feel nice to control. Like this like dodge on stuff that we have now, like that feels good. Is it as good as like the part 2 stuff and like the most recent? Obviously not. But like off of the original stuff, like this was a big deal. This was a huge change. And I'm kind of glad for it because it does feel nice. See, okay, that's blocked off. No chests here. All right, get out of here, dude. It also looks tough on the outside, but it's actually a very unstable internal structure. Let's see. Okay, I remember this. Yeah, I can jump here. These monsters' actions are so weird. They have no communication or cooperation. They seem to be some kind of mindless puppets controlled by others. Such puppets are no match for us. God, being able to like zip into the air with May is so much fun. That's such a fun thing to be able to do. All right, give me that. Thank you. So I think there's a chest on that platform in the exploration mode. We'll get to that in a minute. Nope, excuse you. That's fucking rude. Yeah. No. Stop that, you dick. Alright, who's next? Who am I fighting? Oh, but Carole's good for this one. I need Carole. She breaks its shield. It's great. Are we doing the thing? Yeah, we are. Okay. I will say, one really positive thing I'd have to say about this mode is that it is like very much tailored for these three characters, right? Like Adam, May, and Carole as a group have really, really good team synergy. Like I've forgotten a lot of this because I haven't played it in so long, but they do have like fantastic team synergy. And you don't have to wail for any of them because they're just in this game mode. Oh, yeah. We'll be able to go down there later. Oh, right. This is where we find Joey. They're going to let me over here? No. That's still locked. Okay. There we go. Harsher power signals were sent out from here, right? Search this place. Yeah, we're working on it. Now, is there anything around here that I can grab? Also, mercifully simple. You only have 3 characters, so the entire thing is only considered them and not 100 Valkyrie combinations to balance around. Yeah. This is true, too. Are you serious? Do you really think Mr. Yang might be hiding here? May is getting real sassy with us. May, I didn't ask for your sass, okay? Ew. Close it quick. I can still smell it. I love her, like, throwing a little bit of, like, a tantrum about it. You open the rubbish bin and smelled the overpowering stench but didn't find Welt. Is this an artificial pond? The water doesn't flow. The stagnant pool of water. Stagnant pool of water, that's what it is. You notice some more crystals and you pick them up. Yeah. Monsters incoming. Alright, let's deal with the flying one first. You know what? Actually, Adam's ult. Let's go. Alright, you need to cut that shit out. Oh, yeah! That's the ult that she has by default. I forgot. We can change that. Alright, there we go. Adam, did you hear anything? Over there. Alright, what shall we find? Talking. Miss Raiden, you need to see this. It's a child. Hi, Joey. We get to talk to Welt's son. The only time we ever really get to talk to Joey. Other than the fact that, like, Coralie has talks about him, I think. I think she mentioned that she and Joey have interacted before. Oh, I forgot about that. Being consistent to preserve for an opposing combat system. Being able to swap between different moves and ults to fit any playstyle. Yeah, I mean, opposing 1 and 2 both do that. Where, like, you have a lot of customization about, like, how your team actually controls and, like, what you want them to focus on. It is a very good system. They have this, like, kinda in the main game. Let me actually, let's back up out of this. Yeah, tutorials. I know this is. So, in the actual base game, if we were to... Let's claim all this stuff. Yes, yes, I'm aware. Okay. Let's go look at... Let's look at Senna. If I remember correctly, there are some skills that you can like toggle on and off. It doesn't change the fundamental gameplays per se, but they're like, here it is, like this one. You can turn this off if you don't want it on. So like if you wanted this like not working, you can sort of like customize it a little bit. And when it comes to characters that have the augment cores, you can also turn those on or off if you want to go to like their base form or not. Oh look, May is S rank now. Good job, May. You've leveled up a bit. It is a cool system. I hope that they continue to do more of that stuff in the future, but like they haven't really like implemented it too much. Oh yeah, we get monies and stuff. So I might do these later as we get to more stuff unlocked. Just do a bunch of them at once. Might even do this on stream. If we feel like we need it, we will. But all right, May, let's talk. Miss Redden talked gently to the boy. She stood up when she saw you approach and smiled warmly. Good job, Adam. May walked towards you. The boy is still in a bit of shock, but he's trying to put himself together. You're great with children, Miss Redden. I guess it came from years of practice. I used to have a very childish friend. Again, they're talking about Kiana like she's dead. Even Carole can be considered a mature and responsible adult when compared to this friend. Just say her name. Talk about your wife, goddammit. Done it at becoming another Carole. I sent it a dependable squad member. Yeah, don't be a menace like Carole. Carole would probably start crying if she heard this. That's precisely why she's so troublesome. Carole should be here by now. Her shuttle drone was supposed to land right above St. Fountain. Yeah, where the hell is she? It was Dr. Tesla's idea. She wanted to assess the vertical range of the St. Fountain barrier. I don't know what Carole brought with her, but her landing won't be smooth. We should pick her up when she arrives. You think when they wrote this, they planned on kinetic being far more decisive? I think yes. I think the original idea was that when they were going to do the Herschel finale stuff, that to stop Honkai from ever being a problem ever again, that Kiana would seal herself on the moon with all of Honkai. I think that like at the time that this was written, that was the plan. And so it's since been retconned. So now it's like fun, I think, to like look at this and consider what exactly this could mean now with the information that we currently have. But I do think that, yeah, originally Kiana was probably going to die at the end of part 1. Or, quote unquote, her sacrifice would have been an effective death. But I think that they decided that they wanted more time to do more stuff with her. And so they decided not to do that, so they wouldn't shut the door forever on Kiana stories. She is, you know, the de facto mascot of Honkai, so it makes sense they wouldn't necessarily want to kill her off. And unlike Honkai Gakuen, we don't have a lot of, like, you know, different cycles happening. Because I think Honkai Gakuen is divided up in different, like, eras kind of a thing. And it's, like, different cycles of timelines and stuff. People who've actually played the game might know better than I would. I've only played, like, a little tiny bit of it. But I think that that's not a thing that Impactor was really prepared to do. So, naturally, they would want to keep their protagonist alive at the end of it. Go talk to the boy first. Who is he? He's Joffrey Joyce Yang, Mr. Welt's adoptive son. We'll just call him Joey. High school history should have taught you that the first Honkai Eruption gave birth to the Hersher of Reason. Okay, so they do teach Hersher stuff in history, huh? They do actually talk about that. This Hersher wasn't controlled by the Honkai. He helped Schicksal North America secede and died defending New York. Yeah, because Otto killed him. Otto's... No, actually, Otto... Yeah, I guess Otto is the reason for that, because Otto was going to nuke New York. If I remember the VN properly, Otto was going to blow New York up, and then this ensuing fight between the original Welt and Otto led to Joachim taking over the mantle of Welt and Joachim dying. But also, Joachim's actual dad was killed by Otto as well, because Otto's a fucking menace. So, but I think he was going to nuke it. He's going to do exactly what he did to Sid and blow her up. Before dying, he gave his Herrscher core and name to Joachim. And that Herrscher's name was Welt Joyce. Yeah. Adam, I think you should have figured out who the boy is. A descendant of Mr. Joyce, perhaps? Can't say you're wrong. Joyce may be dead, but Cocolia created his clones who have his powers, but not his memories. Oh yeah, this is a thing in the fucking manga. I forgot that they did this. So, like, the main story doesn't talk about this, like at all, but there are a bunch of, like, Joyce clones with varying degrees of creepy and, not good. Like, I think, Carole, you pointed out one of them where it's, like, he's, like, licking a banana and it looks really suggestive. Yeah, they're all Joyce clones. Like, every single one of them, and they're all kind of fucking weird. I don't know how you clone Joyce in the first place, because he's not strictly human in the firmest of senses, but, like, whatever, I guess. I guess that they do explain where Joey comes from. I was kind of wondering about that. Did they just find other Joyce clones? Did Cocolia have, like, vats of Joyce clones just hidden away somewhere? Fucking Cocolia, man. Always up to some nonsense. Joyce once wielded the 9th divine key, Star of Eden. That gave his clones the power to manipulate gravity. Is that how that works? Huh. That's a weird way to word that. Because what that implies is that using a divine key and the Herrscher core within it affects your body in the same way of having an actual Herrscher key does, or Herrscher core, in which case it can affect your genetics and pass along parts of those powers to your descendants. That's really interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that mentioned before, or like after this. But, in a fun little like aside with this, we're talking about Zenless and stuff earlier, and Zenless has like the Void Hunter weapons and stuff with like their karma cores, which work very similarly to divine keys. And the Void Hunter weapons affect their wielders quite a bit. So I wonder if this is like where that actually started, is like that the divine keys are supposed to affect their wielders in some different ways. Kind of see why people rejected this part. The dialogue kind of plays out like a visual novel when you have to woo ladies. It even has this approval pop-ups tell you they like you. I mean, it does. That isn't really, I think, why people didn't resonate with this story, though. It's a VN, yes, and there is a lot of that, but a lot of Impact Thread stuff at this time was very VN-esque. It wasn't nearly as dynamic. In fact, I think they didn't start getting more dynamic with stuff until like towards the end of part 1, really, with like how they do camera angles and stuff. Like everything with like Impact Third at this time was very VN. And remember that they did have a lot of VNs in the early days of the game. Like you had the Dudendal one, the Foucault one, and the Anti-Entropy one. So like they did have a lot of like history working on VN style things. I don't think that's necessarily the issue that people have with this mode. I think a lot of people were just like, they didn't like the story, they didn't like the direction of it, and they didn't like just a lot of its existence overall. I do wonder if like maybe this mode would have been better as a bubble universe thing, as like just an alternative history. I do wonder about that. Because I know some people really wanted that to be the case. They wanted this to be retconned out of existence. But it seems that is unlikely to happen. But I don't know. I think there's something about like how they handle it. I don't know. Because like I've never been the one who had a whole lot of problems with a Post-Honkai in the first place. I've always thought it was interesting. But the fact that it is more Gurren Lagann than Evangelion, I think, is part of the issue. which we'll get to that as we get to it. But even if it was a little more subtle, adding Mei into something like this is kind of diabolical with her history with Kiana and talking about Kiana in past tense. Yeah, well, again, they're like hinting that Kiana is dead. And I will specify that, like, that wasn't a thing that this mode created specifically. We had all kind of assumed that something like that was inevitable because of Honkai Gakuen and the history that had. A lot of people who played this game in the early days were from the Honkai Gakuen community. And there were a lot of other, like, new people like myself who came in, sure, but, like, there was this, like, common understanding that Kiana was probably not going to survive the end of the game. And that when the 14th Hersher stuff wrapped up, that would be end of service for us. That would be the end of the game. That was sort of like where we were at when this was made. So, like, them talking about it here didn't really come, I feel like, as a surprise to anyone. We all kind of, like, expected that this was how it was going to go. Which is why, when they subverted it later on, we're all kind of shocked and, like, why now? A Post-Honkai Sits is, like, a very weird question of, like, how do we get to this point? How do we justify Mei talking about Kiana like she's dead? Like, how do we get about that? She's being moody? Or does something actually happen in part 2 that justifies her talking about things that way? Which I would maybe make the case actually makes the finale of part 2 more interesting. Because now we don't know what's going to happen. Will Kiana survive it? Will there be something that happens? Is something going to change? We don't know. And having this dialogue stuff here, assuming this hasn't been retconned entirely, I'm sure there'll be some retcons, sure, but, like, it does raise a lot of questions about will Kiana come out entirely okay at the end of part 2? We just have no idea. And it is diabolical in some ways, but it is interesting in many others, too. The clones gave us a great deal of trouble, and many were defective. They either died or went insane. You know, actually, this is a very true statement, too. You had the Joyce clone that, like, attacked Saint Freya and tried to kidnap Mei. Which also, hold on, I gotta find this. This is one of the funniest fucking sequences in the entirety of the manga. Hold on. I gotta find it, though. I don't know specifically where it is, so you're gonna have to bear with me for a minute. But there is a very, very amusing thing in the manga specifically related to the attack on Saint Freya from one of the Joyce clones. Let's see. Let's go to the website. This is the media tab. And then the manga. Okay. Was that's not Escape from Nagazora. I think it's the anti-entropy evasion arc. In which case, I think it's this one. Okay, here's Cocolia causing problems. As always. Oh, there's part of it, but this is not the chapter I'm looking for. It's the one just before it. Alright, let's see. Oh, there's another funny panel in this, too. Hold on. No, I'm going to change. I'm on a whole fucking side note now. Let me go back to... Let's go to... Is this the one? Yeah, this is about Kiana's past for a minute. Her seeing flashbacks of things. I forgot that this is, like, something that happens in the manga where they kind of, like, showcase Kiana's past a bit here. No, okay, that's not the one I'm looking for. Is it this one? Yeah, more of Kiana's past, her being Sag. Siegfried not giving her a name. I'm on a whole fucking tangent. Was it before this? How far back was this? Nah, I really don't even remember. This is an issue. Okay, whatever. I'll find it in a minute. We are currently looking for... I think it's this panel. I think this is what we're looking for. Hold on. I'm so distracted by, like, trying to figure out what's going on. Okay, so let's look at a few things here because I think this is very funny. So let's look at like an instance of one of these clones, okay? So this is like clones attacking Mei. Fuqua shows up in her underwear to go save it. It's a whole thing. He goes to attack, and then Mei activates her Herrscher powers a bit. So poor Fuqua gets beat up. And we have this thing. So her like Herrscher personality, or her stigmata personality, takes over a little bit here. And goes to like sass him and kick the shit out of him. Which is very funny in and of itself. But the next time we see this like resolution to this is really fucking funny. Because when we do, it's just like you can't like make this shit up. It's so fucking funny. Yeah. It's her fucking feet on his face just standing over his body as she beat the fuck out of him. Like, she literally just like has him pinned to the ground, toes on his like face, just like, man, Hoyo was a different company back then. But yeah, this is another Joey clone. Like, this is what Joey could look like if he was like a weird edgelord. I could have sworn there was another panel of this where like it's like there's like an up from like below where she's like standing on his like entire face, just crushing him because she beat the shit out of him. He goes down so fast, like he gets folded immediately, which is great. All right, let's see. We got flashbacks. Mei activating her stuff. Oh yeah, Keanu shows up to save things too. I forgot about that. Let me scroll through. I could have sworn there was a panel in here that I'm forgetting now. Maybe not. I don't remember. Oh, hey, they activated the, there's this thing. The Night Moonbeam armor again. I like that they sort of added, like, Sidon's eyes in this a bit. Like, this is not how this battlesuit looks normally. I do like they've added that in. But I'm like, trying to find specific things here, and I can't even remember, because I haven't looked at this in so fucking long. I guess they do, like, kill off this clone, but there's other clones. They're always around. Anyways, the short answer is, like, there are a couple of instances in the manga specifically that, like, the actual game has no real interest in talking about, which is when, like, they keep killing them off, and then he keeps coming back because he's a fucking weirdo. There's a very specific panel I'm looking for. Let's see. It's a very, very specific thing. I'm hoping that it's in this, if I remember correctly. Damn it. I can't fucking remember. Shit. And the thing I was looking for to explain, like, why I was doing this was, like, there's a panel where, like, Kiana's talking to Siegfried, where he, like, makes a joke about her and Mei being a couple. And she says something effective like, me being a lesbian has nothing to do with it. Which is, again, this is a canon actual manga. Like, for the actual game, it is in there. And people are trying to say, like, oh, there's not a lot of lesbians in Hoyo. I'm like, guys, every fucking character is gay. I hate to tell you this, but, like, all of them. They have always been lesbian. Every single time. The Yuri is strong in this series. I mean, Hoyo is horny, but, like, they love Yuri. And this has always been the case. And I was trying to find that panel because it's really funny. Seeing, like, Kiana, like, blushing and gushing over Mei all the time. Very, very, like, sort of dated interaction. She doesn't quite do that nearly as much anymore. But it is very funny. I'll have to look for it later. Next stream, we'll probably pull it up. But anyways, all that is to say, yes, there were clones of the manga. They did show up. They're all kind of fucking weird and mildly insane, and we end up killing a lot of them anyways. Kiana has many gay moments in the manga from what I've seen. Oh, yeah, absolutely she does. Kiana has, like, so many gay moments. Actually, you know what? Now that we're on this topic, I know we're just trying to get back on topic here, but we're going to keep doing this anyways. All right, let me move Opera to this screen again. Since we're talking about gay moments, let me find one of my favorite ones. It's extremely funny. I might have shown this on stream before. I don't remember. Let's see. Media. God, it's so awkward to get to the manga these days. Okay, I do know where this one is. This one's easy. Also, another moment where we fight a creepy, weird Joyce clone. Which, if you wanted to see that, look at this little freak. Look at this Joyce clone. Look at this. Why does he do this? Why do you do that? why are you being a little freak? Stop this shit. He's such a fucking weirdo. Like, God, the Joyce clone in the Moon Shadow arc is such a fucking freak. He's so weird. Jesus, yeah, it's something. All right, so I want to show you guys this one because this is funny. So here goes Fuqua. She's like talking to Kiana, and then Kiana says, "Oh yeah, you still haven't told me anything about our mission. There's nice food, I'm wearing a nice dress, and there's a nice hotel room. Oh my God, Fuqua, are you trying to seduce me with this? I knew it. You fell in love with the moment I saved your butt at school. I gave my body and spirit to May, but I guess I can still try." Like, this is not a thing that a straight woman would say. They had like the little lesbian stuff in the background too. Like, girls like, Fuqua, if it's you, I guess. Like, this girl is so down bad for women. It's hilarious. Kiana is absolutely our lesbian goddess, and she's one of my favorites. Such a goofball. Now, let's see if I can find another moment of this. It's also very funny. Same, Kiana, same. All right, let's see. Oh, yeah, here we go. This is funny. So, Twitch is going to be mad at me about this. Absolutely going to be mad about this. So, we have this. So, Fuqua goes to attack the Joyce clone, and he captures her, and then strips her down because he's a fucking freak. This dude's a weirdo. And he's like, look at him. He's like trying to lick her neck. Like, ew. Stop that. Stop. That's so, just ew. Stop this. So he's just a fucking weirdo. And then he leans in real close to try to do it again. And she literally, like, cuts his tongue out. Like, I love this. She cut his fucking tongue out. I don't know if she, like, bit it off or if she, like, did something else, but like she removes his tongue from his mouth, and I'm like, girl, thank you, because he's so fucking weird. Good. Ew. God, it's so, like, every time I read this, I'm like, ew, stop this. That's so skeevy. And then she beats the shit out of him, which is good because she needs to. But God, what a fucking weirdo. The Joyce clones are just ew. Like, they're never good. They're always weird and gross. And I am kind of glad they don't have villains like that anymore. Like, we don't need the whole thing of, like, all villains are rapists kind of thing. It's just so gross. And I'm really glad that they don't incorporate that anymore. Like Joey's just like a normal kid. He's not a weirdo like the other ones. The sentence is death. Exactly. Ugh. Ew. It's so gross. Will the boy end up like the others? Please no. Please don't let Joey be like that freak. Let's not do that. We don't know yet, but I hope he will be fine. Joey was a baby when Schicksal found him, and Mr. Welt adopted him. It was supposed to be top secret. You know, this is really interesting because, like, they never talk about when this actually happens. Like, if Post-Honkai says 2026, they don't really tell us when they found him. Like, the main story never really addresses this. So I'm wondering, like, when are they going to talk about, like, is Joey, like, does he age at the rate of, like, a normal kid? Or did they find him, like, after the Mars stuff, and the time since Mars stuff ended to now, does he just grow rapidly? But I'm pretty sure Coralie mentions him, so, like, he probably doesn't, but They have to play it safe so often with the games. The manga is where they can do the edgy weird shit. So they probably just use everything to get what they can. And I mean, that's fair. A lot of like the manga, especially the earlier stuff, like the Moonshadow stuff, they were a lot more like open with objectification of these characters. Like there's a panel that they've since removed from like it's the Nagazora stuff where Mei awakens as Herrscher of Thunder for the first time. And if I remember correctly, in the original Chinese version of it, there's a part where Keno like jumps off of a building and you get like a full upskirt shot of her. Like full on upskirt shot. And it's kind of skeevy and gross. And in every subsequent version of the manga, they've since patched that panel out completely. And it's no longer in the manga. And there's a lot of stuff like that happened in the early stuff that they've since moved heavily away from. It's kind of like remnants of like, say, the affection system, where you used to be able to just like poke the Valkyries in different places on their body to get different reactions from them, which was very kind of skeevy and gross too. And they purged that entirely from the game, with the exception of like some vestige code here or there. But like, it's one of those instances of like early Hoyo was a lot fucking hornier than they currently are. Like a lot hornier. So it's kind of like, in some ways, I think it has been better for them to move away from some of that. Because some of it is a little bit kind of gross, but like, you still see it every so often. I almost forgot about this, as I haven't contacted Mr. Welt for many years. Go talk to Joey. His encounters at Ink Fountain will give us valuable intel. Hi, Joyce. Don't be a weirdo like your other clone brothers, please. The boy saw you approaching. He wanted to greet you, but he was too shy to say anything. Say hello to him. It will be all right. I'm your boss! I want to make Adam a dingus. I'm your boss. Ah, okay, boss. He doesn't call him boss. He says big brother. Okay. Please stop fooling around. May, you know you like it. They're allowed to be a lot hornier when they were smaller, more indie-ish, but you can't do that once you pick up traction and investors. Yeah, a little bit, yeah. That being said, Zenless is still pretty fucking openly horny. Have you seen some of their trailers? Cough, cough, the Jane one, or the Yadhari one? They're still pretty fucking horny, just not in the same kind of way. Do you know my dad? Your dad's my hero. Huh? My dad is your... You must be joking, sir. Joey blushed and smiled. What a polite little boy. I haven't heard the word sir for quite a while. It's a lot of... it's all visuals for CZZ. They still don't seem to indulge in storylines. No, they don't. Zenless has a lot of horny visuals in-game. I think the most horny they've been out of game is like having the ASMR Jane trailer where she's like very clearly being like sort of seductress type thing. And then Yadhari's where she's just straight up like covering her nudity with her tentacles kind of thing. They have some of that in like their EPs and whatever, but like not so much actually in-game. They're more acceptably horny in CCC. Early Impact there was a lot more questionable and admittedly concerning. Yeah, I would agree. I have been a very vocal critic or whatever. Yeah, a critic of the like rise in purity culture online. Like a lot of like these, like usually they're like younger players. They're very puritanical when it comes to discussing things online. And I've been a very big critique of all these things. It's like the fan service is not inherently negative in and of itself. The context for it is very important. And allowing artists to be able to indulge in that a little bit is largely fine, I think. But there are instances where I'm like, you know, we probably didn't need to do that. Like, I've mentioned one as a good example of this, of like, if you go back and read like older manga and stuff, so things like, say, Gunsmith Cats. Yeah, there's some questionable shit in that. Like, really, really fucking questionable. And what I will say as well, to sort of temper this statement a bit, is that when you look at like games that were coming out at the same time as Impact 3rd, you had things like Azure Lane and Blue Archive and whatever. Other gacha games are significantly more horny than Impact 3rd ever fucking was. Even in Impact 3rd at its worst was never as horny as some of these other gacha games have been. Like, good God. There is some stuff I've seen from other gotcha games that's like, I can't even show it on stream because it would get my accounts flagged, right? Like, there are other shit from other games that's like wildly questionable shit. So, I've never been too like critical of this from like Hoyo because I'm like, yeah, they keep it within certain like boundaries. Like they're usually fine. Even if they're worse, they're fine. It's not super bad necessarily. And a lot of it was also like products of the time. That stuff was a lot more acceptable, 10 years ago as compared to now. That being said, some gacha games are still really goddamn horny. Except for Carole. She would use the word when talking to her old man. Carole's dad's alive? We've never met Carole's dad. You miss Welt, right? Yes, I'm worried about Dad. Dad's going to be fine, right? Yes. Your father is a war hero and should be able to handle himself. Yeah, it's concerning in some ways, but not to the point of being any serious issue. Yeah, I would agree. 100%. We need your help, Joey. Can you tell us what happened? The more we know, the faster we'll find your father. Oh, okay. Many days ago, Dad and I took the maglev train to this place. Okay. Things were fine when we got off. A man in a white suit picked us up, and he said he'll drive us to the hotel. Dad told the man to stop halfway during the trip. There was a sudden flash of light, and we appeared on the bridge. The cars and people were gone. Dad defeated some flying monsters, and then this huge monster appeared. Dad took me to an alley and told me to hide. I waited for him, but saw the huge monster coming for me. I ran, but lost my way. I spent many days looking for the place to meet up with Dad. I should have listened to Dad and stayed at that place. Joey, I think you're fine, buddy. It's alright, at least you're safe. Don't blame yourself, Joey. Running away kept you safe. It was the right choice. Mr. Welt wouldn't want you to be in danger. He would have agreed with your choice. I would think so. I'm not mad at myself. I just felt Dad might be worried if he couldn't find me. I mean, yeah, he probably is a little bit, but also, we'll find his ass. Aunt May. Sir, did I tell you something useful? He calls her May Obasan. That's fucking hilarious. That's so funny. I guess like May is like, what, late 20s at this point? Like late 20s, early 30s? No, she'd be in her late 20s. She's about as old as Himiko was at the start of the game, I think. Which I suppose tracks for them calling her Obasan. Of course she did. Don't worry, Joey. We'll bring your father back safely. Oh yeah, I can tease her a bit. Aunt May always keeps her promises. Wait, Adam, what did you just call me? Look, May, I gotta tease you a little bit. Okay, I'll stay here quietly. I won't run away again. Staying here might get boring. Do you like playing games? Watching anime? How about books? Books are fine. I like reading. Yeah. May Obasan Kek. Yeah, isn't it great? I'm used to hearing like Nason in regards to May, because that's what Bronya calls her by like default. Though we won't get to it for a while, but there is a really funny interaction in part 2 where like May teases Bronya a little bit Or maybe is it actually part 2 or is it a Post-Honkai Odyssey part 2? I think it might be one of those two. May teases Bronny because Bronny just, as like a gut instinct, refers to her as like May Onesan or something. And like May teases her, she's like, I see. I'm still your big sister in some ways, huh? Like she teases her just a bit and it's kind of great. Great. I'll keep that in mind and try to find some books for you. Thank you. How's it going, Adam? Did you manage to get anything from that talk with Joey? Someone in a white suit. Really? The residents of the city are just false illusions. What they wear shouldn't matter at all. But it's Void Archives! I'm more interested in the bridge. Joey said he became separate from Mr. Welt at that location. Yeah, but it's Void Archives, May. If Welt is alright, he might be waiting right there to meet up with Joey. Check the city map and find out where that bridge may be. We'll pick up Carole first, and then look for the bridge. Yeah, let's go find Carole! Because her ass needs to be here. Strange. Carole should have arrived by now. I hope nothing happened to her. Carole, it's like Carole should be around. This is going to raise Carole's affection. Yeah. I agree. She is an excellent combatant. That she is. There's a very, very amusing interaction with Carole in one of the like part 2 events where she like punches a hole in the wall because she thinks it's a Honkai beast, but it's really just Kiana and Rice Cake hiding behind the wall. She doesn't know that it's them. It's very funny. The fact that she went AWOL makes me a little worried. Beep beep. The con device began to ring. She's making a call. I need more rice cake. I agree. I really like rice cake a lot. Carole, can you hear me? Carole? There's no answer. We should go and pick her up. Yes. We'll trace the signal and find her. Alright. Let's go do this mission. We need Carole, because she breaks shields, and it's very, very useful. And coincidentally, is the same role she plays in the main story as well. Miss Raiden, the doctor's experiment failed again. I fell from the sky. Also, I like this is our first introduction to Carole, and she's really fun. I really like Carole a lot. I will say, Nexus Anime introducing her, I was not expecting her voice to be as deep as it is in Nexus Anima. Like, I didn't stream any of it, but like, if you ever listen to any like clips of her voice is much deeper than I was expecting. But they still kind of like keep this sort of like playful teenager kind of vibe with her, which is fine. But she's not quite as like teenager coded, I guess, in Nexus Anima. Carole, if I understood correctly, was originally going to be in the same role that March was going to be in Star Rail. Because remember that I think Carole was in the original trailer for it. She was going to kind of be that same role. So if you imagine how March is, that's kind of how Carole, I think, is written in a lot of ways too. There's a lot of overlap between March's writing and Carole's writing, at least in this game. I felt the same way about Nixon and Kiana. I don't dislike her voice, but definitely wasn't what I expected. Yeah, I mean, well, that's Amberly Connors. So, like, that's Farina's VA and Nihilux. And I will say, the more of Nixon I played, because I kept Kiana in my rotation pretty regularly, it did grow on me quite a bit. There's, like, a really funny bit of, like, dialogue from her where, like, if you sit around waiting for too long, she'll be like, what you thinking about? Right? It's, like, very Kiana coded in a lot of ways. Like, it's very much how I expect her to react to stuff. So, like, while initially you might be able to tease her a little bit here or there, and she doesn't necessarily quite give off the Kiana vibes that I was expecting, the more of it I played, the more I'm like, oh yeah, no, this seems right. This feels correct. And it being like Amberly Connors' voice specifically, she's a fantastic VA. So, yeah. If they're going to give Kiana a person who has a pretty good range of like very expressive and fun characters, she would be the right choice for that. Like, absolutely. So, I didn't dislike it when I played it. She's a god pull for Kiana, though? Yeah, absolutely. I think Kiana's supposed to be a bit higher pitched. Yeah, I had the same thought about Carole, too. Like, I thought Carole's voice would be much higher pitched because I'm so used to hearing her Japanese voice. But then, like, listening to both of their voices, I think both... Because, like, you see, at least in the beta that I played, you see a lot more of Carole than you do of Kiana. And I did end up liking it more as I played more of it. I was like, oh, yeah, like, this isn't so bad. I did like this quite a bit. Where's the comm device? Where's all my stuff? Well, you did fall from the sky, Carole. Phew, Kissy Pillow number 4 isn't lost. I better find the gear first. I forgot that she named her fucking giant robotic fists Kissy Pillow number 4. Girl, what? Why do you name things like that? Alright, can we not do that? Oh, I gotta change that. That's gonna drive me nuts. I'm so used to her, like, Valkyrie version of this. Carole's gauntlets can severely damage monsters' heavy shields and can follow up with her throw skill after breaking a shield. Yeah, nerd, come here. Bonk. Yeah, Carole's like, if I remember right, she's my powerhouse. Yeah, let's go. I forgot how fun Carole could be. She has like a lot of the same moves in her actual like Valkyrie form, but not all of them. She's a lot of fun though. Support force field generator. What's this? It's mine. All right, Dr. Tesla gave me this. That's it. I fell because of this thing. I love she's just complaining all the time. Carole stomped on it angrily. And bonk. Get wrecked, nerd. Remember, Carole plays like Makoto Nanaya in BlazBlue, who's your main, so I was all about it. I have never played BlazBlue, so I have no opinions on the matter, but I'll take your word for it. It is really fun, though. I think Carole's like gameplay is pretty good. Because like up until Carole came out, Fuhua was our only like actual fist user. So Carole having like this being her fists, and they're just giant like rocket powered fist things. These are fun. This is a really good time. All right, let's check this stuff. Ducky, you're back. Ducky. And my cake and my pudding. All good news. Yay. Her backpack is named Ducky. Carole packed her backpack. I like this animation for her ult too. That's fun. Lots of chargeable punches that launch you in a direction and hit like a semi-truck. Yeah. That's fun. Yeah. We'll break that up. Give me the chest, please, and thanks. You know, I find it funny that my default reaction to things is punch dodge. I'm always kind of doing that, and I don't know why I do that. Carole, are you alright? I'm fine. I lost my comm gear during the landing, but I found it. Where's Senpai? Is he with you? Something came up and he went to watch the enemies. You wish to talk to him? No. I'm just curious is all. Carole, are you crushing on Adam? He's so boring. Okay, move to the pinned point on the comm gear. I'll be waiting for you. Thank you, Miss Raiden. I'll be hearing your personal review tonight. Be prepared. Carole's trying to butter her up so she doesn't have to write a report. You're not getting out of it, Carole. You're going to have to do that anyway. May has myriads of experience. More than you could ever realize, because Kiana's a handful. Alright, let's see. Oh, there she is. Miss Ryden, Carole reporting for duty. Good. Did you get hurt? No, I'm perfectly fine. Adam, Carole just joined up with me. What's your situation over there? I'm watching that monster. It's still in that square and shows no signs of leaving. Good. We're coming. We have to go now. How are you feeling? Are you tired? Not at all. I'm just warmed up. Good. That monster escaped last time. Let's take it down this time. Oh yeah, we gotta go fight... what the fuck do they call it? The Crusaders version's called Girl with the Floppy Hat, which is not what this is. Shit. I forget the specific name of it. Alright, let's go back. Yep, more keys. Now we can level Carole, which is good. Characters. Damn it, I still can't raise Carole's skills. Alright, let's unlock that. That's helpful. Alright, let's keep going. You follow Miss Ryden's orders and monitor death that escaped from the previous fight. Miss Ryden would join you once she meets up with Carole. There it is. Now we have Carole. Strong melee battlesuit. Wield's Gauntlets has low attack speed and is good at dealing massive damage and interrupting targets' enemy attacks. Fuck yeah, we do. Okay, now we have Carole over here. Actually, can you see the tearing in May's outfit here? You can see it, yeah. You can still see the tearing there. Right along that line. I didn't see that anywhere else, though. I think that was the only place where I saw any major issues in her battlesuit. Okay, so... blue is plot, green is side quest. Adam, I think Joey's feeling a little anxious. He's been staring out of the window. He probably lost something out there. Go ask him about this. We still haven't found Mr. Welt, and I don't want him to get into trouble. Good day, sir. Anything bothering you? Oh, no. I left my book in the city. But it's just a book. I don't want to bother you. Sorry for making you worried. I'll go get it for you. Oh, thank you, sir. Maybe it's in the car or in the apartment I stayed. You stayed in an apartment? Yeah. There was no one in the city, so I hid in an apartment building. You're lucky it was open. Those creatures don't go inside buildings. It's actually safer indoors. The book is in my backpack. It's blue and has my name on it. Alright, Axe of Joffrey. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. And then, let's see, what is this one? That's the main story, that's the side thing. I guess I can't do his, like, side quest thing in the exploration thing. We'll do all that as we explore later, like when we hit, like, a wall where we can't progress the plot any further. Start from where the boy was found. Jesus Christ. Alright. I need to destroy that thing. And there should be one more. Yep, there it is. Bonk, 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 bonk. Like, see how, like, nice this all flows together? It's great. A lot of good stuff here. I look, another thing. You took a quick glance at the wristband and found nothing, which is a good thing. Alright, let's go check this. They came out of the garden, headed to the apartment Joey stayed. No Welt Yang, no backpack either. Oh, they won't let me up there. Okay, hold on. Up and over. Yeah, I guess they're not going to let me down into the bridge area yet, will they? They probably had that all blocked off entirely. Dick, come here. And bonk. Got him. All right, let's destroy these things too, because these things are annoying. All right, Joey seems to have stayed in the apartment for a few days. Yep, he's done his homework. I remember there being a chest like really high up in this area. I don't remember how to get to it though. I remember being difficult to get to. They might be in the exploration mode and not like in the story mode areas. All right. Well, let's swap over to May. All right, let's get this thing destroyed. Thanks. Stupid enabling fields get on my nerves. I'm not even going to use Adam all that much, I don't think. Not until we have to fight other things. Carole can deal with this stuff easier. Yeah, dude. Carole does so much damage. It's just so much nicer now. I have proper, actual, like, tank. She can't get up there, I don't think. You searched the apartment and found only disappointment. Oh, there it is. She can get up here. Oh, there's a chest up here. Yeah, give me that. Imagine March being a tank. Yeah, imagine. Can you imagine if they gave March, like, gauntlets like what Carole has? That'd be wild, dude. It is somewhat of a shame that they didn't put Carole into Star Rail like they had originally planned. I should have probably saved this. No problem. Let's see. So we'll let me back down there. We'll get over there later. Yep, there's a chest up here. See, I'm remembering where all the chests were. I haven't played this mode in years. Scylla's kind of the brute now. Yeah, a little bit. Scylla's like the honorary Castellana. I do wonder what would have happened if they had just made Star Rail like a more direct sequel to this game. What things could have been. All right, there we go. We got Joey's stuff. Helpful. All right, Joey, what say you, buddy? Ah, that's it. Thank you very much, sir. Yep, nice. We got Joey's stuff. And we're level 10. Very helpful. May, you got something to say? We may need to do more investigating. Subtle imagery is fake, and our data is unreliable. We must ensure the map is correct to leave this place. We also need to see where the citizens have went. That's a weirdly translated sentence. Are they still alive? Where did they go? Check for evidence of murder or evacuation. We need to know what that floating thing is, find the enemy hidden in St. Fountain, and uncover their goals. The primary objective of our mission is to locate Mr. Welt and find out what he did. Right. We know too little. We need to find out as much about this place as we can. Every little bit counts. Time to start our mission, Adam. Yeah, we'll work on it. In the meantime, I want to get more stuff here. Let's see. Go to the supply thing. We've got 80 drops here. Would you say 8 drops? Look at that. We can get money for insane. He's so poor. He's so poor. It's been a while, Senpai. Adam, I bet it with Carole. What's your status? Creature in the plaza's not going anywhere. Good. We're coming. Good job, Adam. This creature. It looks different from the last time we saw it. We should finish it off this time for sure. We can't simply let it go. It may pose a dangerous threat. We also need information on such creatures. Treat it as a bonus mission to satisfy the professor's needs for more data. Alright, well, off we go. I guess there's some more exploration we could do. Let's do some exploration. We can talk about a few things. So, another thing I think is important to consider is that they don't actually intend for, it's that they don't intend, it's that, the Valkyries aren't really taking this mission, they're not taking it seriously, but, as we progress into a lot of what's happening later on, we'll find that, they're not really viewing this as serious of a mission as they could be. So, for example, when Bronya shows up in a Post-Honkai Part 2, she's taking notes on the Sky People's designs so she can use them as, inspiration for monster designs in her games and stuff. And everyone's, cracking jokes and stuff like that. They're not taking it seriously, but it's very obvious that, this is not being treated on the same level as, say, the Moon Crisis with Mars and stuff, right? They're not treating it nearly as seriously. So you can maybe make the case that May's not using her full strength that she may have, partially because they're not expecting this to be a major issue yet. It's supposed to just be a looking for problems thing. All right, let's break this. Bum, bum, bum. All right, Mage, you are getting on my nerves, dude. Yeah, you fucker, come here. They're treating it like a side mission, not a whole ass event. Yeah, they don't quite know. All they know is that Welt went missing. They don't know much else about what's actually happening right now. So as far as they're concerned, this isn't necessarily a thing that warrants the use of their full strength and power yet. They're yeah, this is another thing. Welt's missing. Something's probably a miss. It may not be a full Honkai Eruption type thing, but this is, it's a mission, but it's not the end of the world kind of mission. So May getting caught off guard and then being injured at the end of this is, I think, a very reasonable thing of they weren't expecting this to be a fucking alien invasion, right? Plus, like, with whatever happens on Mars, there's a very real possibility that May's also being distracted by whatever happens in the finale of part 2. Whatever that ends up looking like. All right, let's not get my Valkyries killed this time. Ow. God, that took half of her health. God, that is a fucking problem. Holy shit. Yeah, okay. Fucking duly noted. Jesus Christ. These things hit like trucks, dude. Alright, now. The next place we wanted to go to is this direction. Yeah, get out of here, dude. I don't want to fight you right now. And bonk. Let's see. Do the chests respawn? Oh, so they shouldn't. I thought the chests were like a one-time thing, but... Oh, yeah, here we go. We've unlocked this area now. Somewhat concerning. Hey, no, come back here. Ow. Yeah, you need to not be around, because your ranged bullshit is pissing me off. Alright, now and 2, bonk. Go, Carole. We got this. I'll tell you what's going to throw me a bit about this is that, like, they've reused a lot of these enemies in the main story. And they have, like, attacks that are very similar, but they've also changed them slightly. And I'm going to be, like, because I haven't played this mode in so long, very conditioned to play this like I'm fighting the other versions of this and not what it actually is. That's really going to throw me quite a bit. I got a feeling like if we die at all during this, like that's going to be the reason. Hold on. Okay, we don't want to get caught by that thing, but I also want to destroy these stupid... Yeah, that thing needs to go away. Intel level too low. Yeah. Okay. Nope. See ya, nerd. Alright. Got him. Not a high enough level to get into that, though. Sag. I don't know how I feel about, like, having parts of the map being blocked by your intel level. I don't know that I hate it, because you would be doing a lot of this, and like raising your level isn't necessarily hard. I feel like I have mixed feelings about it though, because on the one hand, I know me, and I know that like if this were open immediately from the start, I would just have explored everything, and I wouldn't really have like engaged with the story for quite a while. So like I know that I would have probably done that, which is maybe not the best way to consume this content in a world necessarily. Let's see. Anything else back there? No, there's not. Okay. Now then. Oh, there's a big enemy. How tough are you? Level 9? I can beat his ass. Adam might be dying, but that's fine. Ow, dick. Ow, rude. Let me charge up, damn it. Alright, shield broken. Let's beat his ass. Yeah, let's go. Oh, that felt really good to do, actually. He does just kind of stand there sometimes, doesn't he? Oh yeah, we have like the dodge counter thing. A teleporter. Attack to activate it for faster access. Let's go. Yep, thank you for the teleporter. New teleport unlocked for fast travel. Let it arrive before the astronomical summer ends. Oh, yeah. Oh, no rush on that. It is what it is. Okay. Now then, I can go that way, but I want to explore this area over here first. That requires Intel 11, which we can't open yet. We can't destroy this shortcut, can we? No. Okay, we can't do anything with that yet. Now, if I'm correct, this takes us back where we came from. So we have this teleporter now, which is helpful. The other thing just drops us down into that area. So let's see if we can go down there. Also, wait a minute. I have max Crystallium already? How do we have max of that already? Do we really? Hold on. If we have max, I don't want to have to keep collecting stuff because we're going to like... Why is the Sakura Samsara music playing? That's not right. Yep, okay. So Carole's at 14, he's at 12. Okay, so Adam needs to level up quite a bit. He's extremely weak. Let's level that. That. Does Adam have anything else to level? No. Carole can't level anything. But he's 11. May is at 12. Okay, what are we missing? More Crystallium. Okay, we can go back to the open world now. The teleport's been unlocked. Yep, I do want to go back to this because there's more stuff here. Oh yeah, Adam's still like almost dead. I forgot that it takes time for them to recover their health. Well, that's an issue, but not one that's like too much of a problem. Alright, you need to stop placing black hole shit around me, you asshole. Alright, there we go. Got him. Now, if I remember right... Yeah! There was one up here. It's fun, like, what I remember of this, having not played it in a while. This mode is actually pretty fun, I would say. Like, especially because we've been kind of, like, stuck playing a lot of the old Valkyries for, like, old story. Coming to this now is certainly really fun, because it's so different and interesting compared to everything else. There feels like there's a lot to discover and wander around and locate. No, you don't get to sneak up behind me like that. Now, am I too stupid up in this one? Nope. Oh, right. I can launch them into the water and kill them. How did I do that? I think it's only on, like, the bridge I can do that. I think I remember that being a thing, though. Is like, there's some, like, combat encounter stuff where, like, if I trap them on the side of the thing, I can yeet them off into the water and kill them instantly. I remember that being a strategy I had to do pretty regularly on some of the, like, challenge modes for this. Which we probably won't be streaming any of that anyway. But... yeah, there they are. Alright, let's kill these dudes off, because I need to have access to this area. And you're getting on my nerves. No problem. Darkness has been purged. The path is clear. There we go. We've avenged ourselves from earlier. And that was definitely really annoying because I didn't want to have to deal with that. Hey, chest. I'll take that. Now, let's take a look-see at our map. This reconnects us back over here. We have a couple of locked areas. We can't do much yet. I think we've explored everything we can explore for right now. I think. So, I think... May, what do you have to say? Adam, I've been thinking. We probably can't finish this mission within a week. Yeah, I would say so, May. Would it affect your academic progress? You should be more worried about Carole. Carole? Do you really think she's academically challenged? A little bit. Don't let her fool you. That girl's pretty good at taking exams. Carole's mom told me that she would cram the night before the exam and receive decent grades. You know what? That sounds like Carole, though. But she would often forget everything about the subject right after the test. Appearances can be deceiving. Do you have a secret side as well, Miss Raiden? I'm sorry, but we're talking about you. Stop trying to steer the topic elsewhere. I don't know, May. It's funny. I thought you were a boy who was shy with girls, but smart enough for the exams. It's because he doesn't care about girls. His boyfriend hasn't shown up yet. We haven't met Lyle, but that's his boyfriend. But when I look at you now... Now? Well, though you've been in my squad for a while, I don't think I know you perfectly. Mm-hmm. People shouldn't comment on things they don't understand, right? Yeah, fair enough. Get some rest, Adam. You must be tired. Anything else to say? Okay, no, she's got nothing else. Okay, we can continue the plot now. Oh, so just at level 18? What level are we at right now? We're at level 10. We're 8 levels below. What do you guys think? You think we can manage it? Or you think we're fucked? Insufficient relic key. I have none. I don't really want to call it quits on that, but I suppose like if we wait another week and I'm doing like all the week's adventure tasks, we might be able to do a lot more next time. Because I assumed this was going to be like a multi-week thing. Or like a multi-day thing. We'll give it a shot. If they all die, then it's fine. We'll just pick it up again. I mean, we've been on this for 4 hours. It's a pretty long stream already. Let's figure out if we can actually survive this. All right, let me... Why can't I get this? Okay, weird that they wouldn't let me hop up there, but whatever, I guess. Let's do that. And bonk. God, that's satisfying. It really is true that like when this mode came out, like May was actually really fun. I want that cute lamb. If you say so. Oh yeah, she beats it into the ground. I forgot that's how she does that. That's actually great. God, Carole's so funny. Alright, we're doing a boss. We're doing a boss. You can resume the boss challenge from here if you fail. Alright, let's do this. How much damage can Carole do here? Bonk, bonk, bonk. Okay, it's mad. So let's do... Yep, jumping over that. Yeah, let's swap over to mad. I need to hit the right button this time for once. Alright, we're back over to this. Ow, shit, right this. I forgot about that. Yeah, let's take care of this thing. Alright, I'll handle this. Paralyze my attacks and knock it to the ground. After the monster been paralyzed, time for Carole's throw skill. Alright, go Honkai Kirito. Alright, I need you to come hither. What the fuck? That was really weird. Yeah, Carole really can't do much here. Yeah, she might die. Okay. Somebody go to prevent from being chased. Alright, come on. I guess we're doing this again. Alright. Going up here, swapping over to May. Got it. May's almost dead, but that's fine. Crystallium cap reached. Have I not used all my Crystallium up to this point? I thought I was using it already. But fine, we'll level Adam. Fine. You forgot about the Devil May Cry combat rank system they added too. Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Like I said, I think there's so much like good potential in this. Alright, Carole, what say you? This dreadful tension. So I guess this is the discipline review, right? The discipline review can wait. Your mother told me that she wishes to speak with you once you arrive. Let's go, Lewis appearance! Carole's comm device received an incoming call. And I just told her that you have arrived. Well, Miss Raiden. Lewis! Grow a spine, Carole. You're in a military outfit, damn it. Switch on the video call. Let me see your face. It's that voice. Greetings, Lewis Senpai. Look at Lewis. Also, I love... Look at all their faces here. May is so happy. Carole is dying. And Adam just looks like he has seen the absolute most horrifying shit he's ever seen in his life. Why do they draw them like this? Also, I love Lewis's face. It's very, very good. This is great. Hi, Lewis. We only really see you in the manga. It's been a while, Senpai. You're actually looking younger than ever. I feel a decade older. Just call me Lewis, Miss Raiden. This old girl has retired a long time ago. I missed my chance to meet you in my last visit to Schicksal. Thank you for straightening out the brat. Poor Carole. Just look at this fucking face. Oh, it's so good. I love it so much. Mom, come on. That's enough. You're embarrassing me. Look, speaking the truth is a holy virtue. We should always try to speak our mind. I agree, Lewis. I'm 100% with you. You got into trouble because you chose to remain quiet instead of speaking up. Isn't that serious, Lewis Senpai? Carole is fine. That's what really matters. Yeah, Mom. Miss Raiden. Fucking Carole with this dumbass face. See, this is why I love them. They're so silly. Fine? Of course she's fine. The brat ran off with a ton of money and spent it all. She only panicked when she was out of cash, but called the police instead of going straight home. The brat is nothing but a troublemaker. Hehehe. Tenandeyo. You think an AWOL is funny, young lady? Back in my day, she'd be standing trial in a military court. Poor Carole. Carole's got it rough. Sigh. You owe Miss Raiden a proper apology and gratitude because she chose to drop this matter. But you did go AWOL and placed your comrades in danger. It is an extreme act of irresponsibility. Valid point. I hope you've learned your mistake and sense of duty. I once thought you'll thank me for sending you to Schicksal. But it seems that you're an ungrateful little... Come on, Mom. Look, I'm like super thankful right now. Stop this nonsense, Carole. As your mother, I know exactly what's on your mind. Do you? What is it? Miss Raiden, Carole is all yours. She is young and irresponsible, but she has a kind heart, and I have faith in her. I've bothered you long enough. Ex-Valkyrie Lewis, out. Bye, Lewis. Lewis Senpai hasn't changed a bit. It's funny that she talks like this, but, like, I don't know that I've ever seen Mei interact with Lewis at all. Like in any way whatsoever. They seemingly interacted in some point in time after, like, the Great Eruption. But as far as, like, the main story and even in the manga, she's never met her. So I'm, like, wondering where they met and, like, what their interactions must have been like, because we've not seen them interact at all. Wait, is my desktop audio muted? Has it been muted this whole time? Are you guys not getting sound effects from the game? Wait, has that been muted the whole time? That's been muted the whole time? Oh, I'm so upset. That's so... I'm so mad. Hold on a second. When did that get muted? I don't remember muting that. When did I mute that? Oh, that's gonna make me so upset if that, like, muted the entire thing. I'll check the VOD later. Has that been muted? I just now checked that in OBS. Did that mute the whole fucking time? Oh, that's so frustrating if true. I've been hearing it the whole time. Damn. I'm sorry. You guys didn't get to hear Lewis's voice. Upsetty. Maybe we can play it again. I'll let you guys hear it this time because now it's actually unmuted. You've been hearing me yap this whole time with nothing in the background? Damn. Yeah. That's what she sounds like. Damn, when did that get muted? I did some recording the other day, but, like, now I'm worried if my recording... Oh! Shit, you know what it was? I was trying to record the Arc City stuff. Like, the like, wallpaper. So I could use it as, like, a background for stuff in the future, maybe. And I muted it so it wasn't gonna have, like, anything playing in the back. God damn it. Oh, I'm so upset. I can't believe I did that. Well, I'm sorry about that. It's fixed now. Yeah, that's my mom. She's always like this. Miss Raiden, that counts as the discipline review, right? No, Carole, it doesn't. I won't go AWOL next time, I promise. I guess that's good enough, Miss Raiden. Yeah, please, I'll be good. Will you? Please? Mm-hmm. All right, but you shall submit a written report for your personal review. Oh, thank you so much, Miss Raiden. Oh, dear. I hope you learned something from this. Apparently not. Adam, I'll check on Joey. You take care of Carole. I'm kicking myself for forgetting that was muted. At least my mic was unmuted. Whew, that's the single most embarrassing moment of my entire life. Can't you just call me on a private line? Who the hell roasts her own daughter in public? You had it coming, Carole, to be fair. Let's see. I enjoy the public roasting. Let's have more of that. You should know your mom was pleading for your case. Mr. Raiden was really mad at me? Uh-oh. I've heard that when Miss Raiden's mad, even our overseer heard about it. Senpai, I found this place totally different from what I had thought. You know, I'm noticing Carole's delivery here, she's a lot more, like, reserved than I feel like I'm used to hearing her. What do you think? What do you think about all this? I thought it would be sunnier and hotter. The sun won't do me any good. I won't benefit from any tan. Mom's proud of our heritage, but... I hope you didn't run away because that black is beautiful, girl. I mean, Hoyo, if you want to call this black, I mean, I guess so. I'll appreciate any characters with melanin, to be fair. Let's do... I guess it'll be this one. Yeah. Sai, thanks for saying this, Senpai. But it's the sun. Girls have delicate skin, you know. 2 weeks out here would be hell. I mean, I've never been to South Africa or Africa in general, but I do feel like it would be hot as hell. I feel like that would be extremely fucking hot. I also imagine it's very humid too. That's why, you know, when AWOL, girls my age need to look pretty. I'm totally serious. Carole, what the fuck? After landing at St. Fountain, I realized this place was quite different. Pretty, comfy, and Mediterranean. It totally reminds me of home. Home. I'm trying to figure out, like, because I don't think we know, like, where Lewis is from. But I know that the Schicksal, like, floating base was, at least for a time, docked in the Mediterranean. So she could be meaning that instead. Because... But then again, she's at St. Freya a lot, which is not at the floating Schicksal HQ. So... But you know what, actually? If I remember correctly, the floating HQ has a lot of, like, dorms and, like, living spaces for the Valkyries. I think a lot of Valkyries do live there, which would make sense. Like, if Lewis and her husband, whoever that is, live in Schicksal HQ, even if they're retired, it would make sense that Carole would have been raised in that environment, too. And then she would have transferred to St. Freya to be in class there and working under May. If I had known about this, I'd have never gone AWOL, and I would have invaded that public shaming from Mom. Let's just let it slide. But I just can't get it out of my head. I know you all want me to grow up, but I'm just a 16-year-old. I mean, what do you expect? Okay, so here's what I want to check now. Here's the thing I want to find out. Let's go through... Let's pull up my Google Drive timeline thing. Because I think we have a specific date now for Carole's, like, age and how much older she is from everyone else. Google Drive. Let's go back to my timeline here. If this takes place in 2026, which it should, That means Carole was born in 2010, I think. Do I have that listed here? Yeah, so September 23rd, Carole Pepper is born. So what was happening at this time? So in the time that Carole was... in the time that Carole was born, let's see what was happening at the same time. Siegfried abandons Kiana. And then all of Himiko's squad is annihilated. So there's that. So during the year that Carole was born, all of Himiko's original squad is murdered horribly, and Kiana is abandoned by Siegfried to wander the world by herself. That's what was happening. And then also Dudendal became a Valkyrie. So there was that. And then in St. Fountain, the local newspaper Golden Spring Daily was founded. And then within 15 years, by the time that St. Fountain's, like this stuff happening here, it becomes one of the more popular newspapers in the region. So there's that. Oh, so good times. Yeah, there's great times when Carole was born. Which does mean that Carole is about 10 years younger than May and Kiana and the rest. So here's an interesting thing that I was thinking about. There's a lot of people who were saying that they thought that like Helia and Coralie were about the same age as Celie and the rest. They're not, I don't think. They're older than Carole, for sure. But I don't think we ever learned how old Helia and Coralie are. But like, they're still like Valkyries that are under the direction. So I think they're both like they might be on Dodonal's squad, or they might be part of Squad 1. We don't know what squad Helia and Coralie are in. But they're not as old as like Kiana and May and the others, which means that they may not be 16 as like how Carole is here, but they're probably like, you know, late teens, early 20s, somewhere in that range, which means that they're at the very least like 5-ish years or so younger than everyone else. At least 5-ish years or so younger, which explains why they talk about like Celie being like, you know, their, you know, senpai or whatever. Like they talk about that because she's like older than they are. A lot of people especially were saying that Celie was about their same age. Like Celie's only like a year younger than Bronya. Like she's not that much younger, all things considered. Rosa and Lilia are younger for sure. We don't know by about how much because we don't know how their specific birthdays or anything, but we do know that they're younger, but they're still not as young as like everyone else. Like Helia and Coralie must be closer in age to Rosa and Lilia than anything else, I think. They're very obvious how Helia and Coralie talk about others. Yeah, I thought it was obvious too. Like I thought it was pretty clear that like Helia and Coralie were supposed to be younger because they're, you know, technically still students at St. Freya or something. Like they're still like they're Valkyries. Like they're assigned like rank A Valkyries for like Helia's an A rank Valkyrie for sure. I don't remember if Coralie ever specifies what her rank is. They're both A rank Valkyries, I think, but like they're not as old as everyone else is. But I saw a lot of people on Twitter who were trying to say that like Helia and Coralie were basically the same age as Kiana and the rest. I'm like, no, they're not though. They're decidedly younger. They're a lot closer in age to like Temido, Lyle, and Adam and everyone else. It's like we don't know how old like Adam is, but there is a debated scene which we will get to when we get to it. We get to the Thunders over Nagazora, where it seems like May maybe rescues a young Adam from Nagazora and then sends him to go stay with like the other orphans, specifically like Lyle and the rest. So to be fair, Helia looks older than she is and Coralie looks younger than she is. Yeah, this is true. Coralie is short and they make a lot of jokes about it, but like from what I can gather, Helia and Coralie do not have a specific year that they're born. In fact, the whole game tends to avoid years in general, but yeah, I think that like they're both supposed to be 5-ish years or so younger than Kiana and everyone else, which would mean that they're a little bit older than Carole here. So like if Carole's 16 here, I'd imagine Helia and Coralie are probably like 20, 21, somewhere in that range. Whereas like May and Kiana and the others, they're like 26 to 28, somewhere in that range. That's how I view like their current ages, because Carole's one of the youngest people we've met, for sure. It's YOLO. You only live life once. That's what life is. Sure, Carole. Also, look at this little pouty face from her. Also question. Yeah, answer. At least between Carole and Kiana. I would say so. Carole's one of the youngest people, 100%. I'm waiting for your question, Carole. I have a question. Why didn't you tell me the fucking game was muted? Why didn't you tell me the game's audio was muted? I could have fixed that. How dare. Why the hell haven't we seen a grown-up vodka twins? Bronny looks so v-v-v-voom. How do the twins look? I've actually wondered for a while. There was a leak that ended up being wrong years ago when they were talking about part 2 stuff that had suggested that both like the vodka girls and May were going to get their Post-Honkai Odyssey forms. We're going to see what they looked like. We don't have that right now, obviously, and I would love to see it. What we do know about them is this. They help, like, so Seely, Veliona, and Rosa and Lilia, they do assist with Kiara's home, which is the like new orphanage that took, we haven't got to this yet, but like Nat looks after a bunch of orphans from Nagazora, from the Roost, which includes Lyle, I think. He used to be one of those. And they get sent to Kiara, like they form a new orphanage called Kiara's home, which I think Adam also gets sent to after May rescues him from Nagazora as well. And so he and Lyle become childhood friends because they were raised in the orphanage together. We know that Rosa and Lilia assist with helping at the orphanage. They're like teachers or whatever. They're some sort of volunteers that help there. And then Seely comes in with Veliona and Bronny occasionally to assist with Kiara's home. So we know that's what they're doing. We also know from a Post-Honkai Part 2 that like they are still like touring as the Vodka Girls, but whether or not they're actually successful idols is a whole nother matter entirely. I don't know that I can imagine those two dinguses actually being proper good idols, but we'll have to see. Rosalia, a teacher. Lord help them kids. Yeah, every time they've mentioned it, it is like, oh God, help them. Because they're still dinguses. They just seem like, they're not like actual teachers. Like, they're not like educators. They're just like there to help at the orphanage. So they help teach about like entertainment. Like they're good to like play with kids. Because you know how Rosa and Lilia are. They're really good with kids. So they're teachers in the sense of being like seniors at the orphanage who help out, but like not actual educators. Whereas like May is an actual educator who works at St. Freya. So, and then we know that Seely is the like medical officer for Schicksal. Like she's like the head medical officer. And then Veliona is the leader of Squad 2. And then Squad 4 is Durandal's squad, who we don't know who's on that squad, but we think that Helly and Coralie are probably on, like Helly and Coralie are almost certainly on Squad 1 or 2. We don't know which one. I'm tempted to say that they're on Squad 4, or yeah, Squad 1 or 4. Helly and Coralie are Squad 4, I would say, because I don't think that Rita runs a squad. I think Rita is also just an instructor at St. Freya. And I'm currently the opinion that Squad 1 is Sushang. Because May doesn't know Sushang very well. And that would also suggest that, like, Susanna could also be part of that squad because her and Sushang are, like, you know, tight-knit. But we know that Susanna's entire role currently is, like, running the Schicksal, like, YouTube channel. And doing a lot of, like, promotional things. So we know that much is happening. But we don't know exactly who the squad leaders are for 1 and 4. But 4 is almost certainly Durandal, I think. That's a pretty given answer. But the question of composition of the squads is its own thing because who's to say? You could also maybe make the case that Helly or Coralie leads their own squad, but I don't think they do. Based off what happens in Part 2, unless Helly gets promoted to squad leader after the events of Part 2, we only really see them interacting by being directly under Durandal. So Durandal has to be leading the Immortal Blades as like a new squad, and I feel like that has to be what they currently are. But we've never really had that confirmed, so maybe we'll find out. Can't really disagree about that. Don't worry, I'm no idiotka. I know my priorities. Who taught you this, Carole? You know, actually, here's my headcanon. I think I know why she says this. She says this because of like, so she lives on base, we assume. That she lives on, like, the floating Schicksal HQ. Which means that the only people she's going to see on base is probably going to be Seelie, which means that Carole's probably in and out of like the the medical ward a lot for injuring herself. That's a Bronya-ism. It's not just a Bronya-ism. Remember that all the orphans, Rosa, Lilia, Bronya, and Seelie have said that to some degree. I am of the opinion that Carole goes in and out of like the fucking medical ward, and she's talked to Seelie a lot, and either Seelie or Veliona has said this, and she's picked it up from one of them. I'm almost certain of it. Seelie probably wouldn't be inclined to say this in front of others, but Veliona almost certainly would. I feel like she's picked it up from one of them. It's a Russianism, yeah. It's almost certainly Seelie or Veliona that she's picked this up from. Because remember, Bronya Bronya shows up to help around occasionally, but Bronya is currently a game designer at ET Studio working with Welt. And Rosa and Lilia are more often than not helping with Kiara's home. They're not necessarily going to be on base. Necessarily. They might be. I feel like Rosa and Lilia would get along with Carole pretty well, so she might have had interactions with them to some extent, but like, given how Carole is, I bet she has a propensity for hurting herself, in which case she's almost certainly spent a lot of time in the medical side of things, in which case she's probably heard this from Seelie or Veliona. Almost certainly one of those two things. I read the reports on Saint Fountain and the new enemies we'll be fighting. I haven't graduated yet, but I know I'm a Schicksal Valkyrie fighting to protect the world. Well, as long as you know. You're not an annoying brat anymore! I kind of want to sass her a bit, but I think this is going to raise my affection with her. We'll sass her. Hey, people can change, you know. They can, but you're still a bit of a brat, Carole. She does have strong brat energy, doesn't she? She's a brat. I believe it. Hold on, I gotta put my cold brew thing away because I have enough for like half a glass of coffee left and I'm getting a little bit parched. Maso Carole confirmed, yeah.
Yes.
Alright, problem solved. You solved a problem. Let's just drop the details. The important thing is, I'm back and you can count on me. Nice. Also, we were talking about character designs earlier. Ruins unlocked. Oh yeah, we ain't gonna be able to do this shit. We absolutely are not doing this. Senbon Sakura, the fucking Miku song? Fantastic. Yeah, we ain't doing this. Not anytime soon. That shit's hard as fuck. Alright, so, character designs. So we're talking before how, like, Mei's, like, inclusion of this, like, feather motif stuff doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But, like, Carole actually does make a lot of sense for her. She has, like, all these little, like the Rolling Stones type thing here, little donut stuff. All her, like, you know, more child, or not like, teenage, like, you know, pop punk type stuff. She has a lot of teenage things here. And it does kind of, like, fit well with the idea of writing her as, like, the more youthful character that we have here. This suits her personality very, very well. Which I think is good. Adams just feels very basic. Like, I don't feel like we get a good sense of Adam's personality through his, like, battlesuit at all. This just feels like it has the same clasps and things we see from, like, Mei's stuff here. This, like, motif that Schicksal has. So we do have these aspects here. But there's not a whole lot that really showcases much of his personality other than, like, he might be a bit more serious. Because he's, like, it's not, like, untucked or whatever. It doesn't look messy. It's very clean. It's where it should be. He's wearing all the proper stuff he should, but there's no real part of his personality on showcase. Adam is just, this is an anime pro tag outfit. I mean, it is that. You can maybe read it as, like, Adam is very serious. He's not a very, like, charismatic person or all the personality that he puts on show. You could maybe, if you wanted to read too much into it, which I think you could, that Adam is very much trying his best to be a proper Valkyrie, living up to the expectations of being like, I have to be a Valkyrie because I'm one of the only few men one here. I have to take this very serious. So he can be a very serious person. I think that, like, while you could do that, the writing doesn't quite lean into that too much until part 2, where you get, like, Lyle embarrassing the fuck out of him and hiding his, like, edgy past or whatever. He had like a Chudy phase. So like we don't get a good sense of that from this design really. Whereas Carole, we have a really good sense of Carole's personality just by looking at her outfit. And May's, it feels very like, these feel like medals of honor kind of thing. So it gives off like, I'm an instructor at a combat military school and I've earned my position here. Like that's what like all the like medals and clasps and stuff, like that's what this kind of gives the vibe of in my mind. That's how I'm interpreting this. Adams doesn't seem to have that kind of vibe to me. It just feels very basic. Alright, Carole, what say you?
Senpai,
Senpai, a friend told me a few days ago that you're the first guy to enroll at St. Freya. I remember boys tend to have poor Honkai adaptability, right? Correct. Yes, generally. Or are you trying to gather gossip materials? I'm just curious. I love making her like pouty. Look at this fucking pose. The feathers and the plumes doesn't look like May at all if you don't see her head. It is like, again, I'm wondering why with the feathers and stuff. Like, why do that for May? And I think even when this first came out, that was a question I had of like, why are we doing like a feather motif? I don't understand why that was chosen. But you know what I can check? Hold on. Where am I? I have art books. I have the 2 art books they gave us for free if you played the game enough. Let me go fetch them because I think they have a section for Post-Honkai Odyssey in one of them. Boy, I suppose strictly speaking, I have 4 art books, but 2 of them are Japanese. Let's try volume 1. Does this include? Well, there's Senti and Brawny, a lot of the Sealy designs, Veliona and May, Hirsch Domination, Kiana's different stuff, a lot of Himiko things, more Kiana, Ellie. And all the Flame Chaser things. Yeah, I'm not seeing a Post-Honkai Odyssey in this. It must have been, it was before this came out, though. Let's check one of the older ones. Maybe I can find something else in here. Yeah, this has Void Drifter and stuff. This has more of, like, the old battle suits and things. I have 2 of these. They're really old, though. There's the Vodka Twins, all the elves, different Stigmata art. A lot of Stigmata art, actually. That stuff's really cute. There's Siegfried, more of Sealy. There's Sin, Sirin, Higokumaru. I could have sworn they put a Post-Honkai Odyssey in one of these. I don't know. A lot of animation cells, design stuff for the old Valkyries. Cute art of Sealy and Barania. That's really thick, damn. Okay, so it's not in this one. Is it? Did I miss it? Is it like not in another one? Let's check the volume 2 stuff. Oh, here it is. Okay, they do have a Post-Honkai Odyssey in here. Okay. This is part 2. So the leader of Anti-Honkai Squad 3, she's a real hero to distinguish herself in battle of the Great Eruption 8 years ago. She's never put down her blade ever since she became a mentor, committed to fighting for all that's beautiful in the world, and deep in her heart, she looks forward to a real reunion with someone important. Unfortunately, I can't promise you that because this time I must accomplish my mission. Alright, so looking at May's different designs, some of her other designs in this, I don't have a way to showcase this. They do have more of like a teacher vibe. They gave her like a pencil skirt in one of them. They give her pants in another one. So some of these have a lot more like teacher vibe than her current outfit. But 2 of them still have like the plumage stuff. But the one that they went with is like this middle one that has the actual feather in it. It seems like a couple of them here have like a flower or something as a motif. So there's that as well. It would have worked a lot more if they had a new original character who was like May's protege instead. Potentially. Oh shit, Carole's got a good outfit. Hold on. Carole has an outfit here that's, there's two that I really like. One is like, it's like shorts, and then she has, like how Coco's outfit is, right? Where she has like a stocking that kind of goes all the way up one leg, and then it's like halfway up another one with like a belt at the top. But then she has like a short jacket and then like a crop top shirt, which I really like that outfit a lot. Like it's like a hooded jacket that's like white. It looks really good. And they have another one that's kind of similar. It looks kind of like her current one, but she has like butt flaps with it. It's very much like a Seto Kaiba kind of outfit. Dude, Carole's other outfits look pretty good, actually. I like some of these. These are fun concepts. They don't talk a whole lot about like why these characters look like this, though. I sort of wish they had done more with that, though. Like, if you go look at the old art books, like the ones that are purely in Japanese, they have like actual descriptions about why these outfits were chosen, about like the context for them being released or if they weren't released like globally or not. There's a lot of like extra information about the different outfits and designs that they went with. The newer art books don't really do that. They're just like, hey, this is the character, here's what they were. That'll give you an idea about like why Hoyo was like designing things that way. And seeing as we're on this topic, why don't we go to the actual like Hoyo YouTube channel and see if we can't find if there's a design video about a Post-Honkai Odyssey where they talk about like the designs, because I don't know that they've done that or not. They usually do for new Valkyries, but I don't know if they've done that for Impact 3rd specifically, on this mode specifically. Honkai Impact 3rd. Let's go through videos. I gotta go back a long fucking way because this is really, really old. Yeah, we're not looking at Lantern. Part 2 first look. There's Mistalin. We're not worried about Mistalin. There's I-Chan. A lot of the Elysian Realm stuff. There's part 2. But we're not going to get to that for a while. Let's keep going. We got a ways to go back. Flame Scion, Elf Academy. Okay, there's Veliona, Didendal. There's 4 7s. We're getting back a ways. We're almost there. There's Delta. The retrospective video. Hirsch of Thunder. Okay, here we go. They have a gameplay video. Then they have the actual like concept trailer, which we watched last time. They really don't have anything at all talking about it. That's wild. They would not do that now. Someone did a CS2 trend with Kiana and Bronny. I'll post it in media. What is the CS2 trend? What is that? Oh, I did see that. I think I follow that person on Twitter. They're very fun. They post a lot of fun memes. But yeah, there's not any real like information currently about why they chose to design May they did. Kiana's a hug. Can support her shirt. Yeah, it can. So, what makes you so special, Senpai? Because of my noble lineage? What noble lineage? You're a fucking orphan. Senpai, nobility doesn't mean anything nowadays. In fact, it makes you sound stupid. Don't tell me anything. I'll find out from my friends. Tell me what you found, because I'm curious as well. Of course. Can't believe I need to rely on gossip to learn about myself. Yeah, I can't believe we have to like rely on gossip to learn about you too. I'm very curious why we have to rely on gossip for you. Oh, she did the fucking senti pose. She did the hands behind the back senti pose. Carole. Who have you been talking to in the fucking base? I'm really curious. Adam, did you hear the recording we intercepted? Notice anything unusual? It's like they realized how lazy it was. Who was Otto talking to? I'm glad you noticed. He addressed them as the Sky People and promised to teach them human languages. So, I don't remember the specifics of this because this has been a really long time, but in the main story, you do end up talking to the Sugars, right? Like that does come up, and they do reference the events of Alien Space where Welt and Ryusuke have like their fight, and Ryusuke betrays the Sugars and kills one of them. Like we do know to at least in part Alien Space is canon because that's referenced. But I'm pretty sure that in that conversation they also talk about the Sky People. So I'm wondering if May wasn't privy to that conversation, or if she's just like musing information now instead of like telling Adam about things that were probably confidential. Do you think it's related to the alien creatures of St. Fountain? What also could be very interesting here is like the Sugars, if I remember correctly, they do identify Vita and Saw as their enemy, as the Sky People that they're concerned about. So I wonder if like the reason why May is confused here is like she's like, okay, they said Sky People, but like that should be Vita and Saw. And she's like very confused. It's like that shouldn't be like these things. I wonder like what exactly is going on in May's head right now. Hard to say. I guess you prefer having more evidence for jumping to conclusions. Disregard the idea that Cinti spends her free time teaching newbie Valkyries things that would annoy their senpai. I absolutely agree with that. Cinti 100% does that shit. Since we intercepted that recording, I placed sonar trackers along the way to collect more intel. Retrieve these trackers once you have some time. Alright, sure, we'll go. Oh, this is Acts of May 2, and that's the main story? Yeah, we'll do this. I need to drink more of my coffee. I'm gonna get some water in a minute. Retrieve them with the help of hints. I don't need hints. Oh? My Media implant. Media? Implant? What is that? Did she get like new surgery for like channeling her Honkai stuff? Huh. What the fuck does that mean? Yeah, I know the trap is. I've seen the debuff stuff. I know, May! I'm just disabling it so we don't have to deal with it anymore. It's annoying. Okay. Bonk, bonk, bonk. Alright, let's take him out. Yeah! Shield broken! Get fucking wrecked, nerd. May, you missed. I hate to break it to you, May, but you missed that. Yeah, there's no stuff up there. Do that one. And that one. That one. Well, at least, like, I can do a little bit of damage here. This isn't too much of a problem. No, whatever. Go, Carole. Kill this shit. Alright, there we go. Hey, look! There's a thing. I love finding shinies. Alright, anything up here? No, but there is one up there. I see it. Yeah, we don't need to use May to break this thing. She's gonna get the actual debuff on her if I keep using her. Alright, fine. An ambush? Now, how can I throw these things off of the edge here? Thwap. Did we kill them? Oh yeah, we got them. Nice. Wait a minute, did I see a chest? There is a chest down there. Yep. I want more shinies, please and thank you. Tell me my fucking Crystallium was maxed out. Like hell it was. If you say so, May. Yeah, look at this. Crystal cycle cap reached. Oh, that must be like every week. Is what that is. Okay, yeah, that's annoying. The trackers have intercepted many similar recordings. There should be plenty of those around. We should be able to intercept more recordings and find clues about this hidden mastermind. You've done a great job, Adam. Yeah, thanks for that. Nice. What do you have to say, May? Miss Raiden, I've got a question I really wanted to ask you. Why did you ask to lead Squad 3? People said you used to lead Squad 1. Oh yeah, I forgot about this specific thing. Did something happen? No one transfers from Squad 1 to Squad 3 on a whim. Could just be a leadership rotation program. She chose to pursue her dreams and love? Did you just quote some cheesy soap opera? Yes. But on second thought, that might be a very interesting story. I mean, a little bit. You two should stop gossiping behind my back. It's not as complicated as you think. There used to be only 2 Schicksal Special Squads at first. After we reopened St. Freya, we split the squads to give the graduates actual field training. Right. It's not very exciting, but the truth often bores people. You got me interested in the other squad leaders. Yes, let's talk about the other squad leaders. I never met them before. Are they just as good as you are, Miss Raiden? So she's never met Veliona, which is kind of interesting. You'd think she would have at some point. They are special. Unique. Hello, hello. Thank you for the follow. What's the leader of Squad 1 like? I don't really know her. We only fought together for a few days. Words won't do them justice. You should try to know them on your own. You'll meet them eventually if you stay in Schicksal. Yeah, so I already know what she says about the other ones. But I'm trying to think of, like, who fits that definition for Squad 1? Someone that she doesn't know very well. A new function's been unlocked. Oh. Each character has multiple operationals. Oh, here's the modules to change their ults and stuff. Yeah, we have that. We'll come back to that later. So, okay, let's go back and take a look at, like, all the Valkyries here, because, like, let's take a look at who we have here. So these are, like, all the people that we know of who are in the game that are playable characters. Right? So, obviously, Squad 1's leader has to be one of these. Obviously, Mei is going to know, like, Bronya and Kiana. Terry can't count for it. She knows Fuqua immensely well. She knows Rita well. So, like, it can't be any of them at all. Like, right? It cannot be any of them. Sakura's dead. Colin's dead, so that doesn't count. Rosa and Lilia also don't really count because there's nobody they're squad leaders. They're not going to put them in charge of that. And also, Mei has met them before, so she should know who they are too. We know that Seely becomes the medical officer, and Veliona is the leader of Squad 2, so it's not Seely. Durandal is almost certainly the leader of Squad 4, so it's not Durandal, especially because Mei also knows her really well. Can't be Fischl. Fischl's not in this game, really. Ellie, Mobius, Pardo, Eponia, Eden, Vilvi, Griseo, all of them are also not. They're all Flame Chasers. They don't count. Carole obviously isn't going to count. Mei knows Raven. She knows Raven very, very well. Raven's also not a squad leader. Raven answers to Rita. So Raven is decidedly not going to be somebody who can count for this. So we can eliminate basically all these first few rows here. Now we can go down towards the bottom here, which we have Sushong, who I think is the most likely option. Ai-chan, who almost certainly isn't, just because Ai-chan is a pseudo-time crystal entity who exists in a weird other space, and she's friends with Vita. Ai-chan's fucking weird. I am looking forward to getting to the end of part 1 where they explain her ass again, because Ai-chan's weird. She's a very, very strange entity, so yeah, eliminate her. Susanna, I struggle to see a situation where Susanna is the lead of her own squad. Raven's not a Valkyrie, is she? She's a mercenary unless something changed. Basically, yes, she is a Valkyrie, more or less. After the events of part 1, she ends up sort of like being... I don't know how to really describe it other than she's sort of like Rita's prisoner. She works for Schicksal, and she's like, Rita is like her direct supervisor, but it's kind of like house arrest or community service almost. So whether or not she is actually classified as an official actual Valkyrie is another matter entirely. But we do know that to some extent she works for Schicksal, and to some extent she answers to Rita. That's what we know for sure. They tend to be kind of dubious about explaining things after the fact. Alright, let's keep going down the line. Mistalin, there's no fucking way they make Mistalin a squad leader. Also, she wouldn't do it anyway, knowing how Mistalin is. So, yeah, nix her, she doesn't count. Prometheus does work with everyone, but also Mei knows Prometheus. I don't know if she knows her very well, but she does know Prometheus. But Prometheus does not seem to be the kind of person that you would put in charge of a squad, so doesn't count for her either. Kira is another good one that could like maybe be the case, but Kira's whole issue is that Kira works with like the sugars, and while she's around, we see her a lot. I also struggle to see her being classified as a squad leader in her own right. She was a Valkyrie, and then she kind of half died during the second Honkai War, sort of, and then she's like now traveling with the sugars, so I don't know that Kira really counts either, though she does like interact with the squad a lot more after part 1.5, so she might actually be officially on the squad now, in which case Mei could reasonably describe her as someone she doesn't know very well. I could see that being the case, but I also struggle to see Kira being like on Earth consistently. Siren, in the main universe is dead, and in this playable version is a captain first character, so she doesn't count. Senna also couldn't count, almost certainly not going to be her. Thelema, Lantern, Songshua, definitely none of them either. Helia and Coralie, unless they like promoted Helia to squad leader, I don't see any reason why either one of them should be a squad leader. And also, May knows both of them very well. She talks to them all the time. So you can eliminate both of them too. Sparkle doesn't count. And Vita, May knows Vita, and there's no fucking way they'd make Vita a squad leader. Vita wouldn't do it anyways. So I think Sushang and Kira are almost certainly, like, one of these two has to be the Valkyrie that's in charge of Squad 1. Like, one of these two has to be. And again, I think that Sushang just makes the most sense. Because she travels all the time. So, like, May would know of her. They would have met during the end of the Great Eruption, because she does show up at that time. But, like, a lot of the times she's interacting with Schicksal, like, during the Cluster arc, for example, May is with World Serpent. So May doesn't, like, have an opportunity to really talk to Sushang during that time when she's interacting with everyone else. So, like, Kiana then would know Sushang better. And then when Sushang is around, she's hanging out with her girlfriend because Susanna is, like, the other one there. Like, it's just Susanna and Sushang together. Like, they're always together. So it has to be them. But the only ones that feel reasonable are Sushang or Susanna. See, my problem with putting Susanna in charge of that is, like, the other roles that she has. So Susanna is, like, the face of the, like, YouTube channel that they run. So it's like Susanna and Stan is the channel that they run. And they're just talking about, like, training videos and stuff for Schicksal, like, recruiting stuff. Giving people updates on what's going on within St. Freya, things like that. So she's sort of like their social media manager in a lot of ways. Because she has so many duties outside of combat, and she's never been the kind of character who's, like, really the one who can lead stuff, I could see it, like, as of right now, Susanna has no reason to be in charge of a squad. That being said, from a character perspective, in writing her, having Susanna be, I'm idolizing Rita, I'm idolizing Durandal, and having her go from that being the inept Valkyrie who can't do anything to being the leader of her own squad is a satisfying character arc. That is a good growth for her. And I could definitely see it being very reasonable to put Susanna in charge of a squad because Teddy felt like, we need to make you grow, so we're going to put you in charge of a squad. Sushang, the only problem I have with Sushang being in charge of it is, like, Sushang travels all the time. Like, she's a Valkyrie on paper, but she's not always, like, around. She's kind of wandering about. And I don't know if Sushang would have decided by the time Post-Honkai happens to, like, sort of settle down and work within Schicksal as a proper squad leader. So maybe, but maybe not. I think the three of them, like Kira, Sushang, and Susanna, are probably the three most likely ones because May hasn't had any meaningful interactions with any of them. Not really. So everybody's own experience and capable enough to carry the team if needed and to be able to lead others if pressed to. That's what I'm thinking too. Is like Sushang has the experience. She has the combat capability. She's an S-rank Valkyrie. The end of part 1 does specify that Susanna, when she doesn't get in her own way, she can match S-rank Valkyries. Like, Susanna is very capable. She just lacks the confidence in herself to do anything. So, again, from like a character arc perspective, I think I would like Susanna to be the leader of Squad 1. And then, you know, obviously, May would know of her. Susanna is pretty well known. But I don't think May would have ever had any meaningful interactions with her in any way whatsoever. Whereas, like, Seely would, and Bronny and Kiana would. They all would know her pretty well, but, like, there's no reason, like, May would. So, I don't know. Like, that's sort of where I'm at. It's, like, these three, but probably Susanna or Sushang. Like, one of those two has to be it. Because all the rest of them, like, there's a good explanation as to why none of them could be. Such is how I think about it, anyway. But Sushang running her own squad would be kind of fun. But also her being like a support when like Susanna leading her own squad and there's like, Sushang, help. Like her crying to Sushang to help her run a squad. I think I'd like that quite a bit. Because she already kind of does this anyway of like asking Sushang to assist her. Because wife. But I don't know. Like I like Susanna being the one in charge of her own squad too. But they've never given us any information other than that one line of dialogue from May. So, who can really say, honestly? Yeah, we're going to level up May sometime soon. Alright, you've got nothing else to say. Alright, Carole, what say you? Why are you sad again? Carole seems pretty unhappy. Ask her and make a joke about it. Let's ask her nicely. Sigh. Senpai, I got myself in trouble again. I need your help. Uh-huh. It'd be fun dynamic. Susanna in charge of her own squad, but Sushong pals around with her even if she's not part of the squad. Yeah, like, I think that's a really fun dynamic. I like that dynamic a lot. And I think, like, well, I think Sushong is probably the most likely. Susanna's role as that squad leader would be really interesting. There's a lot of fun stuff you could do. And if the end of part 2 is going to lead us into a bunch of side stories that, like, are just resolving certain mysteries, I mean, kind of fun stuff, that would be kind of a fun way to do that, of introducing the other squad leaders properly, and then having, like, Susanna be one of them, which would be really, really funny. Because, like, how do you manage, like, a YouTube channel and be a social media manager and also run your own squad? Like, what does that look like? Also, who else is under her? Or actually, you know what? Here we go. Here's my headcanon for the squads, okay? Squad 2, we know, is Veliona as the leader, and then Timido and Lyle are underneath her. We know that for sure. But Veliona had to go assist Squad 4 with something, so she's not in Post-Honkai Part 2, so Bronya, who is quite capable, was asked to fill in for her. So we have that. Squad 3, we know, is led by May, with Carole and Adam. Squad 4, I think, is led by Durandal, with Helia and Coralie being directly underneath her. But Squad 1, I think, is going to be led by Susanna, and then on paper it's Sushong and Alvatir. I think it's them. I think it's those three together. Like Sushong's, or like Susanna's like wife and best friend being part of her squad. Yeah. It's like one that exists on paper, but doesn't actually like operate as like a standard team. I feel like that's the team that makes the most sense to me. Maybe we'll get some confirmation soonish. But that's how I'm going to think about it. I think that's what it is. Miss Raiden isn't nice to me anymore. Uh-huh. She used to pat me on my head and hold my hands while shopping, but she's not doing any of that anymore. You went AWOL on us. That's serious. Look, AWOL is just absent without leave. I just forgot to apply for leave. Uh-huh. May would definitely approve my leave if I felt terribly sick, right? I mean, a little bit, sure. The only reason I got into trouble was because I didn't fill in a few forms. Is this how you're rationalizing it? And also because you weren't sick to start off with. Would you mind walking with me for a bit, Senpai? Tell me about the mission while I find something to let off some steam. Okay, Carole, sure. We'll do that in a minute. Let's talk to Joey first. Joey, you lost your father for several days, right? Where did you find food? I started off scavenging and eting whatever I could find, but I got so hungry I was hallucinating food. Boy, what? You were hallucinating food? That's not good. I noticed the city was deserted, so I sneaked into buildings for food. Snuck into buildings for food. The books taught me lockpicking. What fucking books are you reading that teaches you lockpicking? Water's easy. I drank from the river running through the city. Clearly, Sushong is the most capable one here, but she can't be leader. Yeah. that is absolutely the dynamic of that. Can you imagine them trying to make Alvatir like run a team? The girl who's self-described as the tool, which is not a good thing. No. I think I'm one of the very few people who wants Alvatir to be playable. I want them to like flesh her out a bit more, because we only ever really see her like as part of the Immortal Blades and It's like there was the event that they did with Sushong a while back where they're talking about different rumors about Didendal before they like revealed who Didendal actually was. And then we have like in the last stream we did of this where she like shows up to talk to everyone else about like her role and stuff as quote unquote the tool. But like, I don't know. I feel like Alphateer, she's a fun character, and like having Susanna's like best friend being a more fleshed out character, I think I would like that quite a bit. Remember, like Susanna started as like just a fucking NPC, and she shows up in the manga a lot. Like she's kind of a dumbass. Oh, that reminds me. Hold on, I gotta find a thing. There's something in the manga that's really funny about that. Where is that? That is London Holiday. I'm pretty sure. Let's see. We can see a lot of her old squad. So Susanna was part of the Fosgens originally. Which is this. This is her old squad. This is the Valkyries that like Susanna used to be with. Look at her. Look at like how like simple she looks now. This is like her old battle suit, and this is her old squad people. Matilda and Zofia, who we have not seen in game. Neither one of these characters have been shown up like in game at all. We've never met them. But Susanna started as like just a side character. She wasn't really like all that important. Let's see if I can find. There's a couple of like really amusing interactions in this entire thing. So let's do for this thing. Also, why does Susanna have shoujo manga vision? Why does she view Didendal like this? Why is she like this? This is not even the only time. She's always like this. The one thing that's maintained consistency across all of Susanna's appearances is girl is down bad for like Sushong and Didendal and Rita. She's so down bad for this shit. It's so funny. Based? Yes, absolutely. Girl is so silly. I love her so much. Absolute dingus here. But yeah, also we get this panel. Because her family, like, mines gemstones and stuff. Look at this stupid face. Now, what I will... This is a spoiler thing for this manga, though, right? Like, this whole thing introduces us to, like, a little bit of information about World Serpent. Raven shows up in this and stuff, too. They have, like, Susanna be a character who, like, tags along for this stuff. And then they, like, allegedly, like, kill her off later. Let's see if I can find it. Also, Jackal shows up in this, which is fun. Let's see... Where do they do this? Because this was kind of interesting. This is how they got Stan. Stan's like their cat, and he's like a half Honkai. He's like a cat modified with Honkai stuff. Yeah, fucking this thing. This is their cat. This is Didendal and Rita's cat, Stan, and also because Stan's like a mascot, he shows up with Susanna on YouTube. This is like that's what it is. But he looks like a normal ass fucking cat. He looks like this typically. But Rita hates him because she's a dog person. But Didendal wanted a cat, so they got a cat. Let's see if I can find... Oh yeah, so this is what's funny about this, right? So they have like what you think is Susanna, and then she gets like shot in the head and dies. Except it's not Susanna, it's Otto in disguise. Otto pretended to be Susanna this entire fucking time. So all this stupid bullshit that she's doing... All of this nonsense that's happening this entire fucking mission, all of this is Otto pretending to be Susanna. Which is so fucking funny. So all of this like nonsense, all the stupid acting that she's doing, everything here, all of this is Otto pretending to be her. Which is so fucking great. Why is he so silly? Why is he like this? It's one of my favorite fucking things because it's ridiculous. Now, where's the other thing I like about this? There's something else that I wanted to talk about before. Let's see. There's the showdown with Jackal. There's Raven. Hi, Raven. Okay, Rita's doing her thing. Oh yeah, this is funny. So Stan tries to attack Didendal, and because she's like overpowered as fuck. He tries to attack her. She knocks his ass away, breaks his little Honkai control collar here, reverts back to his normal form. And then Stan, this is how he sees Didendal. He's terrified. He is absolutely horrified of Dudendal because he's like, oh no, she has a killer's instinct. She's gonna fucking kill me. And then just kind of rolls over. And Dudendal, just like her fucking mother, loves cats. Look at how adorable she is. Strongest Valkyrie in all of Schicksal, by the way, guys. This is strongest Valkyrie forever. And this is what she's like. What an absolute dork. They would have an evil and intimidating ass cat together. They would. It's great. Also, I like this. Like Rita's like defeated like the spy person. Fucking Dudendal just kicks the wall in. Hey, Rita. I love this panel so much. This is like the best dynamic between these two I think I could have ever. Like, summarize Dorita as a ship in one panel, and it's this. It's exactly this shit. They're so dumb. I love them so much. It's so silly. I like, if you guys have not read the manga, you should. There are so many like weird, silly little moments with them that we don't really get to see in game as much. You should read more of them. They're really fun and stupid. You get like Chibi Kevin, and Dudendal has to fight him because he's like an elf. It's great. It's so funny. We get so many weird, silly little moments. Should do more of that. I even found a supermarket a few days ago. This kid's a survivor. Yeah, I mean, I guess so. Alright, let's go do our mission. We're not doing the destruction yet. Requires until level 12 to complete. Oh, so I can't even start this yet. They won't even let me. Suggested skill level 19. We can manage this. I'm under leveled. It doesn't fucking matter. We got this. Senpai, do you understand how I feel? I know I'm in the wrong, but it doesn't feel like a big deal. I want to defend myself, but couldn't find the right words. Now I feel wretched. Yeah, I'm wretched as hell. Carole, many things I would describe you as. Wretched as hell is not one of them. How about I tell you about the... don't dwell on it, it'll pass very soon. No, I need something to let off steam. Okay. Not in the mood of talking business. Sorry, Senpai. Sure, we can go beat up some stuff. What's your plan? No idea. Let's just wander around. Damn it. They're not gonna let me up there, are they? I guess we can wander around, it's fine. This... Let me up! Ooh. Gib. What did he say? She's like, no, just see what's inside. Alright, get out of here, Chariot. Bonk. God, that is very satisfying. Like, having Carole, like, wander around and, like, punch the fuck out of shit, have them bounce off the ground, that feels really good. Like, when I get used to Part 2's gameplay and stuff, and then I come back to this feels much worse to play. But it cannot be overstated, like, how good this was combat-wise compared to what it was originally. What a huge step up, like, mechanics-wise for this game. Again, love or hate anything about this, but it was an improvement. It did mark a very positive change for the series. Bonk. Ah, there we go. Get out of here. You know what? We'll do this. This is fine. And thwap. Damn it. I wasn't close enough. It's fine. And here, why don't you come over here? And glad. Level 19, my ass. We got this. Let's see, there's more chests over here. I'm probably not going to get nearly as much Crystallium as I would like from this. Like, which idiot left explosives about? I'll pass on that. I wish I knew what Adam said. I wish I knew what he said there, but we have no idea. Other than Carole had no interest in being a part of it, whatever it was. Okay, they want me to go across the street. Okay, fine. I will say the water is a little, like, it's a little bland maybe, but it's not the worst thing. As far as, like, mobile game water is concerned, it's fine. I think I think I remember it being better in a Post-Honkai Odyssey 2. Maybe. We don't tend to get near water very often. Alright, who do we got? Alright, fine. Swap over to May. And do ults to kill this thing off. Come on, dude! Fight me! There's chest. Okay, back to Carole. I thought I saw another chest somewhere, but... Oh, I did. Okay, it's over here. Now then. Probably, yeah, we're gonna get attacked. These lamps are so cute. Sorry about beating them up. Oh, I guess he asked her to go back. She's, no way, I'm still mad. You're just mad at yourself, Carole. I'm trying to remember if they ever, like, move these specific enemies outside of this mode. Bonk, bonk. Bonk, bonk. Ow, rude. Hey, where are you? Dick, come back here. Damn it, blowing me up. Okay, that's what I wanted. Now let's kill them all. I've never seen them outside of a Post-Honkai. Yeah, I know that we've had, like, the strength ones we've been fighting. I know those do. And, like, some of the bosses do as well. But, like, a lot of these other ones, I don't think we really see them outside of it very often. I feel much better after the workout. You alright? Not really. A lot of regret. Mm-hmm. After the punches, my arms and thighs look like trunks. Damn it! Why there isn't any good way to clear my head without messing up my shape? Mm-hmm. Sports help you lose weight. I ain't a fat butt, so that's not my concern. Well then, it keeps fit. My biggest fear is to accidentally bump up the parts that don't need to be bumped up. Make me look all macho. Are you afraid to turn out like your mom? Exactly. That's why she doesn't want to be muscular like Lewis. Hold on. I gotta find a picture of Lewis. I wonder if I can find like an easy one. This requires me going to the manga to look for it. Let's see. I want to find an actual like better image of her so you guys can see what Lewis actually looks like, at least in her prime. Up an image, new tab. This is her mom. Her mom is fucking ripped, dude. Like Lewis is jacked. Good shit, girl. But Carole doesn't look like her mom because I guess she thinks her mom is too macho. But I don't know. Lewis is fine. Hoya wouldn't make her a playable Valkyrie though, the fucking cowards. Every time mom came to visit me at St. Freya, my classmates always gave me weird looks. But Mom's writing is so much cooler. Everything on her is the right size. Carole, do you care to explain what that means? What that mean, girl? What you mean by this? I'd kill to have her shape. But I'm my mom's daughter after all. So it's probably going to be a little hard. I mean, maybe, but like Lewis looks like that because she's a Valkyrie and she spent a lot of time training and getting like strong. So, like, unless you're doing the same training regimen, you're not necessarily going to look like her. Well, time to head back. Enough of my gibberish. Thank you, Senpai. You've been very kind and patient. There's a very funny scene. I don't remember if it's from an event or if it's from like the main story, but like Susanna's like got a corkboard up of like all the people she admires, and Lewis is one of them. She has a little picture of Lewis with like hearts next to it. So Susanna also has Shoujo Manga Brain about Carole's mom, which is also great. We love that. All right, Joey has something to say. All right, talk to me, Carole. Adam and Carole, did you set out together? Found anything interesting? Nothing happened. I just wanted to talk to Senpai about my girl problems. Girl problems? Yes, serious girl problems. We stand our buff queens, we do. I know I can count on you, Senpai. I won't get any deeper into it. Work on your friendship. It'll definitely help you on the battlefield. Yeah. Adam, it's good to see you getting along with Carole. I mean, these people, like, you guys have been together for a while. Were they not getting along? Or was Adam just so, like, what's the word, recalcitrant? That he, like, wasn't talking to her at all? Alright, May, what say you? Nothing? Okay, Carole, talk to me. Senpai, do you miss St. Freya? Let's see. St. Freya, where is that place? How do we want him to answer here? We've been away for only 2 weeks. I've only missed her school when out on missions. Carole thinks Adam would understand her girl talk. That's hilarious. Right? Adam's one of the girls, dude. I'm telling you. Like, when we meet Lyle, when we get to a Post-Honkai Part 2, Lyle would understand the girl talk. I'm telling you. Adam's one of the girlies. He's in this. He's got his boyfriend and everything. He's one of the girlies. I'm telling you. He gets it. He's awkward and doesn't understand shit, but he's one of the girls. Don't let his looks fool you. Let's see. Let's do this one. St. Freya, where is that place? That's cold-blooded, Senpai. Cold and heartless. I'm making a joke, Carole. Come on. Doing Schicksal missions is pretty cool. But I miss school. I miss talking with the girls and having fun with the crowd. You know, Carole talks a lot about her other friends, but like, who are her other friends? Like, what other Valkyries does she talk to? She's younger than Helly and Coralie, so she wouldn't be talking to either of them. Not consistently, anyway. It must be like Timido. Right? Like she must be friends with Timido. But Timido's really shy. I don't remember... Oh god, does Carole have any dialogue talking about her knowing Timido prior to this? I haven't played a Post-Honkai 2 in so long, I don't remember if she actually has any dialogue about it. Maybe she does. I don't know. I do wonder what Carole's other friends look like. I'm a lone wolf at school. The fuck you are, Adam. The fuck you are. You have Lyle. Do not lie to me. There are only 4 people in her class. That's not a crowd. Wait, she has 4 people in her class. Who's the other people in her class? 4 people in her class. Who else would that be? Herself is 1. So who are the other people in her class? I want to see what he says about this. I have friends with other classes, okay? Even though there are only 4 of us, we're the Chili Pepper Girls. What does that mean, Carole? I need to get back to school. Can we finish this mission by today? No, we can't. Actually, as it turns out. Well, have we finally hit a thing where we can't actually, like, progress? We can't progress the plot anymore. We have to raise our intel level. The Chili Pepper Girls. What does that mean, Carole? What that mean? That sounds roaringly like the Vodka Twins. You know what, honestly, I bet you Carole and the Vodka Twins would get along amazingly. Oh, I didn't even fucking... You know who else is there? Sora. And the other kids from the Roost. The ones that Lyle and Adam grew up with in Kiara's home. So, like, all the other kids from the Roost... Almost certainly a lot of them became Valkyries too, I think. I don't remember how many, like, Lyle... Ah, damn it! Lyle talks about this. Like, because Sora... I don't remember if she, like... I don't remember if she becomes an actual Valkyrie or not, because she has, like, other issues, but... Yeah, there's the other kids from the Roost, so she must be talking about some of them too. The handful that actually went to become Valkyries anyway. Not all of them did. Damn it! I'm trying to remember like what Lyle says about that, but it's been so long now. Okay, now how the fuck do I get up here to this? Okay, that works too, I guess. Thanks for the Crystallium. Oh, that's a missing texture. Don't worry about that. Alright, let's see. Let's take care of this thing. Bonk. Okay, I can probably get past this thing. Now, we ignore the other thing. Do that. Shit. Alright, there we go. Now it's gone. Alright, there we go. Got him. No problem. Anything else? I'm wondering if we can actually raise our intel level enough to continue the plot, or if we're gonna have to wait. Okay, that thing's above me, May. I can't fight that right now. We'll fight it later. I like the Destructibles too. That's really fun. Alright, let's do... Well, that didn't work. Alright, Adam, this is your shit, man. Take him out, Adam. You got this, buddy. I believe in you. And bonk. Alright, no problem. Now, what is the way we needed to go to get to... Okay, we just keep continuing. I guess either way doesn't really matter. We'll get to one of them eventually. We gotta keep looking for, like, shinies and stuff, because I know there's, like, a lot of stuff we haven't quite got yet. Got that. I don't remember the, like, chests respawning this often. But it has been forever since I played this, so... hard to say. Alright, got that thing down. Alright, kill both of these things, and that thing's down. I'm glad I can one-shot this stuff, because otherwise we'd be in a lot of combat scenarios that I don't want to be in. You know, I will say, like, Carole coming up with, like, a little name for her group is, like, a very, like, dorky teenager thing to do. Like, she is a dork. I do feel like that is an appropriate thing to have for, like, a teenager. Because if you're going to sit there and tell me that you as a teenager didn't do some really cringe, dorky shit like this, I'm not going to believe you. We were all cringe once. I have not forgotten my cringe days. I'm still a little cringe sometimes, but that's fine. Let's see. We're still too stupid to open this one up. For shame, too. Alright. You can go away. I may be cringe, but I'm free. You know, we all joke about that, but I do feel like there is some validity to that. There's also... I was thinking about this the other day, of, like, the kinds of people who do really well as, like, content creators. And do with this take as you will, but, like, one way you could interpret it is that people who aren't thinking about this stuff all the time, overthinking everything, the ones who are making stuff, also tend to be the ones who, like, do well as content creators. Which is to say, if they're kind of being a little stupid about it, odds are they might actually succeed anyway. And when you listen to a lot of, like, successful creators, like, talk about stuff, a lot of times they're like, yeah, I wasn't thinking about this stuff. I was just, you know, making shit. Which is kind of funny. Like, if you're a little dumb, you might actually succeed as a content creator. Don't take that out of context. I'm sure it's fine, right? Whoa, I actually didn't get caught in that? Wild. Well, I kind of saw that coming. Ow. Dick, stop it. Ow. Asshole. Got it. You tend to have more fun with something when you're not min-maxing the fun out of it. Yeah, I would agree. This is actually, like, one of the reasons why I'm so staunchly against, like, min-maxing as, like, a concept. Because you do tend to, like, purge all the fun out of a thing when you're trying to think about how to, like, maximize everything about it. I think as, like, a content creator, I do think there is, like, a degree in which you kind of have to think about what you're doing. But there is also like a limit to how useful that becomes. Like, there are definitely instances where you can like overthink it too much, and then it becomes like an exercise in just thinking about stuff and not actually doing stuff. Something like that. And also, if you get too obsessed with numbers, then you really start to like optimize the fun out of everything. I was just thinking both sides, yeah. You can't just like not think about what you're doing, but you shouldn't be overthinking it either. The important thing is like to keep like making stuff and being present and around. As long as you're doing that, you'll have a much easier time with it. You know, for what that matters anyway. I can't really say anything as like, you know, somebody whose channel has been relatively small for a long time. But like, if you overthink it, you're just going to make things like miserable and not fun. So just make stuff. Have fun. A golden beast is deeply asleep here. That means it's invincible. So let's not fight it. Okay, I can't do anything about that. I think there was another thing we can get to make that easier to attack. What was the gimmick with this? There was a gimmick here. Whoa. What happened there? Okay, we can progress though. We'll come back to that in a minute. Let's go break this and this. Hey, we can get closer to the bridge now. There's absolutely some useful stuff this direction. Not that we can get too close to it. Yeah, level 17 being the gap for this does make sense, because, like, you're going to get absolutely bodied if you try to go that direction. Oh, there's a thing up there. How do I get up there again? Oh, it's level 17, though. I can't even get up there right now anyway. That's level 15. That's very dangerous. Let's not attack that right now. I think there was that other boss that we were slightly under-leveled for. We might be able to do something with this time, which should help raise our intel level a bit. Where was that? That was this direction, I think. We've cleared everything out, which makes this pretty easy. Was it this way? Yeah, there's the teleport stake, so this thing should be level 12. We're like level 11. We should be able to do this one. I took a third of May's health away, but it's not impossible. We can do this one. Alright, fuck you. Okay. No, don't teleport me away. What do you mean you teleported me away the moment Adam died? What do you mean? I was busy. Asshole. Alright, let's try this again. Okay. There's not as many, like... There's not as much in the way of... What's the word I'm looking for? Telegraphs. Yes, that one. There's not many telegraphs in this as I think I would like. I should be able to do that, but I'd have to be perfect, and that's going to be really annoying. Oh yeah, we still haven't done the Schicksal HQ stuff. I need to do that. Okay, so I think this is about all we can do currently. We've sort of hit like a ceiling on what the game will let me do right now. I will do adventure tasks and stuff off stream, and we'll see if I can't raise my intel level quite a bit. I forget what the cap is. Actually, hold on. I know what we can do. Contributions. Let's go collect this. Insane needs this stuff. Still don't have access to Schicksal HQ? You should. If you've progressed the plot far enough, you should be able to do that. Okay. Hold on. Let's exit and we'll go to my account. We'll actually go check my stuff. You only need to do one task to get your last breakthrough level. Yeah, that's what I have to do with Insane's account too, because he has to go do that stuff. But I'm not, because we're streaming all of Schicksal HQ, or we're doing all of the other stuff. I might just do Schicksal HQ off stream and record it myself at some point in time in the future, because there is plot to it. More of like interim stuff about what was happening in preparation for the battle with Schicksal on the actual like floating HQ and stuff. But like, there's a little bit there, but there's not like a huge amount of stuff. All right, let's go over to my account. Thanks. Yes, my Yahoo email. That's fine. I need to change that, actually. That needs to not be the email I use for this. All right, now that we're in my account, we can go bypass this shit and go take a look at some things. So. No, I don't want to be in part 2. Let's go over to part 1. Okay, so 30 is the cap. Good to know. Ruins. Oh, yeah. I could still do this if I wanted to. Let's see. What is the max level for the characters? 92? That's how high level I can level these fucking characters up? Holy shit. I didn't realize it was that high. We might be streaming a Post-Honkai Odyssey for a while, guys. We might be in this for a bit. Just a little bit. It's fine. But yeah, we can go to part. Now that I can be on my account, we can go look at all the things. Yeah, like, see, there's Timido. She's fun. We like her. Carole over here. Oh yeah, Lyle has like side quest shit. What did he want me to do again? Glimpse Summer City. Try to move to a higher level. Oh yeah, I wasn't doing this. I forgot that I like wasn't bothering with this shit. There was something else I wasn't getting from this. I forgot. Yeah, there was level 90 in here as well. Just said I have access to the area in the adventure select menu. That's weird. I wonder why. There was something I wanted to check in here. I'm trying to remember where it was. Was it in the adventure task stuff? This is what I like when I log into my adventure tasks every week. This is quite literally what I'm always doing is like this stuff. Bronya, I don't need to talk to you. I was gonna check something specific. It's not inventory. Moon ring? Yeah, this is the like the not Astrolop system that became Astrolops. Like that's what all this stuff is. There was a way to view stuff in this. I don't remember what it was. Let's go back. There was something else here. I don't remember. But anyways, I think we're going to call it there for now. We managed to make pretty good progress. There's quite a lot left to do. I might have to level it up for a little bit so we can actually, like, now that I can properly take on adventure tasks and just auto-complete them, I can get the intelligence level up quite a bit and start leveling characters a lot more in the background. So we will continue this next week. We'll see how far we can get, and we'll maybe add more stream days just so I can progress this a little faster. Maybe the days that all this stuff resets. Like, so that'd be Monday, Thursday, Saturday? I don't know. Do you want to help fix your ZCZ account? What do you need help with? I don't know what I could tell you, because I'll show you what I do for my account. Here, I do this right here. Let's say I'm building Trigger right now, because I got Trigger, right? I'll Google some shit. I'll go to Pridewind, and I'll just go look at what Pridewind says. I'm like, cool, what do I need to build my character? Okay, we'll go take a look at this stuff. I'll grind this stuff out. Oh, what teams work best for them? This. This is quite literally what I end up doing with my teams. I don't think about it that much. I just check this. Which, funnily enough, is almost exactly how I do things on my account in Impact 3rd too. Like when I go to do like our weeklies, so like Memorial Arena stuff, every time I go to do this shit, I'm always like checking to see like, what does this person use? This is the team they're using? Okay, we'll use that. I don't think about it like at all, which is kind of funny. There are no thoughts in there. 20 hours left. I have to do it tomorrow, right? Can you wrap your head around the comps and and the damage elements? Yeah, I sort of agree. So, like, Impact 3rd system, I wonder if I can find the thing that explains it. Now we're on my account. What is that under? It's not this, is it? This is contacting actual support. Yeah, we don't need that. Newbie guide. Newbie guide recommended lineups. We could check that. The teams. I love this. So like, hey, go try this team. You have to like work to get all of them. Try this team. You have to roll for all of them. Physical damage team. Actually, this is really nice though to like have this explain all the stuff if you don't know what's happening. Also, yeah, look at this. I'm almost to this point where I can make this for Insane's account now. He doesn't have Herschel Human Ego Ellie yet, but like, one of these days. That's actually really good. I'm glad they have that in there. You said mission with Impact 3rd. Yeah, Impact 3rd, I think I'm better at understanding. Like, how do I... Where's the typing? Yes, this screen. Zenless needs something like this. Because this makes so much... Like, this is a very easy system to understand. I get this. I don't really get Zenless's, like, types too much. Other than, like, if it's, like, an Ether boss, I use Ether characters. Like, it's, like... I feel like it's sort of like how Stardust stuff is here. Like, Stardust always counters Stardust. I feel like that's how Zenless works. Or, like, Electric counters the, like, mech enemies, which I guess makes sense. But there's not, like, as much of, like, visuals that make a lot of sense in Zenless for me. Like, whereas I do feel like when it comes to how Impact 3rd handles things, I think I get it a little bit more intuitively. Just a little bit. You don't even have Senna. Senna is really helpful. Like, I worked very, like, don't ignore this. This is her Astrolop that we have, like, this patch. This is, like, the current ongoing, like, this stuff. So don't worry about this. But, like, actual, like, Yo-Yo Senna is a really, really good character, both for, like, Stardust DPS and also support for, like, Lightning teams, which is really, really great. A system that I feel like I haven't been paying attention to, but it's also pretty obvious, is actually how the Elf system works. So, or the Astrolop system, sorry. So, like, Astrolops have, like... Is Senna a Banner character? How do you not have her? Well, this Senna is not. This Senna is the Astrolop, which is, like, basically an elf. They're not really, like, an actual, like, character, per se, which is why people hate the Astrolop system. But other Senna is a Banner character. They actually, if you had been playing recently, you would have gotten her for free. That's why Insane's account has Senna now, is because I did all the stuff to get Senna for free last patch. So if you had been playing on the Sealy patch, you would have gotten Senna for free. If you had just played it. So... And I think, like, originally she was a banner character you had to roll for, but, like, you haven't seen her on a banner. You know, they had a banner for her. Like, originally Senna was on a banner. I don't remember how often they do reruns, though. Because right now we've got... There's Thelema. When was the last time we had a rerun for her? I don't really track that, like, ever. When did we have a rerun of Senna? It's like, last patch literally just gave it to us for free. But before that, I'm trying to remember, like, when when we had her, and I don't remember. Yeah, I'm bad at keeping up with that. I really just don't even bother to check it. It's a problem. Let's see. I do need to do this stuff this week. I haven't done any of this. Look, there's rice cake. You wanted rice cake? There's rice cake. We can beat her up. Which I need to do this on my account because I have to do my weeklies, but also I need to do stuff on Insane's account too. Actually, speaking of Elysian Realm, did I use... I didn't level Sealy at all last patch. Fuck. Oh, I meant to do that. Damn it. Oh, that's a problem. I should have done that. I still have to level up a lot of Valkyries too, because like Teddy's still not maxed out. I need to do that. Sushong, Helia. Oh god, I have a lot of these I haven't done. I need to go back to doing my Elysian Realm runs every week. I'm so bad about this. It's a fucking problem. I've been missing out on so many crystals because I just don't do Elysian Realm as often as I should. That's a problem. I need to do that. You have Triple S, Corley with her maxed out weapon and Styx. You have Helia, semi-built too, but not Senna. I'm trying to think like who you could swap in. Like if you have Helia and Corley, that's already a good bonus. I'm trying to think like who you could swap in place of Senna. Who'd be a good... Because like Helia is a good lightning damage character. Corley does fire. But Corley isn't typically a major DPS. She's more of a support thing to like... She's kind of like how Carole works, like breaking shields and stuff. You use Vita otherwise. I mean, that works. Vita's is a good lightning support and also can be DPS. So that makes sense. But I think in that case, Vita might be more of your DPS than Helia would be. In which she's using Helia in more of a support role. I'm trying to think of who else you could put in there. Let's see. Let's see here. Who could be? Let's just do lightning stuff. Let's just sort this out. I don't know. Like the problem with putting part 1 characters with them is like they're kind of like unhelpful. So on Insane's account, for example, I had like I put Fischl on his team with her because Fischl was a decent lightning support Valkyrie for a while, but like. Part 1 Valkyries don't mesh well with Part 2 Valkyries really ever. They're not particularly very helpful. Luna is usually more bleed focused, so I wouldn't put her in there. Again, like, Senna would be the one that I would use for that, but like, if you don't have Senna... I guess, if you got Sealy, she would be good, because she's a support character for that. Her role is still majorly support, so that would be what you would do. Helia is usually DPS. I wouldn't use this Helia for support. I mean, you can use her as a support thing. There is a way to do that. For your regular Helia team, if I had regular Helia, I wouldn't use this Helia as your support. I'd use her as the DPS. I mean, EP Terry is supposed to be support, but I usually see her more so as like a support quantum. Like, yeah, she has lightning damage, but like I typically see her more as like a quantum support character. Typically with like... Who else do they pair her with? Is it like Sparkle? Or she goes with typically? I don't remember. You got decent teams in Impact there now, kind of. Want to build a new Fupa team. Oh yeah, I don't know what like the support is. I haven't done this. We'll do it now, even though we're not doing a Post-Honkai Odyssey stuff right now. That's fine. There is the tutorial for Fukua's new stuff, like her new build for this patch, which I haven't actually tried yet. Which is going to be under tactics. Fukua. Yeah. Let's go see what her Divine Key stuff is. I haven't actually played with this yet. Ellie and Sealy, huh? Huh. And she uses Wheel of Destiny when it's leader. Is that... We're releasing entry for this? Okay. I guess that makes sense. Let's see how they explain it. Let's see. I haven't played with the new set at all. Let's see how they explain this. They don't should get the new Ellie or, for Fupa and don't have her. Shame. Ellie's a really good support. I wish I got her on Insane's account because she's so useful. Okay, so this is Fuqua's pre-arm. When fully equipped by Fuqua, it can activate the Wheel of Destiny thing. Okay, yeah, I got that. So when a teammate uses weapon skill or ultimate, Fuqua's QTE triggers. While Wheel of Destiny is active, the teammate's Stellar Drain is consumed, her switch cooldown is reduced, and her QTE triggers. Okay. So, use Ellie's weapon skill, let me guess, right into the ult? No! Not right into the ult. Swapping right to Fuqua's QTE. Weird. Upon QTE entry, feels the key of punch and kick stances and restores SP. Oh, it does both? Dude, that's so helpful! I don't have to build up the modes for both of them individually now? It gets them both at a time? That's so useful! Holy shit, that's so helpful. Triggers once per astral ring charging. Okay. That's so useful, dude. Okay, so when she's a leader, all of her attacks can inflict fire damage on enemies. Okay. Only from entry, yeah. Astral ring charging if she's a leader after using enhanced or an attack or switching stances. The next parry attack restores ki. Oh, that's different. Okay. That's not how she did before. Also increase the ki recovery rate of basic attack sequence 4 and 5. Alright, Stellar Surplus. Alright, activating Wheel of Destiny activates Stellar Surplus. When surplus intensity reaches a certain value, team members on standby are replaced by phantoms. Okay, that's the usual. Tap this phantom to unleash her assist attack, which consumes ki and heart flame to deal fire damage. Okay, so Rita does that too. Oh my god, look at my darling bird, swoon. Yeah. The character automatically enters by candlelight state. Her current HP and max HP change. During this state, her basic attack and parry attack consume HP and apply candle flame to increase action speed. Okay, so she still consumes her HP like the last time. After attack repeatedly to perform a 6-sequence combo, with each sequence restoring ki for both stances. The fact that it restores it for both stances is fucking wild. That's so helpful. That is so immensely useful. Alright, activate Stellar Outburst, which removes ki and heart flame, and changes the character's current HP and max HP. Okay. Okay, so tap the Phantom to have a character unleash their first Shadow Star attack. Switch to Punch stance and recover ki and heart flame. Tapping attack afterwards will chain into parry attack. Alright. In Rondo in the Shadow state, cast Enhanced Wind attack to enter by Candlelight state, while possessing Cleansing Burn. Entering by Candlelight state triggers Time Frozen Domain. Time Frozen Domain on expiry triggers Gold Time Fracture. That was a lot of words. Okay, so combo attack to do her usual thing once the meter is full. Into the other state, which changes her stuff, and then triggers Time Fracture. When in by Candlelight state, basic attack will consume HP and apply Candle Flame to increase action speed. So just like before, use your basic attack, consuming HP and do more damage. Easy. Okay, then we go trigger the other Phantom. Switching to kick stance. So we just basically just repeat it again with the other character you didn't use and the other stance. Damn, that kick though. Okay, in this state, you can cast Enhanced Joint Attack again to enter by Candlelight state. The mechanic is identical to entering Punch state, I guess, for Shadow state. Yeah, so it's the same as before. Alright, during Stellar Outburst, tap her ult to cast 1,000 weights on a feather, dealing increased damage based on SP consumed, as well as HP consumed in by Candlelight state. Just casting a nuke casually, it's fine. Okay. There's a lot to unpack in that. So, let's see if I can figure out how they want us to chain this stuff together. So, obviously they want us to do this, and Ellie's stuff always trains into that. Then we go in by this. Okay. I'm not sure if I fully understand how they want me to do that just yet. We'll see. A lot of these like early tutorials for me personally aren't as helpful. Like it explains it, but they kind of drop a lot of like the skilled names, and I find those to be not as helpful. I like just describing it's like, yeah, it's the combo attack, it's the weapon action, it's whatever. Like having it like be more uniform and like that way helps me understand how to actually use my characters. Naming off the skills really confuses me a lot of the time. It's just too many words. And I have very few brain cells, so. Alright, let's see what her new team cycle is. So, Ellie and Seely, which is fine. Or what are we supposed to do here? Alright, team synergy. What do I need to do? Yeah, whatever. First, switch to Ellie, cast her weapon skill, and hold ult. Okay, so the same shit we always do. Yeah. Do that thing, hold her ult. The usual support stuff for Ellie. Got it. Switch to Seely, hold attack, and cast her combo attack. And then cast ultimate. Yeah, that makes sense. This is the usual Seely stuff. Doing that. They didn't use her weapon action, though. Alright, then upon Fukuo's QT entry, hold attack and tap weapon action to cast joint attack and switch stances. Yeah, so do that, and then hold attack again, and the tap attack to do the enhanced joint attack. Okay, as expected, it's what I thought before. Attack repeatedly until ki is full. Which is filling up both of them at once, right? No. Hold attack again and tap weapon to cast joint attack and switch stances. Okay, so it's not filling them both at the same time right yet. Without moving the joystick, tap evasion and then tap attack to cast parry attack. And then tap attack. Oh! That's different. Huh. Hold attack and then tap attack to cast the enhanced attack. Okay, so just doing this again. That's so weird. Okay, I have to remember to do that. That's very different. Okay, when you have surplus sufficient enough, cast the phantoms, then do this stuff again. That's pretty fucking intense. Alright, not so bad. I'd finish 6 of this combo, cast ult to complete the rotation. Okay. No, I see. I see the thinking here. Okay, let's do this again, and we'll try it on my own this time. So swap to Ellie. Do this. Doing that. Swapping over to Seely. Doing that. Do her ult. Alright. Swapping over to Fukuo. Wait, oh, I have to tap attack to do it. Okay, yeah, I see that. And then do her ult to finish the rotation. That's actually not that complicated of a rotation. That's a pretty easy rotation. As far as like how they want the team rotation to be, like a lot of the times, like it can get really complicated. Of like, yeah, swap to this character, then do this thing, swap to this other character, do this thing. It can get very complicated. This doesn't act. It sounds worse than it is as they're trying to explain it to you, but it's like it's actually not all that bad. That's actually pretty straightforward. But that's not really going to be the bread and butter of how you use this character. It's going to be more so working into Stellar Outburst. That's the whole point of having it. So what's the actual combo rotation with Stellar Outburst? How does this actually work? Okay, so this is for her regular team. Okay, I-Chain cannot move in time for zones, so what you're saying has been edited. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so first of all, activate the thing, cast Phantom Assist Attack, and tap attack repeatedly to fill the key gauge. So, the usual stuff for this, which we didn't even get a chance to do before. Hold attack and tap attack to cast, so do the thing. Fill the meter, do the thing. Let me guess, casting the other Phantom? Yeah, other Phantom doing the same thing again. And then hold attack, tap attack, yes, do the same thing again. And then going right into the basic attacks. And then cast the ultimate to complete the rotation. I was forgetting to cast the Phantoms, but that's not actually all that hard. That's not really all that different, honestly. Alright, so let's do... Alright, we trigger this. Okay, I'm kind of getting the feel of it. I'm not perfect on this, obviously, but like, I'm getting the feel of this. This makes sense. It'll take some practice. I'll probably do like a few of these in realm runs and we'll figure it out. Maybe that's what we'll do next week. Maybe like sometime next week when I'm not like recording stuff for the event or whatever else, we'll do like a few like stuff on my own account of playing through Elysian Realm stuff because I'm behind Elysian Realm shit anyway. So we might as well do a series of that on this, playing around with this, and whatever teams require Senna. I actually have no idea what teams require Senna. What does she even need anyway? Alright, now what does this team do? I didn't even check to see who was the leader. So this is Ellie as the leader. So spin over who was not the leader. Okay. So let's demonstrate this. Oh, this is with Corley. Is this... Who's the DPS in this team? Okay, so Ellie triggers her stuff. Okay, so this is the usual stuff for Ellie's rotations. Yeah, I remember this. Okay, swapping over. Let me guess. So the support stuff for Corley? Yeah, weapon action. Ult. Nope. Okay, swapping over to Fuqua. Triggering her ult immediately. Okay. And then swapping back to Ellie. Yeah, because we're still doing her Stellar Outburst rotation. Who's the DPS in this team? And then attacking until we're getting really close to the end of it. Yeah. Doing her ult. I guess Ellie's the DPS here. Normally she's support. Yeah, so Ellie's the DPS there, I guess. So I guess like your usual rotation would be like, you would swap Ellie here, you would do this. And then you would swap over to Corley, you would do that. And swapping over to Fuqua. Then doing her ult. Oh yeah, her usual ult. Swapping back over to Ellie. And doing this. I thought this would be like your usual rotation. Because that's how you typically use Ellie anyway. You have Dragon Corley. I wonder if you, who I can swap Ellie for. It's hard to say, because like, what part 2 does that I find both interesting and frustrating is that every character has kind of like a DPS role and a support role. And Ellie is like one of the most critical supports, just kind of period right now. Like, she's really, really good. She shows up in just about every single fucking team. And I'm not mad about this. I love Ellie, but like, Ellie shows up in every single fucking team. She's always there. You got Fuku's new weapon and 10 pulls and left with 10 kick crystals. Must be fucking nice. I had to get Senna. Let me show you the struggle of my account here, alright? Senna, we had to get her to triple S, right? Because I always hit the pull for this stuff to get her, whatever. But then also, where's my Fuku at? Where is she? Yeah. So, Synergy 3 weapon, which is the other fucking problem. And then all of her Sigmata and stuff. But if you didn't get Ellie, you're shit out of luck. I mean, you may not actually be. It's just, Ellie is so versatile for, like, every fucking team. She's usually, like, a Stardust support. The fact that she's... Actually, let me take that back. She's not always Stardust support, but she usually is. I want to say she's, like, a broader, like, elemental support character. She does ice damage. What does her skills do? Time slow, yeah, whatever. What do they classify Ellie as? I forget exactly what they classified High Love Elf as. Let's just see what they call her. Let's just see what this is. What was her actual role here? She's a Stardust type ice damage dealer bow. She can support, yeah. That's not her actual role, though. We all know that. Yeah, restoring is... Oh, they're going to make me do it? Okay, hold on. Now, explain her actual role on the team. Yep, hold ult to do this stuff. Yeah, that's helpful. While Love Blossom is present, arrows fired by her ultimate will lock onto Flower Cluster, dealing additional damage to Careful Bloom Garden, and okay. Sure. This is the usual shit you do, which just deals additional damage for the teams. Basic attack sequence 4, and the first basic attack sequence trigger time fracture. Okay. And then just going right into the basic attacks. Yeah, that's how she's usually used. That's fine. What's her actual role on the team, Ai-chan? Explain yourself. Because she's usually support. Like, you can make Ellie a DPS, but I think almost every team uses her as support character. Okay, that wasn't helpful. Let's go to this one. Alright, I have Coralie with her. This is going to be her as a DPS. Okay, this is triggering her QTE. Yeah. Then swapping over to Ellie. And then her evasion stuff. Which triggers time fracture. Yeah, we know that. And then going to Stellar Outburst. Love is expansible spawn. Yeah, I know how this works. This is this thing. Now you gotta do her ult to trigger the rest. I remember this. I keep forgetting to do it. Which also does damage. And then upgrading it to the other thing. And then her ult. Yeah. Ellie's flower petal nuke. Chain directly into Link ultimate. Lacks extra SP, can overdraw SP into negative values. She cannot use her ultimate when her SP is insufficient or negative. You're not going to explain her role in the teams, are you, Ai-chan? How very unhelpful of you. Alright, you know what? I know how we can check this. Let's just skip ahead. So, Stellar Rotation 2. This is when she's not the leader of the team. This is her being support. This is the role she usually plays. Let's see what we can figure out from this. Okay, team rotation, yeah. So having Sparkle use Stellar Outburst, then triggering ultimate on herself to blow shit up. The usual. Then going into her attack stuff, which is normal for her. And then swapping over to Vita. Yep. As expected. We have to actually go into her skills to read it. Then going over to Ellie. Yeah. Consuming all this stuff for her. Which goes right into the Lush Spring thing, which is fine. And then casting her ult. Then go back into QTE with Sparkle. Yeah, I remember this. And then ult on herself again? Yeah. You know, in some ways this tutorial was like kind of unhelpful. Because it didn't actually like explain what her role is on the team. It explains you how to use the teams, but not necessarily why the teams are constructed that way. Helpful in some ways and not helpful in others. Okay, we'll do what I hate doing, which is reading. Alright, Ellie. Let's go to your skills here. Let's go to her Astral Ring stuff, so... Ellie's protected by Grail of Infinitude. All team members share SP. As leader, she gains 100% of the SP she consumes as Shining Trace. When Shining Trace reaches 1200, it clears Shining Trace and triggers her Facet of Infinitude. Okay, so what do the rest of these do? Search Astral Ring immediately. Oh, that's how she affects the other stuff. We're not worried about that. The character deals more ice damage. If the team triggers fast at least 3 times during Stellar Outburst, character's SP is restored. So it's restoring SP as a part of what she does. She recovers Astral Ring intensity whenever she casts a weapon skill or ultimate, deals more damage. Leader deals more damage when countering enemies. The counter enemies take increased damage. So that's probably another part of it. Is when she's not the leader, she's helping the leader, like when you're using the Wheel of Destiny team anyway. Then she's helping them do damage. So actually, let's go back to see now. You said you had Dragon Coralie, and then you're using Dragon Coralie, but Dragon Coralie's not usually DPS. Is the problem? She's also like a support character. Let's go. Where's Fuqua at? I want to see what was her team. What was she actually supposed to be doing? Alright, so she does Wheel of Destiny. Okay, so let's go take a look at like what Ellie does specifically for Wheel of Destiny teams. That's this. So you would want a character that can do the same thing here of like having the leader deal more damage while countering enemies. That's what Ellie's role is. And then we're not worried about World Star, so that's not useful here. What else does Ellie do? What's her passives? Recovering all teams' HP. So a character that can boost HP recovery. Ice damage doesn't matter. You're looking for for her role in Fupa's team is it's about HP recovery. So you would want something that helps with that. For sure. And that's just overall what this, and this is the specifics of it. Boosting SP. Okay, so if you're wanting a character that does HP recovery, I think I know how we can find the answer to that. Where is Flame Scion Kiana? Because she also consumes her HP too. Let's check the guide here. They're pairing with Raven. That's okay. That's boosting her fire damage. That's not as helpful. I haven't done her tutorial. Weird. Why have I not done that? Let's go check heal, I guess. So, Coralie, Kira, Fuhua. That is a tough one. Because Carole, the team you're trying to build right now, for part 2 you have Helia, Coralie, Dragon Coralie, and Vita, and New Sealy and Rita. Okay, so what exactly are you trying to, like, what team are you trying to build that requires Ellie in the first place? Because that one's going to be tough. Because Vita and Coralie and Helia and stuff, like, they don't necessarily boost, like, HP recovery, really. What do you do, Coralie? We're gonna look at her Wheel of Destiny stuff. Does she even have Wheel of Destiny? She doesn't. Okay. A team for Fuhua. Yeah. Honestly, if you don't have any part 2 characters that can work with her, New Sealy might be the thing you might want to do if you have her. Let's see. Where is her? What does she do for Wheel of Destiny? Enemies on the field take more damage. So you're only going to be getting this. So she's not going to be super helpful with that. But I think she can help with HP recovery. In which case, New Sealy might be the thing you could use to help with that a bit. And if not that, maybe just a general, like, elemental supports, like Hersher of Truth. Or maybe, like, Celestial Fuhua, like, is her Imperia. Just because this will boost her fire DPS. Either way, it's not going to be ideal, is really what it's going to come down to. Yeah. I'm just thinking about your part 2 characters. None of them are really going to be all that helpful. And as I said before, like, part 1 characters don't quite mesh well with, like, the Stellar Outburst rotations. Not really. So you kind of want to avoid pairing part 1 characters in those teams if the character wasn't already built for it in the first place. You need to get your hands on a scythe that's better than a 3-star. Yeah, you do need to get a scythe. I would say if you've got Fuhua, what was the team they recommended for her thing again? What was that? Let's get back over here to this. Where's Fuhua at? Alright, what was the team we're doing over here? Yes, they have Sealy already. That's really tough. Squeeze both corals with fire focus. No, I think you need Sealy on the team. If you have Sealy needs to be on the team. Like, for sure, Sealy needs to be on your team for Fuhua. I don't think you have a good character to swap for Ellie. In which case, I think I would say Dragon Coralie. I think out of the part 2 characters you have, I think I would put Dragon Coralie and Sealy in your team. That would probably, because then you have, like, you're boosting the fire damage, and you also have the healing stuff that comes from Sealy. I think that's what I would do. I don't know how much I can do with mine without a weapon or sticks. Well, the sticks you can make, right? Like that's easy. Just go to the foundry, you can make it. It's fine. The weapon is a bit more of a problem, but seeing as Seely's not supposed to be your DPS, she's supposed to be like a support thing. I would just craft like whatever scythe you can craft that's better than what you currently have. Just do that and gift her one, and then just worry about her being a support thing, not your DPS. Because remember, Fuhua is your DPS. I wouldn't even worry about what Seely has necessarily. She's not going to do anything for you. But you're looking for her passes and her skills first. I would do that, because that would be infinitely more useful. Getting shipped on a decent scythe in the entire game. Yeah, that's where the problem is. Like, the craftable scythes aren't really very good. Like, all of this stuff is pre-arms. Like, all the good ones are pre-arms. Your basic one is, like, Onyx Iron. This is, like, the one you get that is okay. Everything else is pre-arms. And I don't know that you can use Onyx Iron as a pre-arm, or for a pre-arm thing. Yeah, I don't think you can. Yeah, that probably, this almost certainly is your best bet here. So I would give her this. It is not ideal. I would use this one nonetheless, though. And then I would make sure you craft her stigs, because like that at least is forgeable. You can make this. You've been playing it for any amount of time, you can craft her stigs, that's fine. So I would go ahead and do that, so you have all that stuff leveled up, good to go, and then just give her Onyx Iron and hope for the best. Because at least then, like, something is better than nothing, and a level 50 weapon is better than a level 30 weapon, right? So like, if all you can get is Onyx Iron, use that shit. Give it on fucking everybody if you have no other additional scythes. Just do that until you can maybe get lucky on your pulls or spend some money for a better scythe. That's what I would do. Uniform prisms for stigs. Spend on your maxing Fuhuas. Yeah. As a whale, don't have to worry about that at all. Like, where's my prisms? Where is that shit at? Is that forging? Yeah. Yeah, I have a lot. It was a problem when part 2 started, where they moved over to this prism system, but like, after we played it for a while, I got this like pretty much immediately and didn't have to worry about it again. You know, I will say, being a whale, one of the best things about that is like, I don't think about or worry about having to level shit. I have all of my, like, all the Stigmata that I have acquired in the game that is unique. All of them are level 50, all of them are max. I can equip whatever I want to, swap things around. There's not a whole lot that I'm missing. There's a few very specific ones that are really good for very specific elemental type builds and stuff that I just don't have. And that's annoying, to be sure. But like, being a whale means I don't have to worry about that as much. I don't think about it nearly as often as I probably could. I didn't get a lot of these other weapons. Like, there's a few of these I don't have, but getting this stuff is like kind of annoying. Salvaging certain stigmata. Open world adventure finalization. Have I been getting any of those? I feel like I haven't been getting enough of those. That's the weekly. Like, have I been getting some of those? Give me some oldness. Motherfucker, I am poor as shit right now. I've been commissioning stuff. I am very, very broke right now. I have no money to give. I am exceptionally poor. It is depressing looking at my bank account right now. Like, genuinely, it's sad. But Impact 3's always been my obligatory, like, whaling game anyway. I always send money to this. Which is why I have all my characters. And why I'm so annoyed playing Insane's account is because I don't worry about this on my own account. I just get the characters and fucking level them up and I'm done. Insane's account, I have to actually, like, think about shit. I gotta use my brain to build characters and teams properly. I gotta think about team comps. Something you would. If I had more money, I would consider it maybe. But obviously has no money. I work full-time on a regular week. And I got no goddamn money. Half of it goes to, like, living expenses. Being an adult sucks, man. It's really just the worst. Also, this is a tangent too. So we have this like new event, right? New Cataverse thing. Look at this fucking outfit. They put Sungshui in her fucking poor bitch outfit. She stole that staff. Like, look at how fucking poor she looks. I adore that they let us have this outfit as a thing to put on her. It's like when this is her default, it's like ceremonial outfit or whatever, and then this is like her summer one. Giving the I'm a poor bitch one is so funny. I cannot wait to equip this on her when I get it. It's so good. What a great outfit. Truly fantastic. It's about time they gave it out. Yeah, right? It is a shame, though, that her Astrolop outfit isn't one we can equip for her. Because this is a good outfit, too. I wish they like had us have this be an equipable thing, which is a bit sad. Same thing with Teddy. Like, Overseer Teddy's outfit is like really, really good. It's a shame that we don't have this on a playable thing, which is why people hate the Astrolop system. Yeah, you get it, Teddy. That one and the beat the hell out of lantern are both good. Oh yeah, I have that one. That one's equipped on my lantern. Where's my lantern at? Hold on. Where is she? Lantern. Yeah, there it is. There it is. This is her beat to shit outfit, which is intense. I love that it's just her basic outfit but shredded. Like that's really funny. The fact that they like showcase this during part 2, and then now we actually get it as an equipable thing. I kind of love that. But yeah, the moment I got this, I was like, well, I gotta equip that on her. Mihayo has not forgotten their horny origins. They're still pretty horny. This is still very normal for them. Also, the maid outfit's fucking hysterical. I love this too. I do kind of wish that, like, this outfit put her hair in her, like, premiere form. But they don't. You still have to, like, play the game to do that. So, shame. I still gotta do this stuff on my account. I did this, like, we have, like, these challenge things happening every day. I have not been doing this on my account. I have not done this at all. But Insane's account, I have been doing it on. And I gotta do the ultimate challenge stuff, too. I've been bad. I've been doing that. Oh yeah, I guess this is the emblem. Yeah, I need to do that too. I'll get it eventually. This has been a pretty chill event so far, actually. But anyways, that is enough of this for now. We can't progress in a Post-Honkai Odyssey on a Sin's account just yet. I will work off stream to like level up some things. We will get to it when we get to it. We're going to try next week to continue the plot, and we'll keep talking about how it relates to Star Rail and what we think about it. And then eventually when we finish it, we'll put that discussion on hold until we get to part 2. Because there's a lot to unpack in part 2. We'll go over here. Part 2 does make things so much better, though. I do stand by that. Hold on, let me check this. I want to check something before we wrap things up, actually. Side missions. We have this thing. Yeah, I will say, like part 2, we won't be getting this for a while because it took a few years before they actually made this. The actual like movement of stuff in this is so much like more fluid. This is a lot closer to like what part 2 is like, or certainly part 1.5. And they've also implemented a lot of like the mechanics from this into the main game. So we have like this grapple system. We do this in part 2 all the time. Like this comes up pretty regularly. This idea of like stealthing behind enemies and stuff and killing them that way. Yeah, like, it's all kind of still there. Like the movement for this is pretty fluid and nice for the most part. And I think like with Bronya being introduced in this one first before they actually gave us her Valkyrie form, it's pretty close between this and her Valkyrie form. They did a pretty good job with it. Which is why I said like the affection meter and stuff is not the reason why people don't like a Post-Honkai Odyssey. I think it is entirely like the plot. I think the plot is the thing that people don't like, which is what we're going to focus on quite a bit as we get to it. But right now, we're like in the middle of this. We have... Well, I guess we don't have like any trailers we can watch right now because we're just going to be doing this again next week. Let's see. We'll be doing this stuff for a little bit until we finish it. And then we have like the main story with Durandal, like the Prodigal Girl Return story, and we'll go right into that for a while. And a Post-Honkai Part 2 wasn't until version 5.4, and we are currently in 3.8. So we have a ways. We got a ways to go. We're not close to this yet, but we will get to it. Inevitably. And we will continue that discussion at that time. Actually, you know what? If this is what Beyond Will, I think we'll get through all of... Oh, that's going to be a really interesting... Okay, I'm looking at my thing now. I say this because we have a few different ways we can approach this, but we'll be going through the story like 5.0, which when the Elysian Realm was added. So we'll do a few streams of Elysian Realm, like part 1 and part 2 chapters, and then we'll go back into the main story stuff. And that's going to go all the way up to when Otto dies. And then we'll go from that into, like... Because we'll probably go through all of Otto's stuff. We'll play through all of Otto's things. Then we'll do a Post-Honkai Part 2. We'll do all the plot of that. And then we'll go into the Flame Chaser Trials Chapter 3 and the actual like Elysian Realm stuff, which is my favorite arc. I'm half tempted to say we should put the Elysian Realm stuff off for a while, but I'm still like very determined to play this like kind of in release order. But yeah, there's a lot of like interesting stuff that's going to happen when we get to a Post-Honkai Part 2. Figuring out how we're going to do that is going to be something. Of course, I've already streamed it once before on this channel, especially on YouTube. We have a record of me playing through the actual story, which I wonder, streaming it again, how we are going to respond and feel differently about it, especially now. But I think, especially since we've had a long time since that came out to now, there should be a lot of new and interesting discussion that we didn't have originally. Because, you know, this ties into Star Rail and all of what's happening. And by the time we get to that, we'll be done with Part 2 story. So maybe we'll have a lot more new information by then to have more stuff to talk about. I don't know. We'll all figure it out. But if you guys enjoyed, this is still, like I said this many times, this has been a very fun series to do. I'm looking forward to playing it again. Bye.